Seems silly to me, but
Hey, well, you know what?
good.
Joe's just probably feeling really generous.
If Joe wants to make that bet about like pretty much any stock,
Yeah,
I'll make that bet.
pick
as well.
stock as long as it's not like some kind of horrible paying stock that only goes down. But yeah, AEO $26. Like, it might not happen today, but you're obviously going to win that bet at some point. Like tomorrow, this afternoon, Friday, Monday. It doesn't, like, whatever it might be. It is seemingly imminent, and I guess you guys picked that because that would be the high from April of 2026. So can it actually get to the top? I'd like to think it's got a lot of room to go to, and there's a lot to get to. That's in. As Joe sits down and laughs.
Yeah, April of 2026 hasn't happened yet, but
But that's the level, I guess.
it's definitely it's April of 24. Yeah, right
24.
there.
Yeah. No, $26.
$26. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's imminent right now with an all-time high of $38 for AEO. Yeah, it should have been like maybe like a week, like a bet on a week or something like that. But yeah, welcome everybody. You know, you guys know that I don't know what you guys are betting, but we're betting cash on Marvell, and that has really paid off, man. There goes Marvell up to 107 yesterday in the after hours and just bumping up huge here. And we talked about that it's kind of like, you know, the nervous system of this AI trade, right? And the Silicon and the Celestial AI buy that they made yesterday or announced yesterday as well, or 2 days ago. I don't know, it was really a funny move because I was sitting here watching the earnings, and I was saying to Neil, like, everything is green on this report, yet it was going down. I guess they like that explanation of Celestial going to the upside there, a bigger than expected EPS and revenue side of things, and then a guide which had a nice top end, but also like a decent bottom side as well. So I think the guide wasn't really the situation there. I just think it's Marvell, and there it goes. We had SoftBank interested in them a couple weeks ago, you know, teaming them up with ARM, and you could see right into here. That was that $100 level that we sort of went to and then came right back in. Like, these are real spikes, but it fell back into the 200 period moving average, and there it goes to the upside. So there is, you know, some room for Marvell, and right there, man, it doesn't take long when you're right. Like, it doesn't take long when you're wrong either. You saw them move down in Bitcoin, you've seen them move down in Meta and things like that. But yeah, this name already, like, long in the 70s, low 70s, for it to be 107 right now, it's just a big move. And they're not, you know, the enterprise value is not even that huge yet. Marvell, I still think they're either a buyout candidate or somebody takes a stake in them or something, you know, just like how NVIDIA took a $5 billion stake in Intel at $23. So even just NVIDIA, like the rich getting richer here, they have $5 billion in this thing, doubled up. They just made $5 billion. NVIDIA on this move on Intel on the way up as well. So yeah, it's a good day for the chip space, and as Sharif mentioned there, it's NVIDIA day as well, with Jensen dancing around Capitol Hill there, and we'll see what he can wind up convincing everybody of, and probably something. I mean, the guy is one of the best salesmen of all time. So Jensen just really working out for NVIDIA, holding above that 180, like that stock. So
a couple of pops here on a Politico story. Trump administration is considering an order on robotics next year. This comes from Politico. You're going to see Tesla having jumped a couple of bucks here. Serve just jumped, broke out from last week's highs as well. So Serve just got to almost $11. They're up 7% now. Slight bump there on. I mean, Tesla's not going to move as much, right? Because it's not as gigantic of a deal as it would be for Serve Robotics. But yeah, we've already got some movers. We're going to have some economic data already starting at 8:15, and then 8:30 as well. We're going to get a little bit more data because we'll get import-export services. It's ADP is going to be at 8:15. But yeah, that Serve Robotics. Just to go back to that one, I wanted to show the Tesla spike because I saw people talking about that, and I think it's related to that political story. But Serve. Gonna break it. Well, it already broke the 200. So this is one of those names that, hey, what goes up must come down. But it just broke and is now finally making some higher lows and potentially higher highs on this daily chart. Should put it in play. Although volume not huge on that story. Still only a couple 100,000 shares. That's the only thing that would give me a little pause for concern. You just have more volume than that on a stock like Serve.
Yeah, whenever I hear about robotics, this is the name that I'm involved in robotics. And we had got involved in this probably 3-4 years ago, but it's the ARC product, and it's ARKQ, and it's autonomous technology and robotics. So they have 12% are Tesla, 12%, 9% is Teradyne, 8% is Kratos. I'm just asking Gemini all this. Rocket Lab, they have Archer. There's a bunch of different names involved in this ARKQ. So I'm not going to keep reading them because I didn't vet it. I just asked Gemini, but that's something that I like, and it's had a nice little dip down there. And I actually just noticing this right now, right? That was that move up, and we're just hearing about IRBT as well. So iRobot, the name that was getting crushed, that $2. I would have thought this was $4 or $5, but there goes iRobot to the downside. Yeah, we got that breaking news there, my guy. So there it is. Robotics Political reports that after its AI push, Trump administration. I'm not going to read this, but it's that whole story there, meeting with robotic CEOs, trying to get that going. Look, the one thing about Trump is he's looking forward. And I mean, there's been some calls like that about what to do. We saw that Michael Dell donation yesterday to get those accounts started going for the youth. This is a robotics push right there. We've heard him talk a lot, pre-spat, post-spat with him and Elon Musk as well, building out that sort of AI revolution there and autonomous driving. There's a story today with Uber as well. Ooh, I like those. Must be new mugs. I like those, or maybe they're not. But thank you.
I'm playing around today,
Randy, for that. Randy, come on, man. You're not branding? We got the Trader TV live mugs over here.
It's because they're in the dishwasher. That's why.
Oh, they're in the dishwasher.
Although they are clean.
But yeah, I don't think that this is going anywhere, these stories, right? And
No.
we heard that the U.S. government making an investment, obviously, in Intel, MP material. That's where I was going. The rare earth plays. So that's the thing. Like this
ahead.
This administration is making moves. Setting up that Bitcoin fund and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I think it's great. I mean, we do have a stock market president right now, and you see the stocks at all-time highs right now, pretty much.
More or less.
Yeah, wow. I mean, S&P 500 is less than 1% away. So Dow Jones is at all-time highs. And that's the market that he watches for some reason. He always quotes the Dow.
It's like if you're older, then you always quote the Dow. The other one we forgot to mention, RR, Rich Tech Robotics as well. They're all kind of moving. This one seems like it's doing a little bit better volume, not a ton, but a little bit better, like almost 800,000 shares and trying to pick up. They're all, these all had gotten a haircut recently is the best way to put it, cut in half. But this one actually stands out. Because look at the 200. I didn't realize. Look at the 200-period moving average on our accumulation.
Ways up
they have a deal with NVIDIA, as pointed out in the chat as well. So this one probably a little bit more appealing, at least for today. I'm gonna throw this one up on a side chart. Let it settle down. As I said, relatively light volume in my opinion here, because I expect to see millions, not hundreds of thousands, and Tesla also continuing its rally.
Robots going.
Well, this entire group is going, but I feel like our percentage-wise feels like it might give you the best bang for your buck. And as we said, there's a lot to look at, and it's never a dull moment in these markets. We'll get some data coming through. Tesla continue to make some highs. Yesterday had a huge turn at 436. Let's see if it can chew through that one today, Elon.
Yeah, we're just real quickly here. I just wanted to say, these stories, this is part of the reason. I want to make sure that everybody is well aware that we are now, obviously if you're here now, 8 o'clock, but this is the whole point of it, right? So we can get these news stories, we can catch some of these moves going a little bit higher right here, and maybe make plays just a little bit earlier and give you guys just some more time to ask questions and give us some names as well on what to trade, right? Yesterday was that VCIG we had yesterday, and today, what a good story here for some of these robotic names. This iRobot, I called this up, it was $2. Remember, I was like, oh man, $2, what's going on with that? Right there, 220, we just pushed, we didn't push through, but we just pushed up to. We got to 224 there on a little bit of a wick. So there it is, man, 10% immediately on iRobot, let alone the Rich Tech Robotics and everything else that we've been talking about right there. And then Isaac TSLA, for everybody that's a Detroit Lions fan. He'll be having a big game hopefully this week for you guys. But there goes right now Elon Musk and his Tesla rocking on robotics. Hey man, maybe next thing you know, there'll be these optimists running around the White House. Who knows? The Air Force One, things like that. This world is just, I'm so excited for our kids, honestly. People take the other side of it, what is this world coming to? I would never want to have kids in this environment, but I'm the complete opposite.
It's a silly thing.
I just so look forward to what this technology is going to bring and what what that life looks like in 20 years.
But in all phases of life,
The environment's a little bit of a
the
problem.
human zeitgeist is always moving forward, regardless of
Yeah.
tempo or
Ooh.
speed. Our lives are better than our parents'
Zeitgeist.
lives, and show me a generation where that is not true. It's not going to be.
It might have been something in like the
single-
400s or something.
But
Like
yeah,
that.
there's always some measuring point which you can be like, oh, but this isn't as good. But overall, you can say it's harder for you to own a home. Okay, well that's nice, but you're also going to live longer, and you have more tools at your disposal. And we have like with robotics, our phones, AI. It's just we have so many things that we should be really, really, really blessed in our lives for. Like as far as that's why you should be. I believe you should be an optimist, and that's part of the reason why we were just talking about like forward thinking. Why the whole doom and gloom of like everything's going to fall apart. Well, we seem to make sure that humans are pretty ingenious. We tend to solve problems very, very well, and you never really see those solutions till they come. And shout out to all the visionaries that make it happen, whether you like them or not. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty positive. But this robotic story, I mean, when was the last time that the president said, "Hey, look, we're geared up here, and this is what we're supporting," and it wasn't a good short-term buy? I can't think of one that. I mean, Lithium Americas was a few days. It eventually gave it up, but like it was good for at least a week.
I mean, these stocks are going higher. I mean, all these stocks are going higher. We just got Rosenblatt raised their price target on Marvell to 120. And look, guys, I'm sorry for such deep thoughts here early on in the morning time. We have to have, once we get our coffees, we'll start thinking.
We should
more
have
silly.
ADP out, but
Right there. Okay, we have ADP out. Brendan, you got those?
oh, there it is.
1,000 guys versus 15,000 on the forecast there. Previous was 42. So that's a pretty ugly red number. Again, negative 32,000 versus 15 to the upside last time. 42 was the expectation. I'll throw that up for you guys, but a little bit of a reaction there to the market.
Yeah, I was just looking myself at that as, that number was so much different than what was expected. But the NASDAQ kind of just holding forward here and not doing much at all. Like, if anything, we get that big bump up on that story that we just brought to you guys. And that was a couple minutes ago. Started to tick up. And then right before the number, we did have a nice little move higher there. I don't think that changes anything. Right now, the main focus is on December the 10th, which is next Wednesday. And we'll get that, what day is it? Day 30 on next Wednesday. So that's when we'll get that quarter rate point cut, I guess, on the overall market, right, on the Fed overnight rate. So that won't be affected right here. I mean, it's not great. I just saw ADP employment number there, plus revised from plus 42,000 to plus 47,000. ADP non-farm payrolls, minus 32 here. I'll just put it up on the screen because it's on the screen already. Perfect. There it is, 32 versus minus 42. So I thought that might have been a negative thing, I guess, for the market, but I don't know if it's enough to move the needle. It's not the jobs number that everyone's looking for, but.
But it just further, we're already at 89% that we're going to get a cut. So
minus 32 versus.
You kind of feel like, what are we going to go from 89 to 91 today because of this? We're already locked in at this particular point with this much time left. I know it's only a week, but usually 90% is about as high as you're going to get with a week to go. So I don't know if this is going to be able to move us even closer to.
Well, I mean, so the number was they were looking at, I have an estimate of 5K, that estimate said 10K, and they got minus 32. So
a weaker market.
Yeah, it's not great. It's a weaker jobs market there, and it looks like it is trying to come back in right now as they assess all of this. So I think when you get such a number like 90% now for the rate cut, then maybe it is time to sort of look past that rate cut because it's going to happen. And we'll see. We'll update that number to see if it gets any better. But with the market coming back down, if anything, that would signal, that maybe we do need that rate cut to come through here. But here comes the job numbers, and they're not great. So a little bit of a pullback here, not really affecting too many major things. I wouldn't imagine like this AI tech trade still going to bubble on right now. So yeah, not much going on here. But the market's pulling back decently on that. That's funny. That's like. It's strange because the Marvell move didn't happen for like 45 minutes after the report. This move kind of doesn't happen until a couple minutes after it's dropped again. So the market's in such a reactionary form right now. I mean, they're looking for reasons to move around, and outside of earnings season. I know Sharif said it feels like it's a big earnings season day, and it was yesterday, but it kind of gets quiet now moving forward.
We still have
this week I think is half decent.
We still got Salesforce, and we still have C3AI. We kind of joke about them.
I think Salesforce is the big one.
Salesforce is the big one tonight. That's actually left, but maybe there'll be some options plays on some of these earnings names.
Might be.
That we can discuss with Joe. Maybe a little American. Oh, I don't know if American Eagle's going to be on there, or maybe that's a sour point. I have no idea.
First things first, Neil. Don't forget that I am 2-0 against the Trader TV Live team, beating Sean and beating Sharif as well too. Listen. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. Hold on. If you don't think that I have a plan in the back of my head, come on now. What is this? You know. No. But in all seriousness, guys, trust me, I have a plan. If I come out victorious, that means I will be 3-0. I don't know what else to say after that, guys. Really. All right, let's take a look at some of this options activity from yesterday, guys. At the top of the list this morning, we have Intel. Yes, that's correct. Putting in a nice session yesterday. So what I'm looking at is that $45 strike price. Yesterday, we put in 19,300 contracts with still 40,000 remaining open, and that's going to be on that December 19th expiration cycle. Now, as for APL, the Applied Digital, guys, at that $28 strike price, volume relatively light, but what's interesting is the open interest sitting around 13,300. Once again, at that $28 strike price expiring December 19th. Now, as for MongoDB, putting in a monster session as well too yesterday, guys. Strike price 370, volume 3,300 contracts traded with open interest around 3,500. So, I mean, some relative activity there. Now, as for the call of the day, Apple putting in some new all-time highs there, guys. Volume substantial here, 122,000 contracts traded at that $287.50 strike price. That is going to be expiring this Friday with open interest still sitting around 18,600. And you can see how tight the bid and ask are here. We were looking at the SPY and some other names that you fall around where it's around $13, $14. It's literally a $3 spread right there. So not too bad whatsoever, and you're not going to be paying too much of a premium on that. The at-the-money IV is really cool right now, so 20.4%. So you're not going to be paying an extended premium and implied volatility. And as for the gamma and your delta exposure, relatively light as well too, guys.
And you know what? We'll be looking at some Intel for sure today. That's one that it had to decompress, and I'm going to steal that word from David Super Chat, which we'll get to in a quick little second. It had to decompress 2 days ago and then went ham again on that on the Apple news, presumably on the Apple news. Because what else is driving the stock right now? We already got the investment from the U.S. government. You know, you already had NVIDIA do their investment, and then, of course, now Apple potentially using them to make some chips. So this is going to be on the radar. If it does a continuation, great, but if we do like a dip into prior support, that's one I'm watching today for that 42 level. We got a super chat in here. We throw it up on the board from David. Thank you for the $100. You want to bring back the after show, the 30 minutes after. Keep the early one. It can be for one poor soul a day chatting news after while we decompress. Wait to short Marvell after open when steam runs out. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's a fun way to sign it off, obviously. We appreciate all the feedback, obviously. We made the decision got made that the morning time, specifically this half an hour, to be able to digest the numbers that come out, be able to react to earnings more, go over more names, small cap, large cap, be able to answer more questions and get more prep time was going to be the most valuable to the community. But we appreciate all of the support and all the aftermarket show gets. And I think part of it was yesterday there was some earnings that people were interested in. We are going to do it when there's major earnings, like the big ones. That's the plan, and that's the notion right now.
Yeah, thanks, David. As we look to continue to build this show. So, all right, it's 8:22. We do have Raheem coming through momentarily. He'll be in the building, so we'll see if he continues to blame Uber for his troubles on getting here or not.
Not if that was
Maybe he'll take a lift.
Oh, no.
I know, we just heard the door open.
I heard the door. I thought it was him.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was leading to it. I was hoping like we would get that, and then boom, he would show up immediately there. But he'll be on time, so no rush there. We'll see what Raheem's talking about. Any idea there, Brendan? Today are we talking metals with Raheem?
As always, yeah, he wants to touch a little bit on silver, this huge move that silver's had, some of the opportunities in that group. We'll talk a little bit about gold. Speaking of, I just pulled up gold futures here, back to the upside after that ADP number came out again, if you're just joining a little bit late, on the negative side of things, negative 32K versus the forecast of 10,000 on the positive side. It was 45 plus last time. So a bit of a reversal there for gold, back higher. We're shouting distance from all-time highs for gold. We're also shouting distance from a new all-time high for silver again. So yeah, Raheem's going to touch on that coming up. Wanted to mention Macy's here, because there was more earnings from the retail group. Actually, a decent report from Macy's. Downside, though, after they said that the holidays could be a problem here for M today, so a little bit negative.
Yeah, Brendo, this was a good report, but there are silver linings, of course, as the consumer still deals with record high debt and higher prices, quite frankly. Look, it was a beat. The sales expectations for they beat quarterly sales expectations for the third straight quarters. Revenue came in higher, adjusted EPS came in higher than expected. Comparable sales, meaning stores that have been opened up for a year or longer, higher than expected. They did also raise their full year EPS guide, as well as raising their full year sales. But as Brendo mentioned, there are silver linings. CEO Tony Spring remains cautious heading into the holiday season due to tight discretionary budgets, he says, and uncertain aspirational customers, Brendo.
Yeah, so not a huge move. What are we? I mean, it could be worse, I guess. 6%-ish downside here, guys, this morning for Macy's.
I mean, you could say it's not a huge move, but given the fact that all the other retail like all the retail and apparel stocks, I guess it's like a retail and apparel apparel's been really the deal. They've been doing so incredibly well this earnings run. Like, to see it down 6% is a bit of a surprise. You just kind of assume at this point they're all going to go up double digits. So that's disappointing. But and it's actually got good volume. It's frustrating because this is one that, hey, when it goes on earnings, you get like a little bit of a squeeze out of it. It still even has that nice short float. Let me double check because I haven't checked since last earnings. I say it, and let's see how actually true that's going to end up being. Only 10%, so it's not quite as big as I would have thought, but still a 10% short float. You probably need to have this one calm down a little bit. Sometimes the perspective needs to be that it's more than a double up from April. Heck, this was about 60% from the last report. I think it went upside. So actually maybe more than that, closer, almost like 70% from their last earnings report. That's a lot. So I guess it needed to be perfect here for Macy's. Much more interested in American Eagle today, obviously, that one being up. And there's no clear like GitLab's down on earnings, but like I see like levels and where you could short this one. This is still very much in an upward trend, even with this little pullback. So you let it settle down. Seems to like to bounce off the 50 period on the daily or in front of it. So that's something to wait for here on Macy's.
Yeah, like 64 store closures in the year, like that is a lot. So I am surprised that there was that many. I don't think that's a great story there. Obviously, we talked about it yesterday. I think it was Brendan and Sharif, I think they had a discussion, or maybe we all did, about how much Black Friday sales are actually done on your phone. You know, like Macy's, what I always associate that with is like a brick and mortar, right? Like going into the mall, you know, Bloomingdale's. I talked about that there yesterday as well in this. But, you know, I still think store traffic is good. But, you know, closing 64 stores, I actually think that that's a move probably in the right direction. I mean, more focus on the online, you know, potentially more focus on your key sort of flagship stores, things like that. I mean, we had an experience here in Canada where we had the Hudson's Bay Company, which was basically our version of Macy's, go completely under and, you know, bankrupt, and to the point where now there's, you know, hundreds of thousands of square foot retail spaces in the biggest malls in Canada that are completely empty now. And so that's not a great story here in Canada either. And then Macy's, just on the year though, has been fantastic. Like, this has just been a great story stock. I mean, obviously, if you take this high, it doesn't look as good, $18 back there. That's last Christmas. But forget about the tariff move. But just into here, in January, we had to move down. But you could have picked this name up, $13, $14, and sure, you had to go through all this. But then you got up to 23. I actually might look to buy some Macy's. I'm going to review that number again and what these posts look like. But that would just be to diversify, because when you get names like Tesla doing stuff like this today again, some of these tech names doing what they're doing, you don't really need to sit in a Macy's and wait for it. I'm not even sure they used to be a big dividend. I'm not even sure what the dividend is anymore. Maybe I should double check that here. Let's just do it live, because that would have been the one thing that you would have held this for. And I thought maybe they even cut the dividend pretty significantly. That could be wrong. I'm just trying to dividend yield 3%. So there it is. It says industry average 6%, but there's a dividend yield of 3% there. But it's these PEs that are pretty low, right? Retail 12 coming through there for those PEs. It's not fair to compare. I don't know what these peers are all about. Alibaba is a peer? I don't think so. But right into there, PDD Melly. What is going on here? Am I on the right stock? But yeah, that Macy's number is a pretty interesting one there, as we'll look to see some of their valuations. And again, look at this market cap. Right? Is this Macy's? Yeah. This is only a $6 billion company. It doesn't seem like it's huge right now. So I don't know, man. I would watch to see what the action in this stock is. It could go down SSR. This could go down double digits today. Anyways, yeah, I think with those, I just saw someone in the chat that's a pretty good point there, Christmas 1023 there, saying that these 2K checks will also help retail, and they will, right? And so if everybody's getting a $2,000 check, then, the biggest beneficiary of that, DraftKings right there, because what's $2,000 when you can parlay it into $200,000, right? And get that little, 100-to-1 parlay going on there, and then DraftKings goes, yeah, that'd be great. So the biggest beneficiaries of those $2,000 checks are DraftKings and Robinhood, I would think, or Webull, or somebody that gets a gambling fever going through there. I really like Polymarket.
Well, I think Hood gets you everything.
Yes, that's the thing. It's a all-for-one shop there.
All-in-one.
With Robinhood. But DraftKings has been a real epic move higher. And that, I remember the day that they reported and, came into that $25, $24 area. That was bad, because you were probably long holding against some of these April lows, which we talked about that. Any stock that is apparently near its tariff tantrum low has bounced nicely off of there. And so let's just go, I need a check mark. But it's DraftKings that has also bounced off of those tariff lows as well. Actually came back into August of 24 levels there. Nice move higher. All right, he is in the building. Uber has dropped him off successfully. You could see, hey, this is awesome. This is awesome, because now we get to see these guys.
I saw him the whole time. When you were talking, I'm like, yeah, he's right on your shoulder.
Yeah, I heard Brendan talking to him as well. It's always great to see you, Raheem, there. And I saw on Instagram and everything, you had some nice travels. Family looked great. Great times there.
Tough life.
Celebrating it. Yeah, really tough life. But he is now back here right now. It's Raheem Alani and Brendan. Let's go see what they're talking about.
Yeah, he's the hardest working guy I know. Raheem has joined to, as we said, touch a little bit on some of these metals and the moves that we've seen specifically in silver of late, but gold on its way back higher right now as well.
Yeah.
First, before we get into this,
I was gonna say, first of all, audience, are you not impressed? Like, holy jeez. Brendan and I whispering to each other is like a loud, I gotta talk all the way over there just to get Brendo's attention.
A little bit of an improvement.
This is fantastic, and hopefully the fan experience, audience experience is better. I'm floored by how I've seen the construction. I've been through all the iterations of it, and this is phenomenal.
It was only 10 months in the making, but
overnight,
we're not even done yet. So there's more to come. But yeah, we're probably 95% of the way there still.
A little, not too much.
Like a mining stock that triples overnight.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just happened. Not the 6 years previous that took it.
Takes time.
A 6-year overnight success is what we call it. Yeah, 6-year overnight success. So congratulations on all that you guys did overnight.
Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. That's silver. If anyone hasn't looked at a higher time frame chart of silver of late, as I mentioned earlier this morning, we're cents away from all-time highs here on the futures specifically.
Yeah.
Gold a little bit further. It's 2.5% or 2+% for gold to get back to that all-time high. But I mean, what an incredible run for both of these.
Yeah, I think you and I have been here over there and over there.
Over there.
We've chatted about silver and gold multiple times, and record high, record high, record high, and it just keeps happening. And it's happened over and over and over. And we're going into these markets where political instability requires some type of offset, and gold and silver have always been a safe haven.
Yeah.
Gold specifically.
Yeah.
And silver's kind of been like the little brother that's always kind of there in the corner.
Yeah.
And all-time highs now.
Yeah.
Right? You're up almost 100% on silver in a one-year period.
We went through this time period where, and we even saw it this morning with this ADP private payrolls number, economic data that came out negative would always react positively for gold and silver and those types of instruments. And then we went through this long, long period where they did not care. And there was just absolutely no reaction
There's
whatsoever.
this crypto thing that got in the way.
Details. But now we're back to that environment again. It seems like whenever there's a downtick in employment or a downtick in GDP, CPI even, if it's negative, we see gold, we see all the safe havens start popping.
Yeah, because there are people that are buying physical gold, but it's central banks that are putting that money to use. They are going out and storing gold and in some cases storing silver. So we do see that uptick, again, around weaker economic data. Again, there was this little downturn in crypto this week. Yeah. And that's when we saw silver hit its all-time high. So there is that kind of a little bit of that correlation there as well.
I love a little downtick is 35% in Bitcoin. That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, silver's up 100%. So
what are we talking about?
Depends on who you're talking to.
All right, let's find some opportunities here potentially. You brought a list of a few individual names. I mean, again, we're discussing this obviously in a little bit of hindsight. Moves already happened. We're at all-time highs, as we said, for silver. But I say that very, very significantly. The PE I saw on some of these names that you threw at me still tiny compared to where some of the tech names are.
Yeah, no, the PE on mining is generally going to be smaller because there's three types of mining companies, really. You've got your producers, and we'll talk about a couple of those, who will trade in a band relative to where the price of silver is going. So if silver goes up 30%, that particular company's probably going to track up between 25 and 45% because it smacks right on. If you look at the chart of Barrick Gold as an example against gold, you'll see a very direct correlation. Then you've got the mid-tier guys who have a bunch of exploration as well as their production. So they make a little bit of money on the production. So your PE number is going to be not even close to what a tech company is going to be. But you have so much on, we call it measured, inferred, indicated. Those numbers, you'll quantify yourself against those metrics of what the resource is in the ground. Then you've got the junior guys who are nowhere near production. And in markets like this is where you'll start to see some of that M&A activity that happens in a robust mining environment. 10, 15 years ago, you would see premiums of 60, 80, 100%, 200% on some of these juniors. The last little bit of deal cycle has been 12, 18, 24% premiums. Yeah. I think as companies are now seeing just my revenue just went up 40% based on nothing that I've done other than the fact that commodities have been ripping, you're making more money. Right. And now you're going to take that money or your stock price is up 600%, 700%, whatever it is, use that currency to go out and buy other companies. So I think you'll see a lot of M&A happening. And why do we bring this up? And the answer to that is specifically overall, macro conditions are not changing. The higher, view of the market is not changing going into next year, going into the second, half of this month, even as we head towards the end of the year, which leaves room, I think, still for some of these names that you brought today potentially to going into the beginning of next year. Yeah, exactly. The ones that are in a larger scale production will correlate, I think, slightly tighter to the price of silver. Yeah. The ones that are the junior names have the higher proximity plays to being potential M&A targets on either side. It's at this point as well. Okay, let's go with a few names here. HL, the first one. This one's on the NYSE Hecla Mining, going to open here at new highs. Yeah, going to open at new highs, up 100% in the last 3 months. They've traded as low as $4.50 and gone up to $17.50. Probably, like you said, it's going to open at an all-time high here. So They're in the right place, right time. They obviously have projects in Canada, they're in Mexico, they're in Asia, but U.S. is where they have a couple of projects. And if you've got a mining project that's in production, you're in the U.S., you're in Nevada, and a couple of the belts that are prolific in Nevada. They just got the U.S. Forestry Service to give them we don't have any comment about what you're doing over there. So the governments are being a lot more conducive. Silver has
Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, listen, we're the USFS. We just have to tick this box, and you can go right ahead and do what you're doing at one of their projects in Nevada. So that just got announced, I think it's just a couple of days ago. So the stock price has continued to move up because they will be allowed to do more production mining in the States.
All right, let's go to FVI here. This one north of the border on the TSX, Fortuna Mining.
Yeah, Fortuna, interesting, again, just in terms of a geography side. They do have assets in Peru, in Mexico, but bigger into West Africa, in Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire in particular. And they have gotten additional permits. They have started doing some more drilling in Senegal and on their Cote d'Ivoire project. They announced free cash flow of $73 million, excuse me, up 25% quarter over quarter. So not just because of the price increase. So you can expect Q4 should have some robust numbers because of the fact that you're just generating more dollars based on the fact silver price has gone up.
In a bit of a pullback currently, but still looking great. I mean, we've talked about this aspect from the AI standpoint. I mean, there was a day when it mattered with cannabis as well. If you just put it right in the name of the company, it's never a bad thing. And that's this one, SVM is.
Yeah, we have a new company that's going public. It's AI Critical Minerals Corp Cannabis.
just roll them all together.
All of it.
So SVM back to highs here as well. Looks like it might actually open at all-time highs.
Yeah, a few months ago, it was sitting at $6, 52-week low of $4, and sitting here at a 52-week high of just over $11. This one was interesting, depending on your take on China. So we threw this one in the list because it's a pure play Chinese company. They are producing silver. So if you think China's going to go well on the critical mineral side and on production of silver, then this is a play to look at because it is uniquely pure play China listed here in Canada.
And yeah, as you were saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, heck, let's call it 8 days in a row straight to the upside here for this one.
And they're making money there. $22 million net income on the last quarter, generating cash, and just depends on your take on China.
And if you want to go to the smaller end of the price point, the smaller end of the market cap scale, there's opportunity there as well. BlackRock Silver Corporation is a venture name here, TSX Venture stock, so about 83 cents, but BRC.
Yeah, as low as 27 cents on the year, got up to $1. A name that you said it's listed here in Canada. Geography-wise, it's a pure American play. Very heavy into Nevada. Nevada is known as, again, a silver region. So you're looking at a company that's heavy in the U.S. Just off its 52-week highs here, about 15% off its 52-week highs, but overall up 400% on the year. And I remember you guys actually had the CEO in here for an interview, so kudos to you guys, and hopefully people, when they saw him on here, came on and picked some up back then. And
I mean, naturally.
You're right? A broken clock's right twice a day. And you guys had him in here, and he was here talking about silver in Nevada, and hopefully people listened, and now you can tell people, see, I told you.
When we look at maybe going forward here a little bit, going into the first quarter of next year, as I was saying, there's the primaries to come. The middle of the year next year could be a bit of a turning point as far as the political situation is concerned. Prior to that, what's going to stop this?
Well, I think we also don't, just from a humanity point of view, don't want gold hitting $6,000. Because if gold's at $6,000, we have larger problems in the world than just what's happening in the economy. Because if everyone is running to a safe haven like gold at that kind of acceleration, that torque, I think there's larger problems in the world. So we kind of don't want it to have that much of an acceleration. But right now, I mean, it's an arms race. Like I was, as the guy said, I was recently in Europe and I had a meeting there with a critical minerals fund. And he made the point that we are all kind of making here in that what's happening geopolitically has spurred countries to do what they've maybe not been as comfortable or reticent to do. Canada, as we all know, here is putting projects into fast mode production, fast tracks, whatever you want to call it. France, this fund works with the French government, and they are making investments in critical minerals.
Yeah.
and pan-Europe, because everyone doesn't know what's going to happen in the US. So now all these countries have had to sort of get a kick in the pants to say, start doing stuff. So Canada, parts of Europe, all these countries are now accelerating all the things that are going to be invested into the critical minerals space. So the more minerals that get added to the critical minerals list, the more people that can get this cash, whether it's from governments, agencies, equity markets, obviously, get these projects going. There's going to be a lot more activity because the price is just there. Your revenue is going to go up 30, 40% on a quarter-to-quarter basis simply by just being there. Right.
More opportunities potentially to come going into next year, as we said. It should be really, really interesting to keep an eye on these. I mean, hundreds of % moves on just a handful of names that we talked about here. But great stuff, as always. Rahim Alani's Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Likewise.
As always, thank you, Rahim. And I love that. Come back to us. We still got the boys in the back. And just to the point of gold, man, like that run. If you just pull a really higher time frame chart up for gold, and this is a 3-month chart, like 6,000 would be intense, because if you go from the actual financial crisis low, like it was maybe 800 to 180, or maybe close to 2,000, but like 18. So it was like 2.25 was the move. So when we broke out and we've gone parabolic since the 2000 break. Like you've already made the equivalent. Just this breakout is the equivalent right now, or to the highs, of the financial crisis lows to that peak. Like the peak after, that's how crazy this rally has already been, right? So it's, to find that it's maybe running out of things, not the right word, because we're trying to get back to some of those highs, but slowing down a little bit, and we just had to pull back to get the highs. I would think in silver for now is been a crazy breakout. Like this is one thing where it's probably more of a trade than anything else, but you're starting to get a little bit nuts. And I think for today, kind of like yesterday, only I didn't really think yesterday, like for me, silver, I wanted it to start holding that prior close level. It didn't until the afternoon. I think just a little more patience with it. If we end up ever trending down in it, allow it to travel into the level and do a reversion. Like I'm not going to treat this as support or resistance. Like this is one where let it pull back in and show me some kind of a mean reversion. Then when you get like that, which is a mean reversion, that trend break, go for it. It's just trading the trend right now with silver, because it's been such a fantastic move that you never want to you don't want to get trapped in any kind of a pullback. And when gold did it's to show you on the daily, like when GLD did its pullback, like you did have a pretty decent decline off the highs, which they're trying to get back to now. But silver has to be on the radar for a trade.
Yeah, I mean, great couple names there from Rahim, and I mean, already in the chat there, David talking about Nevada and all these places. So you gotta pay attention if you're into the metals game there when Rahim talks. I mean, a couple great names there. We talked about Barrick as well. B coming through. That's to me, just eight. First of all, AEM is the best name here. Agnico, that has just been really a super strong gold producer over the last couple of years, anyways. Agnico Mines. I mean, look at this name. Just continue to climb higher there, as it looks like it wants to even break through. If we can get through this 175, touching into 190. But this has been an absolute. This is February of 24. $46, 170 right now. I mean, you just showed the monthly chart on gold. It's about diversification. I was saying to Sharif, like I own probably 30. I was looking last night as my kid was at swimming. Look, I didn't even see so I got up yesterday morning, obviously didn't see the wife because she brought the kid to hockey at 6 o'clock or whatever in the morning. And then I didn't see her till 9 o'clock at night because she had volleyball again. And then I had my other kid at swimming, and I was looking at over all of the holdings that I have. And I realized the only gold name that I have is GLD. So I need to get involved a little bit into some of these mining names. So I think I will refresh and rewind that segment there with Rahim and figure out if there's something that fits with the portfolio. But yeah, GLD. And I only got into this. I got into it small back like 240, 250 area on this break rate into here, this move right there. So 256 is that first spot that we got into about a year ago, as I was like, okay, I need to get some kind of gold off that huge run. And then just recently bought it at 375 on this dip right into there. So this is my bigger portion. Like my average price is like 320 or something. So it's not like I'm, you know, a savant here with picking these prices. It's just waiting for gold to dip, I think will be a buy for me moving forward just to get bigger in the portfolio. It's like less than like 0.5% right now. So I think there's some value in holding gold for sure. But all right, let's go. Now we have time. I think I never know if it's upgrades or downgrades, whatever. They just say, get ready, throw to Joe. So I'm going to throw it to Joe right now.
Maybe AEO got it.
Yeah, well, that's true. We already had the options move. So we're going to go with upgrades and downgrades right now with Joey Upgrade.
Yes, it's great. It's crazy. All right, guys. Yeah, let's start this off with American Eagle Outfitters. Price target to $25, not quite 26 by Telsey Advisory Group, but you're up 12 3/4 this morning, guys. And then as for Marvell, another big move as well, up 10.5% roughly. Price target being raised to $100 by TD Cowen. And then CrowdStrike also getting the nod as well too, guys, this morning, $555. You're up 1 1/3 roughly. BMO Capital Markets giving them that nod. Now, as for Signet Jewelers, guys, Telsey Advisory once again giving us a price target raised to $96. Now, as for some of the downgrades, guys, we got OKTA, Okta, down 5 1/10% here. Price target lowered from $113 to $90 by BMO Capital Markets. And then Wendy's negative on the session as well too, guys. Price target lowered to $9 by JP Morgan. Neil was talking about this earlier in the pre-market. GitLab, you're down 10.5% here, guys. Price target being lowered to $50 by Needham and Company. And Wayfair as well too, down 3.36% by Jefferies Financial. Price target $96, guys.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I don't think there were too many surprises.
I thought he was going to hold AEO off of that list, but he did
You
not.
can't.
So, right there,
You can't
really
do
got
it.
Sharif going on.
Okay, first of all, the price target, there's only one price target that matters on AEO, and it's not 25. It's $26, and we all know it. And look, it'll get there. No, you could just see Armand there, and
Oh my God, I thought someone fell down there.
no, that was look. I heard a noise. I turned around, and then of course
It is Randy. Did
It's
fall
Randy.
down. There's Randy. It is Randy. Oh my God, what is Randy doing down there?
That's just okay. All right. Well, I lost my train of thought there because Randy's on the ground and doing like some Mission Impossible, whatever.
If my chair all of a sudden collapses or something happens,
What's going on?
Are we trying to get good TV over here? I guess. All right, good. I thought when we looked back there, oh, Randy's practicing the worm. You know, that was a good point there in the chat.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. It's funny, like we're so professional around here. We just have dudes lying around on the ground, but that's a lot of fun terrain. But you were going to talk about GitLab there.
Oh, yeah.
That was a move that I had sort of signaled that if we break lower, it's a problem. So it's a good daily chart there on the breakdown.
Well, I mean, it's a good daily chart for the shorts, right? For the breakdown, obviously. It's just not. I don't know what good to say about them. I think we actually had a few people in the chat last night that were sort of talking about their clientele being a plus for them, some of the big boys. But ultimately, ball doesn't lie, right? Like, can it hold the low? Absolutely, because you haven't actually gone through, we haven't tagged underneath those April lows yet. Like, that's still $1 away. So there is a chance. Like, you can absolutely be holding that 38 level and going higher, but it was a flat bottom break at 40, which just says to me, if we're gonna trade this today, like I'm just looking at that 40 level. That simple. I want to play anything that fails underneath the $40 level, and if it's breaking away from there, then congratulations to anybody that bought the dip on GitLab. But I'm gut telling me to try to short this under 40 until it gets to that April low, and then you can make another play after that. So yeah, downgraded GitLab. No surprises really. I mean, CrowdStrike is down, and they were on the upgrade side, but they had a pretty good report. It's just cybersecurity names are all expensive, so they tend to trade down after earnings. It just doesn't matter how good the report is for those guys.
Yeah, no, I really like. I mean, I thought Palo Alto, again, another name that I was looking at last night that I want to get a little deeper in was Palo Alto. I mean, I always think that these guys are best in class, best of breed. there for Pan W. I could be, again, that big move didn't happen down. That this is going to be something that I should be picking up here at the 200 period. I have to, practice as I preach. I mean, I said that whatever there's good companies in and around that 200 period moving average, we should be at least dipping our toes in. And I don't mean I'm like, my toes are already, like my foot is already in, so it's fine. It's just like getting a little bit more once we get above this and we can start to maybe break through some of this garbage down there, sub 195. So I think a 195 break on Palo Alto, I'll buy a little bit more. I mean, that's the thing. There's like averaging up, into positions. I think as long as you like the stock. I mean, another example was Meta, where you could be averaging into a position here. I'd hope that most people were long a little bit lower than where we are now. So when you get a huge move like this down to the downside, there is a point where you say, okay, like, even if I have $10,000 worth, do you buy 1,000 here, and then maybe you wait a week or two, buy like another 1,000? Like, so you're not like rolling everything all into these names, because if you did that here, then you're probably like, oh my God, you might be out of powder or something by the time it gets to 6 bills, which was probably the level that you were waiting for in the first place. So don't get too excited. Just like in trading, like I'm trying not to take any positions in the first 10 minutes or so of any real value. I think the same thing is true for most of these names. Get a name in the right space that you like, do a little bit of research on it. That's why all these large language models are actually pretty great. They do a lot of the research for you if you ask the right questions. So I think that Meta is one of those names, as is Palo Alto, and just even a CrowdStrike, any of them, really. If you do your research, pick one of the top 2 or 3 in the sector, and I think you'll be fine. You don't need to hold all of them, and there's ETFs for that, but then, of course, you're paying a management fee for that.
Yeah, like that's the hack ETF is the one that I think people usually go to. But the issue with that is it's so very diversified, and you only end up holding, I think with hack, it's like less than 10% in the crowd. I have to double check, but it's not nearly as concentrated into like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto and like the Z-scalers that you would expect. You end up only getting like a sliver of those, and then you got all the other names that are going to be thrown in there. I was just trying to find if there was a reason for this. Like a little bit of a spike happened in AMD, but man, maybe it's just random. I have no idea, because nothing came across the wire. But there was a nice dollar. It was a clean dollar move up there on AMD on one spike. Maybe someone just got a little bit exuberant here buying it. But yeah, no headline that I was able to see in reaction to that. Just a reminder to everybody, some people are trickling in and asking, hey, what's going on with RR? Or what's going on with iRobot, or what's going on with Tesla. And it was the administration looking to make a push into robotics. And so yeah, all these names, RR is now up 15%. I'm sure iRobot is continuing to go as well. Tesla's trading, actually pulled back a little bit, but Tesla was close to 436, and it's up 1%. iRobot's up 15% here. So that headline came in pretty early. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it came on before we would have normally been on. That's why we're here, a little bit early, so we have lots of time to get through everything that we're watching. Although the futures, still no real reaction to that ADP number. Yeah, so you got to. It's about individual stocks, right? Like the market didn't do much except for, kind of shake around yesterday. It was all the individual names that gave you the real juice, and I think today will be more of the same.
Oh, we're doing future? All right, guys, 68.40. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We are above that right now with the overnight high, Brendo, being 68.62. We're still below that 68.75 technical area of resistance that we got to not that long ago. So let's see if we can clear 68.75. That's going to be resistance level 1. If we start getting going, and it really does feel like we're poised for a flat top break as we're putting in higher lows with that same flat top, we're looking at 6,900 as our resistance level 2. If we sell off, Brendo, the overnight low, 68.37, we're going to go ahead and say 68.25 as support level 1.
A hurry apparently this morning.
It's okay.
Yeah,
You work around him, bro.
Top, I had a whole thing on Netflix I wanted to talk about. Whatever. We have a couple minutes. Let's talk about Netflix just real quick. I mentioned it off the top of the show. It's back to session lows right now, as you can see. The stock that is getting beyond that low from yesterday. There was a whole bunch of people that came out yesterday following that headline. If you missed it yesterday, apparently a mostly cash bid was submitted for Warner Brothers. And then a whole bunch of people came out yesterday with the argument, including Netflix themselves, essentially saying that this would actually improve the streaming wars, if you will, from a pricing standpoint, and being able to bundle these products together would actually give them the ability to maybe even reduce the cost.
I gotta agree with that, Breno. Remember like why everyone started getting to streaming? Because you want to cut the cord from like the overages of cable. You got like 500 channels, you watched 5, right? And so the idea was to get really nuanced with what you wanted to watch, and then you ended up having to pay this streaming service, that streaming service, because you like all these different shows. So consolidation could help somewhat in the short term.
Yeah, and it got a little bit out of hand, maybe even a lot at hand for some people. I think, you know, if it's 20 bucks for this, 25 bucks for this, you know, 18, 19, whatever, 4 or 5 of those already is, you know, well more than most people at least were paying for cable, I think. So there's an argument to be made there. Whether or not we actually see this happen remains to be seen, though, guys. But real quick, thoughts on Netflix today, downside?
You know, I think, so the other day you had like the rumor, we knew that Marvell was buying somebody, right? But one of the things that happened in the call that maybe was part of the reason why they bounced was the notion that they weren't going to have to issue any debt to make the deal happen. So I think maybe if, you know, Netflix has been pulling back for a little bit, just going to show you the monthly chart there. I think maybe in Netflix case, if this deal does happen and we get the details, and I don't know whether it would be, they said it's going to be all cash, but whether or not they're going to have to issue any debt for that. If they don't, I think that could be seen as a positive, and maybe that's what the market is waiting for. Because I would agree with the synergy aspect of it. I don't see a particular reason other than maybe the concern over price tag and where the funding would come from. So if it's not that, then I think we'll find out pretty quick if a deal gets announced. But remember, there's nothing here is done. You know, so until pen gets put to paper, for lack of a better term, then everything's going off speculation. So I've been staying away from Netflix until we have a little bit more clarity. But I think there's an opportunity if it continues to get dropped like this, and then it turns out they aren't using any debt if they get a deal done. I think that'll be a positive for them, and that'd be a good place to buy. But for now, just a little bit of hands off until we know more.
Yeah, look, I don't mind that talk about Netflix and cable, but the thing is that like Netflix is completely different. Like my kids don't even know what the hell cable is, you know, like, so I think for us old heads around here, you know, we're used to watching, you know, that Seinfeld and some of the shows on cable, waking up Saturday morning, watching whatever, He-Man or Thundercats. But, you know, at the end of it all, it's like, this is all that my family really cares about. I mean, it's what's on, like right now my daughter's watching Babysitter's Club, which is on Netflix, and I think that has like a couple seasons, so they're gonna work their way through that, and then something else will pop up. So that's why I think this Warner Brothers deal for Netflix is absolutely huge, and if they can get more properties, then it's just more things for people to watch. Like I told you, my wife and daughter and I got suckered into watching some Toddlers and Tiaras, and we had to get Warner Brothers Discovery for a month or so. That was $8.99 or whatever it was. So, you know, you can pick and choose your packages. I mean, a lot of these things are 1 month type deals anyways, if you're just looking for specific shows. But I don't think the Netflix whole cable thing anymore, like, the fact that is, the only reason that you would really want cable anyways, I would think, is for live sports. And that's starting to become more on stream now too, right? With, again, you can get ESPN on a stream. You could get any of these names. Netflix now has games, so does Amazon. So I don't know about that, but like, I don't know for any of you guys back there, Brendan, Shreve, Neil, like we don't really watch too many cable related shows. I don't even know, like I couldn't, maybe you guys can. I can't tell you what the #1 show on cable is right now. Like what is the #1 sitcom right now?
Sitcom? I have no idea.
Really changed this environment was when streaming came out. I know for me specifically, as soon as you had the opportunity to watch it whenever the hell you wanted to,
Exactly.
the urgency of needing cable in real time just completely went out the door. Yeah, market moving a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something hit the market.
Get into the rundown here. I'll keep an eye out for any kind of headline, but I don't know. I think that was really the case that did it.
Yeah, for me, it was. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead, Sean.
yeah.
I meant to interrupt, but I didn't mean to do it like that. But we're just so close to each other. Oh, it's Microsoft lowering AI spend or something like that right now. We're gonna get this all figured out. This is that one story that you didn't want to hear. You know, so there goes the market to the downside there as we continue to go down. I mean, it's only down 1.3%. Maybe it's not the end of the world, but what is also happening with NVIDIA right now? Not moving much. Do they have a deal with AMD or anything here? So, Brendan, we don't exactly have the exact story. I just heard Microsoft in my ear, so we could throw it back to you guys. But yeah, that whole cable thing, Sharif, what's your opinion on this Netflix deal?
You know what, Sean? I personally like the ability to actually watch shows on whatever time frame that I like. Personally, I like, and then you can also, you know, watch them back to back to back, whereas in television, you got to wait for that next episode the next year. I still have cable. I've told you guys that comes with my condo. It's not really an option for me. The only thing I really watch on cable, Sean, is news. That's really it.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'm watching.
Yeah, like CNN has,
All right, we'll keep an eye out for this headline, guys. I still don't see it. So as soon as it does come across, we'll pull that up.
I
But
see
let's
it from
get
the
into
information
a
online.
couple of individual movers here to start things off. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's free. Why not? Link is below. As always, top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. All you need is your email address then. And then we'll send that to you every single morning. Oh, there it is. Finally popped up. Yeah, Microsoft lowers AI software sales quotas as customers resist newer products. So again, Microsoft lowers AI software sales quotas, not the spend, it's sales quotas as customers resist newer products. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a Microsoft-specific issue because they haven't looked good lately, Brendo. They're well off the highs, that double top into the mid-550s as we saw, and it's been selling off as of late. So we're going to have to certainly keep an eye on that. Should we start off with Marvell?
Go for it. Yeah.
Let's go with Marvell. Great earnings report yesterday, but it was not received well initially, even though they beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter as well as the guide. They printed 76 pennies EPS on revenue of $2.08 billion, easily beating the 74 and the 2.07 expected by the street with respect to the guide. 79 cents per share on revenue of 2.2. That beats the 70. Well, it's in line with the 79 pennies expected, but beats on the top line 2.18. But the shares were down 5% until, of course, that call came on. CEO Murphy offered more color on the data center business during the company's earnings call. He says, we now expect Marvell's data center revenue to grow year over year by more than 25% next fiscal year. That exceeded the estimates, Brendo, and the market and the stock shot up as a result.
Market continuing to come downside here again, guys. This is the information reporting this. Again, Microsoft lowering AI software sales quotas as customers resist newer products. Again, according to the information, we'll look for more info on that.
A lot of things. Just to go over, because we've already seen the impact in Microsoft here, and we'll get to Marvell. But NVIDIA just went red and tagged 181, so bad for them. Obviously, even what's crazy, you're catching strays everywhere. Like Tesla was running on the robotics story. It's right back to where we were when this all started. So back down into the 430 level as they're getting a little bit clobbered. I guess if you're okay if you're AEO this morning. But this Microsoft story, and we knew they were having troubles, specifically getting clients to use. But yeah, the bleed, it's almost as if they're looking for an excuse when it comes to like a stock like, you know, like NVIDIA. Any little bit of a chink in the armor. And obviously this is going to change.
Wow.
Right? Because Marvell was kind of chilling out here as well, potentially trying to break VWAP. It's now starting to fill in the gap. And I was saying before, just to go to the Marvell story, I think some of the gap, of course they had a good guide, or at least it's particular when it comes to data center. But I think the big thing also was that they stress that they're not going to go into any debt on this acquisition that they're making. But all of that positivity kind of goes out the window with this little move back in. So with the futures bounce, I mean, Marvell, even if this comes back, like yesterday's highs were 94, and I believe it's $96 if I zoom out a little bit further. Oh, no, well, I can't zoom that out any further. It'd be $96 that was a prior high as well to look at. So 94 and 96, maybe some dip buy zones. But clearly this Microsoft story has changed sentiment in all of tech, at least in the next, at least until the open. We'll see. Because it felt like more of a Microsoft-specific story to me, and I think there's some strays that are being caught. But let's see how this all hashes out. Like Tesla seems like why would Tesla drop there?
Yes, for Tesla, I agree with that. But I'll take this on as sort of the same side as you. But I don't think it's related to it's a Microsoft story 100%, but I think OpenAI is definitely, there was that red alert note that came out yesterday with OpenAI, and right now, like, that's not a great headline for any of these names, like, period, right? I mean, this is the whole thing that we're waiting for, is what's going on with AI. Is the spend going to continue? Can they monetize it, right? The only person using Copilot is my guy Joe over here. So I don't know if he's even monetizing off this guy. So, you know, at the end of the day, this is bad, and there it goes lower. And I talked about, I think this gets a lot worse. And people saying I should redo the sticky note. I have Apple, Uber, Intel, and Tesla. So the only thing that I'm saying is here, all hail. Apple's just like, and what? You guys deal with this. We'll get someone to pay us to use their AI, and we'll go from there, right? We're still selling, we still have a 2.4 billion install base. So Apple's just chilling. Apple's going to be my #1 trade today. We'll get to that at the end. But look, I said yesterday, we said that, you know, the brains of the operation are the GPUs, the AMDs of the world, the NVIDIAs of the world. Broadcom's got their hands in a lot of things. But Marvell is what connects this all together. You know, they're the spine, they have the silicon, they got the celestial AI now, you know, and the photonics there as well. Sharif was talking to me about that earlier. It's just, there's a lot happening with Marvell. Now, this move is not going, I got a little bit out at 95 yesterday because of where we were. We talked about that live on the show, just like we got out some Palantir at 175, right? That's probably looking good now. Palantir probably turning around off this. But this is a bad story for them as well. I mean, if all of these chips come tumbling down with as far as demand, well, then demand for Marvell's products also, unfortunately, take a hit. So it was great to celebrate Marvell yesterday early, but we can't control whatever news story winds up coming out. And this one right now is rocking the space. Like, what ADP number? You know, like, here's ADP, oh yeah, we're chill, we'll just bounce off VWAP and act like we're having a normal day. Whap to the downside. OpenAI, if they were a public company right now, they would be at -$1. So I just, like, they have so much debt and all of that stuff, and now you're gonna get one of the major spenders and someone that's committed so much to you to have this happen. Bye Microsoft. I would say, without looking at it, see you later. Oracle as well, possibly. There it goes on this move as well. So it's just like, it's probably overdone, because this doesn't sound like lowering sales quotas. If anything, that might be helping their sales guys get paid more. Like, if they have a lower quota, then maybe they can excel and get that level. So I don't know. This is from the information. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. And if Microsoft releases something stating why they did this kind of a move, then I could maybe take more from it than what we're doing now. And what we're taking from this is weaker demand on the AI side, especially as far as monetization is concerned, right? So, yeah, it'll be Anthropic that goes public first. They've already said they want to try next year. Sell.
So I think no, if you're looking for like the whole, like, sometimes you get like a distinctive top when things like that go public. It'll be them before. Yeah. Well, it's already been stated. They're looking to go. They think they said they'll be profitable before OpenAI. They say they're going to go for an IPO before OpenAI. But I just want to point quickly out before we get into American Eagle, which is shocking. A retail name's holding up in all of this. You know, that gold pulled back here. So we were just talking about silver. Silver went red. It was trending up all morning long. Even this pullback. So there was just like this quick, like, risk off and sell everything that we need to have settle down a little bit here. But there was no discernible dip in American Eagle, which headed toward 26 apparently.
That was silver.
Yeah, guys, I just updated that on screen there for you. Also revamping AI agent features for Windows computers specifically. So Microsoft also revamping AI agent features for Windows computers. That doesn't sound overly negative, but maybe less is more at this point is the approach here for Microsoft. Again, if anybody missed that one as well. But as Neil was alluding to there, what doesn't care about Microsoft's AI sales quotas? Yeah. Good genes.
You went there, eh, Brendo? Okay,
good genes.
Shout out to Sydney Sweetie, man. All right, look, American Eagle looked quite well. Let's talk about it. Q4 comparable sales up 8 to 9% year over year, well ahead of the 2% expected by the street. They raised their full year adjusted operating income 303 to 308 million, well ahead again of the 255 to 265. Management here highlighted record-breaking momentum during the Thanksgiving weekend. They beat on EPS, they beat on revenue, net income. They're actually making money now, a little bit less than $100 million. Compare that to the $80 million that they made last year as well. Total sales grew 6% year over year, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows, Brendo. The actual American Eagle brand itself only saw 1% year over year increase in comps. It was really this ARI, I don't even really know how to say it. Comparable sales there grew 11% with 13% growing for revenue, and their operating margin hit 8.3. They're really crediting a lot of their advertising, whether it's with Travis Kelce or Sydney Sweeney, and their kind of proliferation into the mainstream again.
And more importantly, you're $1.97 away from $26 right now.
But Joe's got a plan, Brenda.
Okay,
He's got a plan.
We'll wait and hear about Joe's plan.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you should never make a bet that you can't win, because technically, Joe, the only way Joe can win this bet is if American Eagle goes under. Like, they'd have to go bankrupt and be delisted before getting to 26, because Shreve has forever for this to happen, and it could happen this week. 21% short float is what American Eagle has, and I would say that the fact that same-store sales growth did not really even include American Eagle means that a lot of the bump in the growth they're getting, you can't even really attribute to the ads. So they're doing it without that pump. Okay, like that's almost, it's like weirdly a good thing, because then if you get that on board as well, like you should see that 26. So yeah, holding up and doesn't care about this like little AI correction or whatever we're calling this morning with Microsoft. So I think this one is kind of treat it like normal. Like, it doesn't really affect anything that I was thinking about it before. Like, at the time it was holding VWAP before this little spike, I was looking back into 22 half to 22.75, which, you know, I don't know if we're going to be able to get that dip. So I'll have to look at VWAP potentially off the open here. But if we do lose contain, like if you lose support levels, I was looking just underneath 23 for a dip buy. And as long as it's there, I think you want to play the long side of this. Just understand it's been a huge rally. So like, have a level that you like. Like, if it loses VWAP, then I know I can get away from it. Once it loses the pre-market low, I know where I want to wait, that 22.50 to 22.75 area. But for now, yeah, American Eagle, all systems go, holding that volume weighted average price. Light relative volume. I'm shocked. I would have expected more than 1 million pre-market. So definitely something to wait at least a few beats off the open, because it doesn't seem like it's as active as the stocks that we're used to trading.
Yeah, Joe, Neil will bet with you. You just got to figure one out. What was our bet,
You
Joe?
guys didn't have any bet. What are you talking about?
Okay, well then stop saying you're 2-0, my guy. Okay, so here we go. So here goes.
What, you don't remember the beers that you owed me and you got me? Hence why we were out for beers that one day across the street?
No, I 100% remember.
So I'm 2-0.
I 100% remember the beer thing, but I can't remember what the bet was, is what I'm saying.
You owed me 2 beers, so, hey.
Yeah, because I'm a nice guy. But no, there was, no, for sure. I was just playing fun there, because definitely there was a bet. I just can't remember it. That's why I wanted to ask you what that was. But there it goes, 479. I mean, Microsoft's still going lower. The whole thing is, I don't want everybody in the chat is like, what's going on and everything. It's Microsoft. We had that story there, lowering the quota for AI sales. So that's going to be a problem. But I just want to say, like, NVIDIA was cruising, right? Like, we closed yesterday at 181. We're at 180.65. So NVIDIA, obviously, it had a good little run up. It was going to tick higher today and probably, take out this 186. Like, it was going fine. The ADP, we had recovered all from that. And right now, you're just going back in and you just bounced off of yesterday's level. So I know we have NVIDIA up right now. AEO, 21% short float. I really like that long, and I think it gets hidden today and just keeps on going higher. Like, I don't think there'll be too many people, especially with this new headline. We're going to go over right now back to the desk about NVIDIA. But with this new headline, I do think that names like AEO and whatnot can just sort of drift higher on that short float, as more eyeballs might be away from that and over to some of these names today, as some of these stories will get lost. And I think that's a good thing for AEO longs. People won't be so focused on it, and it'll just allow it to drift higher like it's doing right now in the pre-market. So, all right, let's go get the story with NVIDIA and perhaps why it was up at one point today.
A hard right turn there for NVIDIA pre-market here this morning. I'll leave that up for anyone. Lots of people still coming in, guys. Good morning, first of all. Come join us at 8 o'clock. You missed a lot already this morning. That's the major headline on screen right now. Microsoft lowering their AI sales software quotas. You had a little bit more on that real quick.
Yeah, Brendo, it looks like already the sales quotas that they had, they already missed. It's not like they're lowering it because of some auxiliary reason. No, they already had quotas there that their sales individuals didn't meet. And so as a result of that, they're lowering it down. So we'll have to see if it's a Microsoft specific issue again, or an AI related issue.
Regardless, demand, apparently the issue overall, specifically for Microsoft products. Anyways, we'll see how that goes. Just real quick, we got a bunch of numbers there at 9:15. Industrial production, capacity utilization, industrial production. These are all September. They're all delayed numbers, so not really affecting the overall market, especially with what is going on. Just keep in mind, 9:45 and then 10 o'clock, there's S&P PMI, and then the ISM version of PMI to come today as well. As we said to start things off this morning, our friend Jensen's going to be in Washington today. I mean, trying to, I guess, drum up any kind of support for the China argument once again. As we said to kick things off, though, I think this is just going to come down to the bargaining chip for Trump. When he wants to pull it out and use it, he will.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Brendo. I mean, the argument here is, look, use our products instead of the Chinese, and if we don't get you using our products now, their Chinese will fill in the gap at some point, Brendo, and they're going to eat our lunch, take our market share. So this is what's happening. It's going to be outside of regular market hours. NVIDIA is going to be hosted at the CSIS event, December 3rd, 5 p.m. Eastern, high-profile discussion with certain business leaders as well as certain Senate Republicans as well.
Yeah, we'll see if anything comes from that, especially after this move now, guys, back downside here. Things have changed a little for NVIDIA so far.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to say that things have changed on the Microsoft number, you can't know, and this is part of the, it's a fun part of the market at times, and if you happen to be long at the moment that happened, it couldn't have been good for you. Good reason to, if you trade pre-market, make sure you have access to things like stops. Not all brokers will allow you to use stop orders in the pre-market. I think it can help. But as far as NVIDIA goes, I'm going to, a bit of a pivot here, because things have changed. 180 needs to hold. I think that's pretty obvious. Yesterday's low, and then go right back in, and it's Monday's close price as well, that 180. If we can't hold 180 on NVIDIA, then there's a little bit of a gap fill that we'd be contending with. It's going to change things for Intel, and I had written down AMD for a potential short, but then was like, nah, everything looks pretty bullish, and I was going to just stick with that so I can go back to the iPad, because I did like where AMD was sitting, for like a 218 to 220 short. I was like, oh, like that would make some sense, but I was more bullish in the market. Well, that kind of changes with this story, unfortunately. So AMD's already through yesterday's low, so indicating a little bit more relative weakness, even if percentage-wise it's the same, just a little bit more weakness breaking through yesterday's low. So I do want to fade this. I'll look 16 would be the first level, because waiting for the 18 to 20 doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense anymore, because you can, like, levels before we get this kind of a news story, they're not as significant. If you do a complete V-shaped recovery, I don't know how much I'd be feeling that short at that point. So yeah, so AMD 216 is going to end up being the play for me in this space. And with regards to NVIDIA, just key in on that 180. If we manage to hold 180 and actually get a trend break off of that, then that could be good for pretty much everything. But right now, I'd be more concerned with breaking.
Look, I didn't have NVIDIA written down today, but if I did, I would have put down 180. So there's the drip down in. I might have actually, sometimes I look at the 200 period, and that would have been 181, and that probably would have been the area for me to buy. So between 180, like I would have wrote down NVIDIA, yesterday I wrote down 180 to 179 yesterday, and that was the exact bottom there yesterday, was 179 to 180. So today I would have the same feels, but I would have upped that. I would have gone to 180 to 181. So right into here is great support for NVIDIA, and I think it's a long. But then all of a sudden, like, I don't want to fight momentum. And right now, it's a nice move down. The volume's not huge or anything like that here in the pre-market, but it's definitely weighing in on what we're talking about here with Microsoft and the sales quota. So I'm not I'm not convinced either way yet on what to do with NVIDIA. So I think that most people were nervous hands with NVIDIA over the last 2 weeks. Well, those hands are going to be getting jittery even more now because the market bounced back. I just told you the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are 1 and 2 points away from all-time highs, right, before this move. And NVIDIA didn't battle back really at all. You know, I mean, even yesterday getting up to 181 at the close, like that's not anything that we could be like super pleased with, right? We had Intel moving higher, Google obviously. So maybe now for the next little while, NVIDIA's the lagger, not the leader, you know, until we get the next set of earnings, to be honest with you. Let's hear, because, you know, the gun is being pointed at NVIDIA every day. You know, there's competition coming at these guys. This is why Jensen's going. You know, we don't know what's going to happen with China. He obviously needs a new market, needs more buyers. And if he can't find that, today could be a real bad day for NVIDIA. And I mean, look at Google, right? Google's coming for them, and Meta's happy to find Google lower cost. You know, you don't need these super chips to run the world. You just need them to run the best parts. You know, these robotics turn is probably going to need some of these super chips. But if Google can get away with these TPUs and Meta can use them and some of these other companies can get a little cheaper, then yeah, I am pretty nervous about my NVDA position, and it's a big one. I told you we were reviewing that yesterday. So I recently bought this one at 175, thought it was all good up north of $2 I mean, I think that could get seen today, 175 for NVIDIA. So let's just wait for it. I don't want to be the one that cries wolf here, but the wolf is out right now, and it's running around the chicken hen or chicken coop right here, and just eating up all these chip names. So I don't know. We'll wait to see if the NASDAQ winds up holding here. Only down 0.5%, you know.
Not that bad.
Sky is not necessarily falling, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure.
All right, sentiment already, obviously, you know, very iffy when it comes to this topic anyway. So any kind of cracks under the armor, or cracks starting to show themselves, not going to be good as far as the overall market is concerned. Just be aware. Scotty B is talking currently at the New York Times Deal Book Summit. So Scott Bessent making some comments on Trump and tariffs and everything that Scott Bessent tends to talk about. Let's talk about GitLab. Mostly positive here. If you want to go back to that just real quick, Andre, it's tough to see, but all these green numbers down here are positive, obviously, versus what they could have been to the downside or even a miss. All came down to the guidance, which even the guidance was only in the mid-range of what they had priorly provided. So, I mean, overall, not bad.
And the reason you've got so many greens on there, Brendo, is because revenue climbed 25% year over year, typically a good thing. Their problem is they're spending a lot, and that's eating into a lot of their margins. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. So here's what happened, guys. Record loss of $8.3 million. Last year on the quarter, they took $29.1 million home, despite the fact that they grew revenue, as I mentioned, 25% year over year, up to $244.4 million, easily beating the $239.5 expected by the street. The CEO says, look, more code means more need for GitLab. I looked over to Brendo. I'm like, what does this company do again? And he's like, look, they're a repo of different source codes. You can go on. They're free for use. It's open source, and different programmers exchange different things. Well, it looks as if I thought just offhand that maybe sort of some of these source code AIs, like what's that one by Claude called Code.
Oh, yeah.
Things like that were eating their lunch. The CEO takes the opposite approach, Brendo. He's like, no, in fact, we're actually getting more people coming onto the site as a result.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea is, the more eyeballs on something, the better it will eventually become, with little tweaks here and there. But if you're making an app, for example, I mean, Sean and I were talking about those AI calorie type apps now where you can literally just take a picture of your food and it'll pick apart all the different ingredients that are in the actual food and then itemize them as far as the macros are concerned. Something like that, you could put that code up on a GitLab type of thing, and then anyone making an app like that can just go grab that and include it into
and modify it.
To what they need. But overall, as we said, the numbers really not that bad. The spend, the guidance, a little bit of a problem here. As far as analysts are concerned, Rosenblatt, the only one, a little bit negative. They maintained a buy, but just lowered their price target.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go from a 0 PE to this somewhere around 40, which isn't necessarily egregious, but ball doesn't lie with the price. We'll get to it in a second. Just want to just show you guys. Nothing crazy on the imbalance board. You might have been some fear that you'd see a bunch of sells on some of the tech names. Right now, I just have ETHA with a buy of 700,000, and then Neo's in there for 4,000 sell. But as far as GitLab goes, I'm just keyed in on this 40 level. It was a flat bottom break there on the earnings name. It's such an obvious look at how many days we held, like last week and including Monday, at exactly 40 bucks. So as long as it holds underneath that prior support, I want to play it short. And if it gets, I think I put in my note 40 and a quarter just to give it a little bit of room. If it's above 40 and a quarter, I think you can go gap fill. As I said, it wasn't all that bad of a report. This is more of a, well, look what the stock has been doing. A continuation favors a retest of the 52-week low. So if it gets above 40 and a quarter, that's when I would stop looking short. And even then, it's probably a reversal long. So GitLab, it'll be SSR, but I'm not, like my gut's not thinking initial SSR bounce here.
There we go with Marvell moving higher right now off of $98. So that looks like a great little bottom, 98.50. The 200 period moving average for Marvell coming right back to life right now as that name bounces just a little bit higher. We are getting some bounces. I said that, like if we were here, 180 without this news gives NVIDIA a move. I'm going to throw it back over because Apple is the #1 stock on today's sticky note, and we'll talk about it in a minute with me, but right now with the boys.
Yeah, under 2 minutes to go here real quick. I mean, there's nothing really significant as far as news for Apple today. A couple people mentioning, or a couple analysts mentioning yesterday, this company's on track for record iPhone sales by the end of the year.
Yeah, supposedly going to break the 2021 record for the iPhone 13, Brendo, which they hit 236 million units. IDC now projecting 247.5 million units for 2025, which would be a 6% bump year over year.
And we're working on what could be, anyways, guys, 3 or 4 day rally here.
Most people know the Apple story, and it's just a huge install base. The best products, they just keep on getting bigger and better, right? I mean, households keep getting more and more of these guys, part of the family, and it just keeps on working. So I really like it. I don't think they're sort of, I mean, everything's going to get clumped together about the AI story, but Apple has their own story, and it just keeps on growing. And they're using AI to their advantage. They're not necessarily investing in it. They're using what others are investing in and plopping it into their software and into their hardware. And the next thing you know, it's going to make their products. Like, people trust Google. They trust Gemini. OpenAI is brand new. ChatGPT has been great, but I just wonder about Apple, that tie-up with Google, one that finally gets announced. I don't even know if there's anything official there yet, but I like the story, and I think Apple continues to work with Google and partner up. They have a great relationship with Chrome. It's been like that for a couple decades. Why not get that again with Gemini? And I think there's something brewing there, and when we hear about that, then I think it'll get even higher, and it's Apple right now. I have it at 285, so let's see. This is brought to you by 3D Capital. Thanks, Neil, for hitting that. We have less than 10 seconds now. Go check them out, IDK 3D Capital right now, IDKFF on the OTC market. All right, that Microsoft story might have been a little bit blown out there, so we're going to wait to see how this market reacts. Right now, Apple 286. NVIDIA, now that volumes finally come in, it's heading back lower. So there we go, man, 180 and change. That CAPR, some of you talking about that, Capricorn Therapeutics does open back up 418% right now. CAPR upside, watch out, maybe halting at some point here. Neil, only up 400%, so we'll wait to see what happens here with CAPR.
Yeah, I was just double checking what the story is, but the story right now is the bounce in Microsoft right off the open. It just bounced $3. Okay, that's not what I expected when I just looked up. I'm like, we're bouncing on Microsoft. I expected to see a bounce on NVIDIA. Instead, NVIDIA lost 180.
Yep.
So
And
Microsoft catches a bit of a bounce. And then we lost 180 here on NVIDIA. So unfortunately, I was actually getting excited the market was going to bounce for us there. But unfortunately, yeah, 180 underneath here on NVIDIA. That Microsoft story, of course, leading the way for pretty much everything that's going to be in tech right now. But well, at least American Eagle is still relatively strong, although it's trying to fill in the gap. There was a plunge of about $1 just now on the AEO, and then it came right back up. So it's moving. This isn't even open yet, I don't think. Yeah, no opening print yet on AEO. Going to stay away from that till I actually get an opening print.
Apple's gone. Apple just touched 280, almost 288 right there. So see you later, Apple, it looks like, to the upside there for AAPL. And guess what halted? CAPR halted right now. Last printing $35. So opens 33. I guess it must open 32, up to 35 there, 10%. It is now halted there. Therapeutics name, better than expected results, I'm going to assume on that. Apple's now 288, so let's freaking go, man. Back up the truck. This is my largest holding, and pretty happy with that so far here to see it. Yeah, we're good. Thanks. That actually felt pretty good. Actually, come back again. All right, so there goes Apple right now to the upside. Bye-bye, see you later, ciao. Let's see what's going on. I mean, I can't trade it now. It's too far. Let's see what's going on with Google on this news. Nice move back up to 316 and change, like Austin does. That's Joe's music there. Google 316. Dun, 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 dun. Those beers going in Google. All right, so that means going through there. NVIDIA is the name that we all probably want to watch. Yesterday we wrote down 179. Right now it's 180, trying to figure it all out. And then Tesla was a 430 take.
437.
Yeah, I know. I wrote down 430, and that came into play on that news. But yeah, so far today, look what we have written down. Apple long, Uber long, Intel long, Tesla long. So they're all gone right now. That story sort of gave us sour taste early.
Well, also gone is GitLab's gone. So there wasn't even a kind of attempt at a bounce on GitLab. It just went straight lower, so 15% now. Maybe we'll get some kind of a pop. It's SSR, so sometimes you're gonna get a pop and it can come into VWAP or 39 again, but not looking very good. What is looking at least a little bit better for the market is the Nasdaq's back at VWAP. Look at this bottoming tail wick on NVIDIA.
Tesla's lost its damn mind.
That's a huge bottom tail candle on NVIDIA. If this ends up holding 180 at any point, I think we get a nice curl. I want to remind everybody, there is the robotics headline that I feel like we've all forgotten about this. As U.S. government going to look to, hey.
Look at the bounce back in the market.
This is insane. So Tesla moving, RR was one that I was looking for, Rich Tech. Well, unfortunately, this was they caught a big time stray. Like, this is now red on the session. Like, not pulled back to where it was before, it's now red on the session. So you almost have to throw these out and see, let it just settle down. Like, it's a ridiculous turnaround on those things. I'm gonna make the assumption that iRobot has a similar move. It was just RR that I was looking at. Did you see that? This is
what? I saw on your screen. Yeah, I know.
That's insane.
So I was looking at ARKQ on that robotics call. So this doesn't have any volume. I wanted to look at it to see, and I want to call that up. I actually bought a little bit more. All right, so if Tesla, I just put a bid on Tesla down here at 433. So just thinking that a pullback into VWAP, which is at 433 right now, that's a play for me. So if we do come back in $2 on Tesla, we're going to take that. And then on Apple, same kind of ways. If this comes back into 286 right now, but VWAP's changed it to 287, but I'm going to wait. 286 is, maybe I get a little higher than that, maybe 286.50 or so. Let's watch out to see what happens here with Apple as everything seems to be going swimmingly to the upside. JP Morgan, not worried about this play by Microsoft, although maybe they should. We'll wait to see on Oracle here today as they've bounced back up. Remember, I do think, and I think it's a good point that you brought that up about the robotics story, because that kind of goes against a little bit here. That's good for many of these companies, like a Tesla, I mean, you just showed RR, which is down, so I don't understand that, but that's good, because if robotics is gonna be a thing, they need to be powered by something. So chips is what's good right there. Let's check out what's going on with Intel as well. So Intel today, I wanted to get 4250, and 4250 on Intel, pretty interesting level because, well, it has to go back to October, so I need the daily on this one. But it's the October highs that we sort of saw right here, 42 to 4250. If we can pull back into here, let's see if we get a dip opportunity on Intel, and that's coming in just a little bit right now. So I think it's my Apple that might fill first around 286 or Tesla around 33s. So these are the two names there, and then there goes NVIDIA breaking back now underneath that 180, but this hasn't decided what it wants to do yet, so I'm not getting in yet anymore. So I'm just gonna have to focus. Sorry, I'm not focused on the chat right now, so I see some people tagging me, but I will have to look at that. I'm looking for a trade.
Yeah, we have. I see Benton mentioning Okta with a bit of a spike as well on their earnings. AMD, ouch. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ouches right now. And the reason I was bringing up RR when looking at Tesla was because Tesla was running on that robotics story, and now it's relatively strong because all the other names, all the small names, gave it all back, whereas Tesla has not. So AEO is what I'm watching currently because it just regained VWAP, trying
Uber.
to pick this one back up on top of VWAP. I feel like if the market plunges and NVIDIA can't hold this 180, that at least you're insulated here to a certain extent, it being a bit of a, well, it's a retail play, so you don't have to be worried about it nearly as much. So trying to get into that one. And yeah, I've just canceled my order on GitLab. GitLab's now down 16%. There's no sign of a bounce here in GitLab at all. So they just continue to plunge. This is, I'm pretty sure this, definitely a 52-week low, if not all-time lows. Definitely 52-week low.
We wrote down here today on the sticky note, so we'll say shout out to the sticky note, because today if you went long, you would have got some money, but too hard to tell today. There's Uber, 88 long. They're tied up with Nebius. We didn't even get to that. New launch in Dallas there today for Uber. So I was just looking at all the names that I had, Intel, Uber, Apple, and Uber. Bang, right there. It hits $89 as the low there for Uber, but that's trying to go just a little bit higher as well right now. So nice move there for Uber. Uber, I told you guys, in that down move last week, I bought two names, Uber and Boeing. Boeing's not doing anything. But Uber right now, we got long at 84 bucks. So 80.
Or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Boeing was okay yesterday. They had that CFO talk yesterday. Oh, okay. Well, we're long at 200 bucks.
10% yesterday.
Yeah. We're looking at it yesterday. Yeah, for sure. In the pre-market there, we had that good news on Boeing, kept on going. So, all right. So I'm long Boeing 200 recently, and I'm long Uber 84.60 or something like that off of those lows. So those names are working out, but we still need to find a trade today. Apple just keeps on going higher. So like, part of it is like I'm getting antsy here because normally I'm in, and we should have just bought that VWAP right there. I had VWAP down at 286, which was wrong. So I need to get better at looking at that 287 a play there for Apple, and then Tesla would be another one. And I think when you have days like today where there's kind of battling headlines and there was such great movement in the pre-market, it's fine to sit on your hands. So I don't feel any kind of ways right now.
The only stock doing what I was looking for right now to try to get into is like it's AEO, and it's just it was so insulated. But I don't want to chase that one through a break. Like everything else, remember we said NVIDIA 180 would determine how I'd feel about tech? Well, what's the decision NVIDIA is making? It's rinsed up and down 180 since the open on every single candle. Like every candle's been underneath 180, every candle's recovered above 180. So there's not even a definitive direction off that key price. I think if it loses, then I'd favor shorts. If it wins, and I go back to I liked Intel long on the notes, but I don't want to go long on Intel until I feel a little bit better about the market direction, which I think is going to be led by NVIDIA and Microsoft at this moment. And just to recap here, Microsoft, the weakest of the bunch, down 3 points here, and pretty much right at the lows. So there's not a heck of a lot to like.
I think I'm going to wait.
Right now in the overall, at least in the tech space, right? So if you're looking at
just shorted NVIDIA.
Yeah, if you're looking at AEO, or maybe you're looking at that CAPR on the small caps, oh, it's halted again. So CAPR is halted again. TAP is at 40. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys, we do have some commentary coming from Scott Bessent, who, of course, is the U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that he's very optimistic about the economy next year. And I think certainly of note that he's saying that certain sectors of the economy have weakened and that we, meaning the U.S., need interest rate cuts. So Scott Bessent here pushing for cuts. I do also want to remind you guys we do have some economic data coming 9:45 a.m. We're going to be getting S&P Services and Composite PMI at 10 a.m. Trump is set to make an appearance, and we get ISM Services PMI. Back to you.
Yeah, so VWAP on the AEO is going to be the first position. AEO still has a 5-cent spread. It's a $24 stock, and it still has a 5-cent spread and 10 minutes into the market.
So I was telling you, I don't think there's much interest, right? Like people aren't closing those gaps.
There's not.
A lot of people are looking over
I think
here.
everybody's looking at the tech names right now.
Uber,
so I'm going to scalp it to the high or the pre-market high, and then as long as it can hold on to VWAP, just maybe reload this, and hopefully AEO just flat out doesn't care what's happening over to like I say to my left, but like I'm just looking at all the stocks on the left side of my screen up here because it's NVIDIA and tech not doing all that well. So look, at the end of the day, I think you got to be a little bit patient. It's worth checking out what Bitcoin is doing. How do we not talk about Bitcoin? Bitcoin ended up on my list today.
It bounced.
Specifically because I wanted 51 on IBIT. Well, guess what we're not getting even with that little pullback? 51s. Why? Because Bitcoin's about to break the highs. That makes a little bit.
Yeah, not even. Yeah, 51. Yeah, 52. Good bounce spot there. It looks like probably like 91,000 or so. There for BTC. So I'm not. Who did?
I didn't. My hands
What's
are
up? What's up, Joe?
But who hit the? Okay.
I don't know. Joe going crazy over there. All right, so there it goes, man. 52 and change now. There goes NVIDIA. Just touched 180 again and came back in. So I'm thinking this has to be the short, right? I mean, if I'm going to put on a position, the thing is I was waiting for Apple to pull back, which Apple's doing right now. So this is going to be one that, okay, right into view up. I'm at 25s right now. That might be too low. I'm going to just buy a little bit now, get involved, punch the 38s. I'm at 25, and we could have just waited for that. Right there, yeah, as soon as Joe has his mic on, you let us know, Andre. There he is, what's up?
Bitcoin, you can pull up the old screen here, little VWAP break, getting that move up into $53, my friend.
All right, good trade there. Joseph gets iBet. All right, so that makes sense. So good call there off that 52. So we're in our first position. So this is position alert sign right there. So you ever hear that, it means you're in something. There goes Apple right now. We're in it. It's not going anywhere, but we're in it off of VWAP. It does get that dip down opportunity there. So let's see now what winds up happening with Apple. First area to get out, honestly, let's go 288 if we're lucky enough to get that. And then after that, we'll see if we get a little bit higher. Right now, we're into Apple. My first trade off of the sticky note, which it was the #1 trade idea for me today was Apple. So let's just wait to see if it works. And we later liked it a little bit lower, but we got to take what the market gives us. And that ADP report came pretty weak as well, man. It was plus 5,000 ADP number there, and it came out minus 42,000. So not a great number there. Okay, here comes, there we go. We got 25s there for Apple. I was gonna lose this bid if it takes 286.80. So like, I don't necessarily want to be in this for too long. Not, like I said, today is not the day for me to be guessing on what this market wants to do. So we'll just trade a strong name off of what I believe is a good level. Here goes Apple. It just made a move back up there into 187.50, and I didn't do anything about it. So we're going to see if we could do something about it if that happens again. We're long Apple right now. First big position, well, first real position for today for me, the only one I've had. So here goes Apple. We're long right here, right now. 286.80. I'm stopping out.
Yeah, and just a thank you in the chat. Just remember, if you're putting symbols in the chat, everybody type that $sign in there. I know iRobot and some of those names are moving. You go $IRBT, then it's going to show up on the visualizer. And thank you for pointing out this on Pfizer. Don't know what's going on with Pfizer.
There's no news.
She just said there's no news?
No news is what she said, yeah.
Okay, so no news on Pfizer, up 3 points. And as you can see, very much trending higher. Rotation, I don't know. Like the first thing I would think about is if tech is weak, maybe you get one of those like healthcare, biopharma trend trades. Merck is also up, so that is at least a plausible explanation as to what could be going on with those. I'm still just an American Eagle. I just tried to cover. I saw it turning at the high of the day. So I just went to take out the last little bit. If we bounce off VWAP, this is a reload spot again. But let's go to Adara because we have some numbers.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we do. We're going to be getting here S&P Services PMI and S&P Composite PMI. We will get ISM PMI, but at 10 a.m. S&P Services PMI 55 expected, coming in at 54.1, so lower than expected. Services PMI coming in here. S&P Composite PMI 54.2, a little bit lower than the prior print to 54.8. Market not reacting too much to this, but again, the more closely watched print is going to be the ISM PMI. That's going to be coming out at 10 a.m. as we send you back to Sean and Neil. Do remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, I only have a small bit of shares here, but wow, there it is, man. We already have our day goal right there. It's 9:45, but we should have had more shares there on Apple, but it does come in, and we said that we were a little nervous about what to be expected. So remember, this was 25s, and our stop was 80, so it was only 40 cents one way. So here we go. We're up 60 cents right now on Apple, and there it goes. The #1 trade idea on the sticky note today was to go long Apple, also go long Tesla, and Uber and Intel right there. So Tesla's gone. I mean, despite what the market's doing, these longs that we sort of pegged out for us seem to be working. Let's go figure out what Intel's doing, 43.09.
Yeah, that's weak.
Yeah, that's weak, I guess. I mean, the chip names, I'm not going long the chip names today, that is for sure. And then Tesla, we just looked at that, 437, not doing much. And the other name was Uber, which really got going here. I'm really happy with the move here on Uber. But there it goes, man. We might have our first dollar club at some point. I'm going to get out here a little bit at 180.05, and then we'll work on that. So your first position was AEO.
It worked, but only to the high. Remember I said that it was just turning, but I'm going to get out when it loses VWAP. I liked 22.5 if we go on a deeper dip, and I guess it kind of held that level, but VWAP already worked for 40 pennies. If it goes there again and holds above the volume weighted average price, I'd like to see. But I just threw my break-even stop because VWAP is obviously going to be trending higher for now. And when it comes to the chip names, look, NVIDIA still, every single candle is managing to cross 180 without distinction. So NVIDIA is looking, it still hasn't really made a definitive close above or below 180. It's like I'm just not pulling the trigger on Intel yet. And I'm not pulling the trigger on Intel. I haven't pulled the trigger on AMD either until I get more clarity as to where I think AMD or NVIDIA is going, and I don't. Like right now you're getting a gap fill in Intel, so that could be good because I liked 42.25. So if we get that opportunity, great. What is happening in Tesla, Tesla doesn't seem to want to pull in any of these prior highs from the afternoon. This is now holding VWAP very cleanly. So if AEO doesn't close above VWAP again, I feel like Tesla at VWAP might be the next play for me. I had to throw GitLab out, unfortunately, like just to, hey, there's GitLab. GitLab is continuing to go lower. This stock just never got anywhere near the 40 level to even attempt a pop and fade. So down 16%. It wasn't all bad on their report, by the way. It just, GitLab got GitLab. I don't know what else to say. It wasn't really all that
GitLab.
bad.
Yeah, that's the right thing to say.
But we talked about this yesterday. My gut feeling, and I'd have to double check this, is it's not abnormal for GitLab to get punked on a not necessarily bad report.
All right, please, guys, we'll do this real quick and we'll get back to the market, but make sure you do scan that 3X Daily Levered. It's Beta Pro by Global X there. Get involved, man. The best part about this is they have their fee rebate until December 31st, so make sure you get involved now. 65 basis points. They have treasuries, everything you can think of. Just go to Global X right now, buy Beta Pro, S&P, TSX 60, everything with the Beta Pro 3X Levered products. And they also do have the currency hedging, which is very important for us sophisticated traders here in Canada. Make sure you do scan that QR code, find out all the information you need to know about their product. Global X, pretty important there. All right, so I actually, in Bonehead Move of the Day, I thought I was getting out of some more of Apple, and instead I accidentally went short NVIDIA, so I punched out immediately. If you saw me into that, it was just a small part of my Apple trade, so I got in and out. I looked over, I was like, what, I'm short NVIDIA, I don't want that. But it looked like it would have been right. We were short at 180 there.
I was about to say.
Yeah, so I just got in and out. I'm actually made money on it, but it's not the trade that I care about. It was basically in and out for 5 cents, so on nothing. But coming right back in now is Apple. So, you know where my stop is, so we'll get a little bit more here down at 287 if we're able to on this little dip, but not trying to light this market on fire right now. It's doing that itself. So we'll just wait on it, not average in. This is my stop, that bottom wick, a little bit of a break of that gets us into 286.80. So that is where we step out of this trade. We'll average in right now here, but we don't like that one. I just heard Micron. I've already said Micron is the biggest house of cards than all of this. So we'll have to wait to see. I mean, it's not a house of cards. It's built on top of everybody else. But I just don't. I know RAM. My kid came to me yesterday, my 13-year-old, and goes, Dad, you got to invest in RAM. And I was like, yeah, like where were you 6 months ago, my guy? So
the problem is, like,
it's already gone.
Yeah, you basically have the big names starting to step in. And,
like I was proud of him for mentioning
and
that.
steal supply.
Gotta get the timing right.
So unfortunately, it's a supply concern. So I don't.
Come on,
I gotta
13-year-old.
reread the story for this CAPR. So apologies for not knowing the story of what's going on with CAPR. I haven't read it yet, but it's halted now to the downside, and the tap is showing an indicated open of $25. This is indicating it's going to open $10 lower from here.
Oh boy!
Right now, so that's going to be a little bit nasty if it does. Let's go to Adara.
So here's the story for CAPR. Capricor Therapeutics. They shared top-line results from their Duchenne muscular dystrophy treatment, which I guess met the primary endpoint and also the key secondary cardiac endpoint. So good trial results for CAPR. Back to you.
Yeah, no, he and I were building a computer, and we upgraded the RAM. And so we went over there. So he came downstairs yesterday to tell me that it was a good thing that we bought RAM like a month ago, right. Because RAM prices are going crazy. Yeah. And random access memory, of course. And I was just like, all right, I mean, look, I mean, that kind of thinking, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I teach my kids every single day, you know, and is look to see, you know, what can we do financially, you know, where are the next plays? They asked me about Bitcoin. I try to tell them about that. And right now they just started, and thankfully he's in grade 8, financial literacy. They started yesterday. It takes over one of their math lessons.
Not taught enough in school.
Yeah, so it's taught now, so that's good. So hopefully, he started talking to me about money and all this kind of stuff, and I think today they were going to do credit cards.
My biggest beef.
So yeah,
it just goes down to the fact that unless you actually take university economics, you're never really truly taught what money is and how it works in today's sense. You're taught like
university economics is like
no, but you're taught the basics
too
of
high level,
like what you use from it, but not how money is created and how money creation affects literally everything. That's like the most fundamental thing in economics, and it should be taught in high school that the entire world economy is based on fractional reserve banking and creating money out of thin air and what the implications are of that. But anyways, I think that's incredible.
Yeah, that's way above anything that I don't want him to know that stuff. That's way too early. That's too confusing.
No, in high school, but I think.
Or if you want to know all that S stuff, then you can learn it in university. I think that's right. So I think if you want to become an economist and potentially be unemployed, that's a great opportunity. Okay, so here goes Apple. Nice move, 287 and change, making the move to the upside. And maybe, the new Fed chair coming through. We'll have to find out what his background is. I think the background is just Trump supporter. Okay, so Apple,
He's worked for the Fed before, and he is the National Economic Director. I can find more out on him, but his pedigree is kind of in line with what we've seen before.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are levered up. I'm sure he has all the degrees in the world. Okay, so here goes Apple. We got a little bit out there on the move back up, but you know, these reloads right now as the market continues to go lower, I have no idea what's going on here with Apple. So, I mean, even the market, right? I mean, I think I have a good idea what's going on with Apple. It's getting bought up on these lows, but will it actually moon and give us that trade that we want? I don't know, but I'm going to be sitting here waiting for that. So we'll see what's going up, man. We're underneath VWAP, so that's the biggest concern for me right now. So let's get another out if we can get something in the 30s, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, that's it, and then we'll just wait for hopefully a higher bid going on this, man. We do have the jobs.
We do have jobs.
Yeah, coming out.
But like, just so at least there's something finally setting up here on AMD. I wanted to wait to see what happened with NVIDIA. It's still underneath $180, but from the moment that we got that Microsoft headline, you've now held trend pretty decisively and at VWAP right here. So if you close under the trend line on the 3-minute, just looking up at AEO, that's close to VWAP again for reentry. If we hold VWAP, I want to look to short this, and if it breaks the trend, it's kind of an easy out for me. Like, I know where I'd be wrong. If this breaks trend line up, I'm hesitant to be long with NVIDIA under 180.
Randy, I'm feeling that drill underneath our feet right now.
No, you can.
Like I'm literally feeling that.
You can feel
drill.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of
now. So there goes Apple right now. Bang, yeah, bang, 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 bang for Apple. And yeah, this morning I was talking about how amazing this administration has been, right, with the sort of boost of this economy, of getting involved in the rare earth, and really looking forward in that decision yesterday for here's Treasury Secretary Besson right now, the Trump accounts, everything like that. I mean, I think those are great moves, and this economy really seems to be moving in the right direction right now with the NASDAQ and the Dow and everything near those highs. And so I really like, the fact that Trump got into Intel where they did. And
Intel's breaking view up right now.
Yeah, so now this market's finally starting to go. So we did get out some more Apple to the upside there as well. And let's just check out some Marvell. I'm not into Intel yet, so Marvell just dancing around that 98. I don't like to trade stock on earnings day, so I'll wait on that one. My big play right here, I'll tell you what it is Apple. I mean, we got some more outs there twice. When we went first to VWAP, then up there into 55, we were able to take that level. But hey, with this market bouncing, I would have expected actually this market to go. And right now it's kind of not. So waiting to see if Apple goes upside. As NVIDIA, I still think this NVIDIA short is probably here around this 180 to 181, 180.50 to 181 area right now. But I don't know, man. I don't like it. I can't. The problem is I'm in this Apple trade, which isn't going. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 48s and then Okay, here we go. Another 55, and then we'll wait because this could be a monster trade. Like if this gets to 288, then we're talking about multiple days right there. But we'll lose a day if it goes down below that 286.80. But we're here to make some money. It's 956 right now. Neil's back in AEO and now on that Intel break.
Yeah, Intel broke VWAP and broke trend line, and I was ho-humming on AMD, but Intel was on the list for a long, which distinguished it a little bit from Advanced Micro Devices, which is also trying to break trend. I was actually thinking the other direction on AMD, so I'll just stick with that original plan. No, my trend line's gone. Yeah, so as long as we close above VWAP and I like it, we lose 43, got to jump out of this breakout trade. And we're back into American Eagle, obviously, that long, bouncing off VWAP. That gets back to the highs, which is 24.3. Then we'll look to get out of that one at about 24.3. By the way, Tesla's at the high of the day.
Oh, man.
For anyone out there. Tesla's still looking very, very good here. It's just that robotics story. Although some reason it's only Tesla that's holding up from that robotics story. All the other names have given up most of the ghost.
Yeah, I'm not, I got some more outs there at 50s again. I don't know what's going on here with Apple. Let's look somewhere else. All right, what's going on with Palantir? I mean, you're already on Intel. So, all right, I mean, Palantir up to that 175. That was an area that we cleaned out a little bit yesterday. Just took some profit on that. We're looking to buy it back, right? If the market gets to the downside, I do want to buy back some Palantir. So, but I'm only getting out like 5% of these positions, right? When I talked about getting out of Marvell before earnings, that got at 10% of that, but I don't want to sell all the bags down here. So we're going to wait a little bit for Palantir, but a nice move early.
Did what you did.
See, this is, oh yeah, you got in and out of the wrong trade. So 169, what was it, AEO?
No, I went to put an offer on Intel.
Yeah,
and I put the offer on AEO. It was literally what you just said you did.
Well, you can always just buy it right back.
I'm on the bid already.
I just punch out immediately when that happens. But yeah, Palantir, I just wanted to say, like, this is why we try to wait for that first 10 minutes or so, because like, if you like the 170 long, well, it went against you $1.30. Before eventually bouncing back. So you could always take that 170 on the way back, or as it drips now back into 170. Don't be part of this is the number, this is the Microsoft story. So 930's in here, it's just all convoluted and just choppy. But that's the problem that can happen with many of these names early. So I think it's a good time now to wait for these things. But look what's happening to TQQs here. It's the same thing's happening in the NASDAQ. I just look at the TQs and it's just—
well, there's a turn.
It's trying, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's trying right now to get through VWAP. So we'll see, which way did Intel turn? Down?
Down.
Okay.
Went right to the high.
Market not doing much here.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at, I was looking at Intel. Like there was a distinct turn at 43.5, so it's going to lose VWAP. Actually, it ends up being good that we got that last fill. So AEO, I did just kind of jump back into it, pretty much at just a little bit under the price that I sold it, but that was like an accidental sell on AEO more than anything else. If we close above VWAP, I can reload, but if we cannot close holding the volume weighted average price here on Intel, then I don't want any part of it. The other thing to keep in mind is NVIDIA still will not pick a direction off of 180. Pretty much every candle has transversed 180 one direction or another. And for now, it's still trend down very much. And I think you're still thinking this is going to lead the way. So a distinct break makes the longs look much better, I think, in some chip names. Adara, happening now already.
Yeah, happening now.
And also numbers, ISM services PMI here, 52 forecast. Previous was 52.4. That is what we're expecting here. Again, we did get some lower than expected S&P services PMI data, but the ISM data more closely watched, higher than expected. So 52.6 actual versus the forecast of 52. Again, this is the second time this week that we've had lower S&P data, or opposite S&P data to ISM data. But again, ISM services PMI higher than expected versus lower than expected S&P data. Let's take a look here at this NASDAQ trying to bounce here. This drop that we had pre-market did happen because the information reported that Microsoft has actually lowered its AI software sales quotas. So some concerns here about sales in that AI and software space. Let's talk here about Marvell. Speaking of AI-related names, initially really strong reaction here, though it's kind of dawdled off the open. They did report a Q3 sales and EPS beat. Some of their forward guidance for fiscal 26 and 27 was quite strong, but their more immediate guidance a little bit more tepid. Let's talk here about AEO. This is another name that reported earnings. We had quite a few earnings day ones plays and watch today. AEO, nice push up here, stronger than expected EPS and sales, and their guidance going forward is a lot better than what analysts were expecting. If you are looking for other earnings names, CrowdStrike, Asana, Dollar Tree, GitLab, and Macy's are among them. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, because there are millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, NYSE, OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Make sure to like and subscribe. And it's time for Neil and Sean.
Right, thanks, Adara. And yeah, it's Apple time right now, man. I mean, this has been a good stock, needless to say. So there it goes, right back up to the upside. The number one trade, the number one idea that I had on the sticky note, and I just sat in there and put some real shares in, and just watching it go higher. Like I told you that I would be screwed if it went one way, but thankfully it's going the other way. So there's the Apple long, the number one trade there, and I just posted it up on our board. So yeah, so far so good. That's on the sticky note, of course, and I just reposted it. And there it goes up through to, I mean, we were dip buying this as we were speaking. I mean, this was going against us. We dip bought it into that 287, gave you guys our out. So here we go. We're long this 20 cents worth of a trade. So here's the 5-to-1 right there if you're trading based on things like that. So there it goes. I'll take another piece out. Well, I'm at 280. I'll just take a small piece out here at 05s if we can get it. Did we just get that? No, we did not. We missed the 05s. Okay. So hopefully it'll come back up and give us said 05. But there it goes, man. It's a big trade. It's actually a big trade alert. So there it goes, man. Really happy about that. Like literally a big trade. I'm glad that we told you guys about it. All right, what's up? There's a super chat, Andre. You want to put that up? All right, Box on earnings. Nice move coming from Lowe's. Thoughts on Box? All right, I guess that's Dropbox. Thoughts on Palantir is just absolutely ripping right now. I don't know anything about Box.
No, did not look at Box, but I can tell you there was a program buying off the open, that's for sure.
There you go.
And it's very light volume, 11-cent spread, 1.9 million shares, despite it's already been a half an hour. And yeah, that's what we call a dead cat bounce. All right. I don't know the short float here, but just look at both the 50 and the 200 period moving averages and resistance at that 32.5. So this stock has been telling you where the sellers are, and it basically gapped right into that big sell zone. If it can magically close above 32.5 where it is now, that'd be big. But usually you get to a level like that, I expect at least a little bit of a pullback for Box. 7%, fantastic for them. I know there's a lot of earnings names we didn't even get to.
Yep.
Like I don't even think we mentioned CrowdStrike much outside of, actually no, we did. Outside of the upgrades and downgrades, I don't think we mentioned CrowdStrike, but it didn't move, right? So, good look calling up Box. Obviously, that one is actually moving, and that's what you want to look for. So Intel's going to try to break the high of the day again. Remember, this is where it rejected the first time, and then we reloaded off VWAP. So looking for that 43.5, which just keeps on getting close without any cigar. I just moved to 45 from 47 to be able to get the fill. As this continues to go higher, and guess what NVIDIA did? Yeah, I wonder what helped us the upside. NVIDIA cracking above that 180. So this looks like NVIDIA has made its direction, and it is back into the upside. AEO's pretty much where we were before, but Intel, NASDAQ, everything running, led by Tesla, everybody. Tesla up 3 points and breaking high of the day. Maybe this wants that 450 after all. Some bad wicks on it.
Could easily be there. Yeah, good trading over there.
This 450 is what I'm kind of looking at on the daily chart. The 15 hates me.
All right, nice moves on Intel, nice moves on AEO. So there you go, man. Like Neil going for the earnings plays there with AEO. So nice little look on that one, man. I like that look there. As we talked about it, continuously moving a little bit there. We'll see if it gets to Joe's magical 26er level there or not. Check in on some of these other names, right? Like AMD. So they're, like Neil mentioned there, they are battling back. So some of these names are starting to get going a little bit now. So there goes AMD. Obviously we cashed out of our Apple. I only have now about a third, a little less than a third left. I'm actually going to make that a third right here, offer 77s there, see if we can get that. So this name now trying to come back in a little bit. I'm just going to offer, get down to, I'm less than a third right now. What am I talking about? I'll get down to a quarter if we get that 75 fill. So we'll see if we do get that. I'm hoping for positive reaction there, and we do wind up getting it. So there it is. So nice move higher there. It was actually at 77. So we'll wait to see if we get some more on Apple. Looking, our best fills there, we got actually a couple of them at the high of the day. Remember when I told you guys that my next look, we were trying to get back to the high of the day. So nicely cooking there on Apple, obviously. Palantir continues, oopsies, that's Blue Ocean. We have great amount of markets to trade here at Real Trading. So, oops, that blue ocean is not open. There's Palantir 173, so a nice move upside there for PLTR. You know, in all of this spend today, Oracle actually going to the upside. I know it's only up 0.8 right now, but they had a nice move early. And then the big story today, of course, was really gun pointed at Microsoft. And what are you guys up to, Microsoft? Lowering that sales quota there. So the market did not like that early, and it's not really liking it late here, Neil. It's not bouncing at all.
Nope.
I mean, look, if you're going to call $3 a bounce, fine, but it's already down right now about $16 from its 491 spot. So let's call it $15 to the downside. So a bounce of 3, not huge right there, but nice move there. And I want to look at Meta as we look at another mega cap. Up today off of that move, but now just going red right now, coming back in. So on that note, I'm going to take advantage of Apple one more time up here in the 90s. Let's cross out, get another piece out there for Apple. And then we have to go to Adara, but someone just asked about Netflix. So I'm going to look at that real quick. Yeah, wow. Okay, Adara, I know your story is probably not about Netflix. We did talk about it earlier on in the day, but maybe you can get us a reminder of what Netflix is up to, now down 6%. What's up, Adara?
I've seen some people post about Netflix on X, and it does not really seem to be attributed to anyone's story. People are just saying that despite how well Stranger Things Season 5 has been received, there are some concerns here about why are they bidding on Warner Brothers. That's really all I'm seeing, even though apparently according to the analysis I was reading this morning, this actually would be a good look for consumers of both Warner Brothers and Netflix subscription products if they do go through with the deal. But either way, it doesn't sound like investors are super enthused about that possibility. That's what I'm seeing attributed to that weakness, because there was no clear concrete story that seems to be attributed to the drop in Netflix. Let's talk about the market, because I do want to mention some comments being made by U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He is saying that prices are not likely to be impacted by tariffs unless these tariffs are over 15%, and that he sees GDP above 4% in 2026. So some maybe lofty economic expectations from U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Back to you.
I think we just need to announce a deal with Netflix. Because
I want to buy it, is what I'm getting at.
All the speculation is killing it, and I think once you get a deal done and we know what the terms are, it'll be a little bit better. Like, uncertainty is always a problem. Marvell, people were like, oh, they're making a $5 billion acquisition. They said they were not using any debt, and people seem to like that. So That's what you need to hear. But very quickly, I'll go over I've only really traded 2 names. Thank you, GitLab. But AEO just lost VWAP. So I jumped out, and oddly enough, I had a stop, but it didn't trigger, so I probably keystroked it and had the wrong stop. Probably looked over, it didn't stop me out, so I punched out manually. I don't mind getting back into this. This is one where as long as it's holding VWAP or trending up, great. But because 22.5 was my dip buy zone, I just don't think I'm not holding this $1.50 against me. It has to either get down there to my dip buy, do a trend break or something along those lines. Intel's still holding trend up, so that one's still looking at least pretty good. I'm gonna go for a reload here on Intel off the volume weighted average price if we can get there again. But it barely dropped compared to some of the other names on that Microsoft story. So I think the relative strength is gonna be legit, at least for now. AMD is looking solid. NVIDIA is trying to make a little bit of a bounce. If you have some concern, it would be Microsoft, because Microsoft is retesting the lows. Even with the market bouncing, this all started with that quota story for Microsoft, and they are still struggling to get off this little bid here. NVIDIA, yes. Microsoft, an absolute no.
Okay, yeah, that Netflix story is interesting to me. Like I was saying, I want to get into some Netflix. I mean, here's our daily chart doesn't do it justice because it does not take into account the split just as of yet. But there it is right there. So it's broken below the 200, man. You're sort of getting that death cross happening right now between the 50 and the 200, whether or not it's a death cross or not, whatever. But that's going to be happening right now. And then, like, maybe I don't want to get involved. You know, like, where is this next move? We saw a name like a Palo Alto, and as you just mentioned with Marvell there, whenever you're starting to buy Pfizer, or it wasn't Pfizer, it was MedSera. Did Novo Nordisk wind up getting that, or Pfizer? I think it was Pfizer.
Pfizer won, and it's kind of interesting because Pfizer won basically right after the Novo CEO pressured them, hey, Pfizer, if you want this, then raise your price. They raised the price, they got it.
Right. Okay, yeah, so that was the story. So we could probably see if Pfizer is actually heading, and I know someone just asked us about Pfizer, and I know you looked at it, but you could see here as well that they take, now they're, come on chart, that Medsera news, I don't know if that was probably middle or early of last week, does create a little bit of a downside push there, or even into these days. But, most of the time, the acquirer goes down because they've taken money away from, their balance sheet, or they're doing debt, or they're issuing stock, or whatever it happens to be for the deal. So I guess that Netflix move, something there. All right, let's see what's going on with NVIDIA. And then I actually wanted to just look again, Bitcoin trying to hold out as well. NVIDIA still 181, so potentially going back up. Apple with a nice move higher. I'll get out another piece now as well. And this is what Bitcoin looks like, trying to hold. This is that level, Joe, that we talked about we needed to break through, 93. So it looks like we're trying to do that right now, which is a great little story for us hodlers out there, which I think pretty much everybody is. There's big BTC right now. So it's been a choppy morning for Bitcoin. They didn't move too much on ADP number. This move down was obviously, what time was this? This is right at that Microsoft story, so right at 9 o'clock. They moved down as well, and they almost get it all back, and just giving a little bit up right now. This is a 5-minute chart, so that's a 200-period moving average. I should actually put VWAP on here, which I don't have, but I like Bitcoin trying to hold some of these levels right now. So maybe IBIT could be a good trade, and I know Joe was involved in IBIT earlier. Because
you need VWAP not on RP Pro 8 chart for that. You want it on the 24-hour. That's the key.
Yeah, well, when you expand it out.
VWAP is not that big of a deal when you're just looking at IBIT because it's a 24-hour market and you care about volume everywhere. Well, we had Raheem on this morning talking about metals. I'm just going back over the list. It's like, well, what else is going to be a trade? If I don't see AEO get to my levels again, I got to look over to silver, which was part of the plan. I mean, it fell like everything else, whether it makes sense or not on that Microsoft story, but it's managed to hold a double bottom. No real gap fill to lows at 52.4, but it's got a double bottom here at 52.7, attempting to make a triple bottom. If it does, then there would be a nice little trend break from the open that can come in here as I fight another sneeze. Yeah, so eyeballs now on a little reversion potential trade here on silver. Busting VWAP, but also breaking trend at about 53 or so for SLV. And it was kind of an everything sell-off, like nothing seemed untouched by that Microsoft story, including the metals, but for now, looking at least a little bit decent. Like, it never really, it looks bad, but it's not as bad as you think. It didn't really test any big support from yesterday. Still very much holding the top end of yesterday's range. So it's relatively bullish, I would still say. So no reload on Intel yet. Hasn't gotten to the high. Hasn't really bounced off my VWAP bid. And looking at silver to possibly break some trend. Oh, and I was going to mention that CAPR. For everyone that is valiant enough to be trying to trade this stock, which is up 300%. Its tap for the latest down halt is $23. So it's halted at 26. New tap is $23. The last down halt actually tanked about $6. So I guess this is not as bad as the last one. Be really careful with this. This one doesn't seem like it's going to be very safe for anybody.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, that was up to 500%.
That stock is jacked up right now.
I should have just gone long right off the open of that. We looked at that, it was at $33, and then it went to whatever it did there, 40-something on that.
Take one halt and you're good.
I know, that's what I was saying. Like, right out the beginning, I was like, oh, this thing's going to halt, and obviously it does do that. What I wanted to look at also was, I went right to Bitcoin, but I wanted to look at sort of at the broader market. It's now 10:14, so why don't we just have a quick look at all the sectors right now. These are the top S&P sectors with electronic technology on this side, of course, and you're going to notice that most of, and this is from TradingView, I believe we're trying to work on one for ourselves here, so we don't have to keep on looking back and forth. Maybe I need to remind Fabian. Well, one day Obi was like, oh, I'll build one of those, so I have to see if he's onto that as well. But there's Microsoft down 2.7, Netflix is down 6.3, so that's the big one here. The financials, though, doing okay, and I was looking yesterday at this name, Berkshire, potentially getting involved for myself, as it's been a lagger. If you consider that like an ETF, Berkshire hasn't been, really following the rest of them. So we'll take a look and talk about that maybe in a couple minutes. But JP Morgan kind of flat today. With retail strong, we did get good reports from Black Friday, Cyber Monday and whatnot, MasterCard, AXP, as well as wherever Visa is right here, all to the upside as well. So good moves there today in financials. Oh, I wanted to see Just quickly here, healthcare down, producer manufacturing again, some of these names down. I don't think we're worried too much about global recession or anything like that, but I know here in Canada the talk is getting a little spicy about potential recessionary moves by our Fed, which is just central bank. But
I think we're in one.
yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have to wait for. Hopefully Neil is wrong, but it doesn't really matter. What if you're in one? You're in one. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You're sort of swimming in it already.
It is.
Yeah, energy up today as well, so that could be signaling as well. Normally, when there is recessionary feels, energy can get to the downside, but here in Canada, we're not a huge story for all of that. And then retail HD. I mean. We should be. We don't have any refiners over here. HD 1.2%. Walmart upside as well. Where's my target? Oh yeah, almost. Nah, I was gonna say my target is now $100. I think about $98 target for Target right there, as the retail side of things getting a little bit better as well for everybody there. And we did see a good number from AEO today. Neil was all over that one early. Still $24. So actually, I'm surprised, man. Not that much movement, to be honest with you, with AEO today. Yes.
Couldn't break the high.
Yeah.
So it's basically bounced, and it's still in a bit of a range. I did get that silver here. This is AEO. All it did, it broke VWAP, which got me out the last time, but it's back above VWAP without really taking out this upper trend. So if it can do that, I might jump back into it. But I am now into silver after that trend break, looking for this to bust VWAP. I think if it can close over VWAP, I'll like it a little bit better. And one thing to note about silver, it's done this most days, where it just kind of trends down. And then if you can catch when it makes that curl, which it looks like it's doing now, then you can pretty much hold that for the rest of the day. We did have a super chat, so let's throw that one up there if we can. Microsoft may be an opportunity now. Josu. So appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, first of all.
You can have a look.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Held 475 multiple times, but look at VWAP. Maybe you just need to close over VWAP. Test VWAP, fail. Test VWAP, fail. So like instead of, I don't like guessing that you've made a bottom. Like either you're buying the support level or you're taking it when it's finally breaking out and making the curl. So the support was down here $2 ago, but it's looking much, much better. All the longs are starting to churn here, and not like silver has nothing to do with any of this, but if it dropped on the Microsoft story, then it counts for catching a bid here, whether it made sense or not. The thing I'm actually curious about too is some of those robotics things, whether they're gonna get going. But yeah, Microsoft looking much better, which does make a lot of the market longs look very good, as Intel's at the high of the day. RR is not through VWAP. I really liked this one today, but yeah, I don't know.
Heck yeah, Rich Tech was
I like Rich Tech the most, but once I saw this at the open, I'm like, yeah, let's let this one settle down.
I'm surprised I'm not in Tesla. You know, I really do focus primarily, and if you want to find the sticky note, you can go get it. I mean, we'll talk about all the stocks right now, obviously on the day, but it's Apple, it's Uber, it's Intel, it's Tesla. So we took Apple pulling back into VWAP there on strength, right? But we should have done the same thing with Tesla. Like this pullback right there. This is pretty much when we started to build our Apple position, but that pullback into I was bidding 433. That went to 430. I'm still bidding 433. I'm bidding 433.05. So I didn't even realize it came that close. Oh, now I'm even more mad. 433.42s we got down to there. The meaning, of course, life, as Neil says. But there, that was, all right. So now I wish I didn't look at it. But anyways, Tesla up 2.5%. And Neil just reminded me of it because he mentioned the robotics story. And I think that's one that continues to work for Elon and just another lever that can get pulled. And if you're going to get the U.S. government to support all of that, I did buy, averaged up into this. We were long this name so long ago, but it is right here, right now, and it is the ARKQ, which is a robotics name, of course. This is the Cathie Wood Robotics and Automation ETF. So I actually bought some today right off the open. So just to let everybody know, that's what I was doing. There, right off the open, ARKQ, I bought a little bit more. I like the stock. Adara, what you got?
Really quickly, before we get into small caps, I do want to mention lots of talk from U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick about chips. He says that they need to train 5 million Americans for these chip jobs. And he's also talking about X-Lite. Now, X-Lite, according to Howard Lutnick, is trying to augment chip manufacturing. Why are they significant? Because X-Lite is a startup that Pat Gelsinger, former CEO of Intel, has some involvement. Now, we know that Intel has gotten a U.S. government investment. Xlight, as of yesterday, reportedly also receiving money from the government. So keep an eye on INTC here, because that Xlight story could potentially be of interest. Let's talk about Capricorn, the first small cap of the day. This has been discussed ad nauseum, but I do want to provide some more context for the story. This is a 35% short float, not a particularly small market cap, around $1.5 billion market cap. It's in the Russell 2000, and they actually shared some positive results for the Duchenne muscular dystrophy treatment today. Virax also has a catalyst, and it's bouncing nicely here off of lows. This is a penny stock right now, around 65, almost 70 cents. They announced clinical progress and intention to report clinical data for one of their treatments here in 2026. They do have a 2.8 million share float and a $2.8 million market cap, 3.9 million share float. So pretty small float there for VRAX. And last, but certainly not least, KXIN. No news on this one, like $22 million market cap. So kind of mid-range there in terms of how the small cap goes. Could not find any small news on this, but it has rallied prior. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean for more trading action, guys, I found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally, but here is the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe through Trader TV. You get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So seriously, what am I missing? Scan that QR code for more info. Thank you very much to our good friends at BTCC, and thank you to Sean and Neil.
Right, you are welcome.
Thank you, Dara. Regardless of how that story might affect Intel, I jumped out when it failed the prior high, like right in there. In the same moment, remember I told you I'm watching NVIDIA pretty closely. NVIDIA got to the open range top, and it already turned and pulled back at the moment that I was able to kind of get that top wick. So looking for a VWAP retracement, and if we can hold VWAP throughout the day, then great, we'll continue to go long as it holds VWAP. But if we break that, I can jump away from this, understanding that, hey, we haven't really followed through all that much here with NVIDIA yet. Yeah, we're still above 180, which I think is going to be key for sure. Gerard, do you believe in an Intel turnaround story? Yeah, it's just multiple times. So you got to. This is happening. The stock is happening a little faster than I think the fundamentals are overall. But that doesn't really make a difference because we saw the anchored VWAP that was talked about yesterday from Brian Shannon, that long-time anchored VWAP that was holding the 19s, and then you had the buy from the U.S. government, the NVIDIA story, now the Apple story. So you're getting some serious acceleration. But remember, their build-out in Foundry was not profitable until like 2028. So landing customers is great, and catching up in AI is certainly a part of it. So I think the company is turning around. It's just the relative velocity in the stock price compared to the actual fundamental turnaround is a little bit out of sync, in my opinion. So I've trimmed on the way up, and if it gets to 50 again, I would be a seller of more shares at the $50 level. Because I still think you're a year or two out from this getting a little bit more fundamentally sound in terms of this breakout. And then we have another, breaking news. Sorry, I thought that was a super chat. What's this with regards to?
It's Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So I actually hit that.
Sooner than later.
Yeah, I saw the move going there, and I actually bought some there at 11, and it did go to the upside there. So we'll watch out for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I mean, they've been getting beat up on this move back down into $9 there now, trying to go back up to 11 and change right there. Fannie and Freddie, both trying to run. We have about 11.50 marker or so on that one. So yeah, there we go. So you never know what kind of stories are coming through. And there's another story there that Trump has really helped. I mean, these were $1. This was a dollar stock back in November when he was elected. So right there, $1.50, 15, 10x. Right, 15 was the high, so there you go, man. We'll see what can happen here with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac on a possible IPO. I don't know. That just means they're going to go away from the pink sheets. So maybe we could talk to Jeff about that when he comes on, I think, tomorrow or so. I think he's normally on Thursdays. If he's not too busy, the busiest guy around, he's probably skiing somewhere right now. But there goes Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So only up 3%. So if you like the story, there's a lot more here to go if that's the story that you perhaps like. But thanks, Adara, for posting that up, or whoever did there. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac right now starting to go. But all right, it's 10:25. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about.
Before we take care of it a little bit, is PayPal is tanking right now. So I've not seen the story. Adara is all over this, looking to see what is going on here with PayPal. I'm checking X. I don't. Was that? Shoot, he just said something in my ear. No, that's not PayPal. I just heard another story in my ear. So PayPal down 2 points and continuing to fall here. Adara?
One thing I found, apparently their CFO just said they're seeing weakness in consumer spending. That was 2 minutes ago on X. That's all I'm seeing. If I do get more info, I'll let you know. But again, PYPL reportedly seeing some consumer spending weakness. Back to you. Oh.
There you go. So that, thanks.
Dangerous.
That's what you're never trading blind, at least not for long. And you want to make sure, like, you don't want to just jump in there and, oh my goodness, look, it's at $61. Buy the even dollar, buy the dip. That would be a little bit crazy. So unfortunately, not looking too very good for PayPal, which has been true for a hot minute. Every time it bounces, it just cannot get past the next obvious level of resistance. Like, it'll bounce, it'll fail, it'll bounce, it'll fail underneath, it'll bounce, it'll fail underneath without pushing through, unfortunately. But you know what? For too long, everybody, trading is meant risking your own money or just simply not having enough to start out with. That's changing. And it's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how you can access the markets. The limited risk trading model allows you to use funded capital while Trade the Pool is going to take the downside. So now you can focus on what matters most: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit a profit target, you can keep 70% of your profits. So no fear of barriers, it's just a real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank you to Mitch for coming on. We had him on yesterday. And yeah, just the only trade I'm in is that silver trend break. Let me just, if I save this, then my trend line won't go anywhere. But we just closed above VWAP, so it's looking a little bit better for NAD. This bottoming tail candle was a little bit weird, and then you have a weird topping tail candle there. So I want to see something a little bit more concise. And then we're going to add to this one over VWAP to try to get back to the high of the day, at least. So pretty strong dip in this for reasons unknown on that Microsoft story. But I think we can get back over to the highs. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so PayPal might go on your radar, but I'm going to stay away from that one altogether. And then Intel, I'd mentioned, we got out when it failed that high, almost to VWAP. It's getting close, almost to the volume weighted average price where I would be looking for a reload on INTC. NASDAQ looking pretty good on the bounce. I think the longs are okay, just kind of buying the dips and making sure we take profits on the way up.
All right, guys, just still looking at Fannie Mae, it's pulling back a little bit. I thank everybody for all their feedback in the chat, and just keep it coming, man. I mean, we're trading here live. These are actual, equity here that we're trading. So we got to be very, very careful of some of the, positions we take and monitoring all of this. And like we said, man, Adara with all that news. Like, thank you so much for bringing all of that to us there. All right, so Intel falling back in just a little bit there. The story for me today, I mean, we were able to, and thank you so much to Conservative there in the chat. I saw your note there. It's special and it means a lot to me. But Uber right there, falling back in, man, and we had bought some more there at $86, or I'll double check. I think it was $84 on the way down. And I wasn't planning on getting anything out, but that's a pretty aggressive move. They have a deal there. The story is on our watch list today, and actually shout out to Adara, Sharif for building his note as well. The note today, and actually I'll just hear. You know what? I'm not tired. Why am I reading it instead of showing it? Guys, here's our watch list. If you're not signed up for it right now, then honestly, man, I don't know what you're doing. This is where I get everything every day. It's not even I am Lazy Trader 101. Like, come in here, read this, figure out. Like, I immediately saw AEO. Study up on it, understand what's going on for the show, know that it's a day one earnings play, so I pass. Same as Marvell, right? But I just go down here and I find a stock that I'm like, you know what? I like Uber. As a stock there, and I wanted to see what the news was on it, and there's the Nebius deal. So both stocks are trading higher in the pre-market. We talked about Avride there. We talked about this in the pre-market a little bit. Coming into Dallas, EV names, possible move into Robotaxi. So we're gonna find out. The rides will initially have a safety specialist on board, but then fully driverless expected to be rolled out later. So it's not just a Tesla story, there's other things happening with other names, and that really got this going. So even if even if, you know, you weren't looking at Uber, you saw that story and you just bought right off the open, this name went from, let's just say you got 89.50 or so. I mean, you could have got 89, you could have got 90. Let's call it in the middle, 89.50. That does move up there. Almost $2. Let's call it $1.50 anyways, up into 91. So again, you know, trade the stories, trade the news, and there it goes. Uber now falling back in as the market trying to give it on up. And you know, we just got. I didn't talk about it because I don't want to talk about the same positions over and over and over again here, but we're at 2 times our daily goal right now. It's 10:30. We've traded Fannie Mae and we've traded Apple. So we've made 2 trades. One was news-based, one was just our own sort of studying there, and there it goes. So I'm now not going to let Apple turn too much around. Take another piece out right now. We've already hit some of our goals. You can't get too greedy with these things. You know, it's hard enough. I mean, you can, whatever, I'm green today. We can figure out what everybody else is. It's hard enough to stay green sometimes, and I don't want this to all of a sudden come back in against me here as I'm getting feels now that the NASDAQ, we hovered around VWAP for a minute. The stories are red today, right? We did get a good robotics story, but I don't like that Microsoft talk, and that is starting to head a little bit lower here. So I'm going to piece out even more now. We'll offer, I don't know why we just offered 16s here on Apple, but I don't want this thing to break 287. Want is different than need. It doesn't matter if it breaks. Like we have about 10% left of this trade, so I'm still waiting for that 286.50 to come through, or 286.80. So if it does, it breaks lower, but do not be stubborn with your trades. Long story short, right? Take the profit when the profit is there, have your targets, make sure you get out when they get hit, and make sure you flatten your positions when it goes against you. So we'll still be up 2x, but we do give back about 5% or so on this move for Apple. But a good couple talk there. I'm glad we just discussed risk management, because as I was trading live with you, we just double touched out. So saving us whatever this move is back down to the downside. So there it is, man. We have a small little loss from the top today, but we do give back about 5% on that move. And I'm glad that we talked about it. You're welcome, Majid, and everybody else in there, man. I can't be here for a pretty face. Hopefully it's more for the trading side of things. All right, before we go to Adair, I just talked too much. Anything happening with you before we go back?
Nothing new. I'm actually contemplating whether I do want to reload that Intel, because I said if NVIDIA loses 180, I don't want to be chip long. NVIDIA is going to lose 180 again, it seems like. So if we're not bouncing there, there's no need to reload some of the long. Sorry, I was just looking at the locator. There's a stack opening up today. SPX. There's actually 2 stacks opening up. And then I'm still in that silver trade. I'm going to get on VWAP now. So this one broke trend. Waited for it to set up. I think yesterday was just a little bit too early in trying to buy the dip and a little bit overzealous. I actually allowed this to make a distinct bottom, kind of a double bottom yesterday. It's certainly a double bottom in here with a higher low. So jumped into that one when it broke trend to give myself an entry point, and then we can head back into the upside. If we get to the high, fantastic. Let's go to the desk. I believe Adaira's been waiting for us for a bit, patiently.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I mean, now I guess it's kind of a moot point, but I just wanted to clarify with PayPal, the story is what I saw on X. I'm seeing it circulate more heavily now. Basically, the CFO of the company told this UBS tech conference that they are still seeing the consumers trade down, the average order values are lower, and the Q4 branded checkout growth is running a couple points slower than what they were seeing in Q3. Now, this also kind of mirrors comments that we had from XYZ yesterday on Square. So interesting theme now, 2 days in a row, we have kind of negative comments from these fintech companies about how they're expecting Q4 to shape up. Back to you.
Okay, well, I had a dare in my ear, but there's just a headline here. Microsoft has responded to the information report, which apparently was wrong, did not lower sales quotas. This according to comments on CNBC. So attributing to this to CNBC, Microsoft responds to the information report, which apparently was wrong. They did not lower sales quotas, sorry. I mean, yeah, who knew? You trade based on the news that you're given, right? I think if we all knew that a couple of minutes ago, we'd have all been long. I was just telling you how NVIDIA was losing 180. It's right as it's pulling back into like seriously, that story comes out exactly when NVIDIA is pulling into key support and breaking it. Of course it did. Adaira? Of course.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Microsoft themselves did not say the story was wrong. That was kind of how certain people were putting it on X. What they actually said was that they have not lowered their sales targets, according to CNBC. So I just want to clarify the wording of that. The actual story here is that Microsoft has not lowered their sales targets as reported by CNBC. They're denying the report from the information, but they're not out and out saying that it's incorrect. I just want to clarify the wording on that. Again, they have not lowered those sales quotas or targets, according to them, and reported by CNBC. Back to you.
Okay, so good news. We're saved. But no, here's Apple. So I just want to quickly look at that. Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's going to look bad. But our stop was the same as many others, I guess, as there was some increased volume there, breaking through 287. We waited for 286.80. That was that little look right there. We gave it a little bit more. Well, actually, that look was really 290, 286.90. We gave it to 80, so it does push down that extra 10 cents. But the thing about it is, I'm completely cool with it. Like, when we're winning on this, our last 10% is completely fine to have that happen, and sometimes that is what's going to happen. So we did get stopped out there, potentially at the lows. So there we go. Bye-bye, Apple. But here it comes right back in again, right? So I'm not going to cry over that spilled milk. Good story there, and you can see what NVIDIA is doing, right? Right back up to that 50-period, the 200-period moving average on your 1-minute chart. More likely than not a short at those levels. So I'd rather not short NVIDIA. I'd rather short AMD right now, but that is broken back above. So we talked about like this back and forth story here with Microsoft and the sales and this and that. And, you know, and I was like, maybe, and I said that before, you know, maybe they're just incentivizing potentially their sales staff, which they may not need to do, obviously, if things are going gangbusters. So I do understand that that might be a problem. But, you know, switching sales targets, I don't know if they hired more sales guys and maybe, you know, them hitting targets are just harder because there's more members on their team. Like, I have no idea what that means, but the market did sort of shoot first and ask questions later. And then when the questions were asked, Microsoft came up with an answer that the market liked. So right now it's very dangerous, a little bit of a slippery slope for sure, to start looking at some of these names right this second. But we will do it, and I'm going to be back. I'm definitely not away from trading that right now. Marvell, though, does get back up to $100 right there. That's where VWAP is, day one trading. I said yesterday, this is the sort of the backbone, or I forget the term I use. I used that GPUs were kind of the brain and everything, and then this was sort of the parts. And Marvell, if there is a slowdown, going to get hit, but they're up 7.5%. Nice day there today for sure for good old Marvell. We like that stock a lot coming through. Another stock that I like that I don't know if Joe's hitting the bang, 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 bang right now, because IBIT was really cruising early, good spot, but now it's flat. So let's wait on IBIT again. Good bottom there at $52. I really like that $52 level there on IBIT. So we'll have to wait to see if that can make moves there. $52 on IBIT. Andre in my ear says we have a super chat. So I am ha 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 Jusu94. Mwahaha.
Awesome.
All right, man. Yeah, you did tell us about Microsoft. We love reading the chat. So I want to thank everybody for all of their ideas in there. And honestly, this is why you have to become a subscriber. Get into the chat. You know, because if Neil and I took every single person's advice on here, we'd get about 100 of those super chats a day, because there's always someone recommending something in here. You know, Mike Peter Ryder is the guy in the chat, so shout out to you as well. But there are lots of ideas that float around in here. So I just want to remind everybody that if you are interested in a name, definitely. I don't want this to sound like fishing for super chats, because it's not. It's just when there is one, it triggers, and then we can get it up for you. So like if there is a trade idea that you really would like us to focus on, or an idea, just even a small amount, and it doesn't do anything, trust me, like the amount, we just appreciate it. It just draws the attention to the super chat. So I do want to make sure that you guys understand that, and we want to thank everybody for their continued and your continued support of the show. The one name that like O'Leary doesn't like, and it doesn't matter what Kevin O'Leary likes. I mean, that guy, we talked about, he likes watches, but he had some really good points And of course it matters what he likes, it matters what all of us like, but at the end of the day, you're monitoring your own portfolios is what I'm getting at. So he didn't like China, and he talked about some of the risks there. This guy's been on Capitol Hill. He knows, I don't know, I think he has a little bit of a pulse there on Washington. He's talked about crypto, and I know he's been in front of the Senate for crypto and things like that as well. And no matter what you think of the guy, I get it, but some of the worries on Alibaba in China are legit. So I don't want to buy any more of Alibaba. I did buy some at 160. That was, we bought some 160s. We bought Boeing at 200, and we bought Uber down there as well. But Baba might have been the questionable buy out of all of those. They do have the risk associated with them. And today, when we have Jensen and CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA speaking on Capitol Hill, trying to promote his products, if those get sort of dripped into China, that does have an effect on Alibaba and how they flow moving forward. So a little bit of a dangerous call there with Alibaba. I understand that. But look what the call that we made when Neil, we both went and got some waters, but right there, it's NVIDIA off of that 200 period. We just said we could have shorted that. So that would have given you 50 cents. I think I would almost take that, pulling it right back there into support. So if someone took my advice on that, congratulations, it's 50, it's 60 cents there. I didn't do it. But it's pulling back where I think that, you know, if you're waiting for 181, fine, that's VWAP. But this is a good move back in right there. And then the other name that is on the radar today that I've already called new all-time highs next week, I called that yesterday on Tesla. So 480, I think it hits very, very soon. And we only got that robotics news today. So I love Tesla up here. Now, I said, like, what's going to happen if Tesla's up 5%? Then you're getting close to these levels again. So Tesla continues to work its magic back up to that 480. I think it's just imminent now that we get that, and then you can make your decisions there on Tesla. Tesla, the most under-owned, basically big cap stock in my portfolio is TSLA. Probably own like 25% of my Google or Apple, like value-wise, is in Tesla, which I think is right. I think Tesla's a little more volatile than those names.
Yeah, I would.
I'm fine with that, but
I'd make that argument too. But like,
we have one friend that's like 90% in Tesla.
Oh well, I've had conversations with him.
Yeah.
But Tesla for me it's only behind NVIDIA, Google, and Apple. I actually own more Tesla. One of the reasons why
I like Tesla.
I have recent buys in Amazon and Meta was just okay. Well, let's get more of those.
Yeah.
And a little bit, I'm not selling it. I wasn't really selling any Tesla either.
Maybe more Meta today. I don't
But I
know.
did have some conversations with that one friend. I was just like why? Like, I love Tesla too, but why would you be absolutely all in? I'm like, you gotta you buy some Qs. So, anyways,
He got into Marvell, so.
Well, because we asked about that too. It was at 440 or so. It was at 220. I'm like, I'm long. I bought back at the 220, but that was like a trade. They take some out at 440. Like, why would you not? It was a double up from the April lows. But before we go back, I thought I heard maybe Adara, but I did get out of silver near that high. So there's where, like, if I start the trend break there is a trend break. It actually offered VWAP because it's pretty tight to VWAP, so I allowed it to travel a bit, and then just got out in front of the high. It ends up being the top wick. It's just whatever. My offer was there. 53.3 is where it got to, and I was just sitting at 29. Shout out to Jesse Barfield. So I'm going to look for either VWAP retracement for another buy, or maybe something else will set up. Like maybe you get this, where like you get a close above the top end of this trend line. So just continuing to look at silver. Intel, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if Intel's going to get to VWAP either, but it's getting pretty close to it for another reload there. Let's go back to Adara.
It's time for Sector Watch. Let's take a look at this board. It's actually pretty green, guys. Finance really strong, health tech mostly strong. Consumer durables doing well, led to the upside, of course, by TSLA. Now, be aware, Trump is set to make an announcement at 2:30 p.m. Some people are reporting that we're expecting an announcement from the White House today related to fuel, so keep an eye on these names around then. I'm not sure yet if that is what the announcement's going to be, but this report do suggest maybe keep an eye on these cars around, these auto stocks around 2:30 p.m. Health services doing pretty well, mostly led here by UNH. Transportation strong. Uber, as mentioned earlier, to the upside with that Nebius story. Energy minerals to the upside. Let's talk about electronic tech. Because that one's relatively flat, but the tech services sector a bit more interesting. Google up about 1% here, Oracle up about 1%, getting a positive rating from Wells Fargo. But MSFT to the downside, trying to recover here after the information reported that the company's actually lowered its AI sales quota. Microsoft said they actually have not lowered that quota. So if I get more info, I'll keep you guys posted on that. Netflix also weak as traders assess a potential deal here with Warner Brothers. Make sure to like and subscribe. And back to Neil and Sean.
This is, I mean, remember when we got out of Apple and it went back to the upside like 40, 50 cents, and it was like, oh man, like that last 10%, you know? But what it does is it gets you a new look on life. And we didn't do anything since then, but it's just like, by getting out, then I'm already out and I'm not rethinking of like, okay, where's the next long in this name or whatever. I can end the trade and just be done with it, you know, instead of like maybe saying, oh, well, there's the move up and let's try 287 again, you know, because I might have done that. Like if I had held this and not got out and it went back up into this area, I would have thought, okay, you know, we were right about our hold spot. It didn't fill, and it ripped back up. So that I might have actually layered back into this off of those levels. So you never know what you're going to do as a trader, but if you stick with some kind of rules, and that's what we said when this happened, it was like, okay, I'm out of it. We can sort of, damn long lashes are a blessing and a curse at the same time. But this move back in here, good. We are now out of it right now. So AMD CEO, right now, just getting this chat, of course, Lisa Su, I'm not sure, I guess speaking at a conference right now, says commodities like memory have become tighter. I don't know if she was talking with my 13-year-old kid here or not, but there goes AMD, she's talking, so here goes AMD. And again, memory, you know, my memory is, I remember talking about RAM with Micron. And so if that commodity is becoming tighter, you know, it goes back to Neil's discussion about economics and supply and demand. So if supply is getting a little tighter and demand doesn't seem to be going anywhere, then maybe Micron does have more upside. So watch out for Micron today, right now, and we'll see what's going on there. And again, if there's a tighter or if there's a shortage in that, then that does potentially lower, I don't know, I'm just trying to think about other things here. It could lower sort of expectation of deliveries, because if you can't get the RAM, then maybe that stops you from putting these stacks together. And I don't know what that means for the broader market. Those of you that are smarter than I maybe do. But we're going to go to Adara for a quick little story here. Super chat. Super chat. Okay. What's up, Andre? Yes. You're right, Corey. I mean, we talked about this yesterday and even last week. But by when? I said next week. So mid-December, if you want my thoughts. Honestly, I think you're just one story away from, and you got a story today with the robotics. So tomorrow you'll get Tesla upgrades, I would imagine.
Robotics stocks just broke out too.
Yeah, and I like the story. And so again, it takes a couple upgrades. And look, for me to say that this is going to go there next week, obviously it's a very, very aggressive call to say Tesla's going to go up 10% in a week. All right, but I don't think it's impossible, and I'll stick my neck out and say that. I don't have a problem doing that, and that's just where I think it's going. And will I be a seller up there? No, I will not. I want to be Tesla for long term, and I just told you probably underweight on that name anyways. So that's my prediction for Tesla. Like, I know that we made some predictions, on Bitcoin or whatever. Everything's different. The market now is starting to get back up to the upside right now. So you are seeing Bitcoin start to go, and I just really like Tesla for that fact. And I got involved in this at 109. I think my fill was 109.26 this morning. Early, maybe even better than that. I just put a market on buy order basically off the open. So I think this is probably, you can probably figure out how many shares I got. There's not too many fills on ARKQ this morning. This is the ARC Robotic, and they own, and I looked this up on Gemini right here today, and this is why I said I didn't vet it, so I didn't, but I just did based on the available portfolio data as of now. Here are the top 10 holdings. So I did this in the pre-market before I went in there and bought ARKQ, and I actually put in a decent amount there. It's Tesla, it's Teradyne, it's Kratos, so another defense name. Your boy just got longer on Palantir this morning and didn't even know it. Well, I knew it after I read this, but there's Palantir. And remember, I read this before I bought it. There's Rocket. Like, I don't own any of these names. I don't own Trimble. I don't even know what it is. Deere, Archer, I don't own. I don't own Rocket Lab. I own a very, very small amount of AMD. We sold that at 256. AeroVironment, don't own that. Own a shit ton of Palantir and own not enough Tesla. So this got me into there, and really, really nice call, I'm hoping, on that robotics name. So there it is, man. We got some ARKQ in our account this morning. So hopefully that can continue to work. And look, not financial advice. We are not financial planners or registered or anything like that, but this is what I bought, and it's only up about 1% since I did it, so you can get involved here if you do like the name. All right, I was a little early on the call there for Miss A, but now we make up for it at 10:50 with Money Talks.
Let's take a look at this US dollar, which is really testing that support level around 99 that I mentioned yesterday. We tested it Monday. Today we're testing it yet again. Let's see how this US dollar fares, and let's talk about economic data. At 10 a.m., we got higher than expected ISM services PMI, 9:45 a.m., lower than expected S&P services PMI, so kind of an interesting conundrum there. But let's talk about some of these bigger numbers. 8:15 a.m., we get non-farm employment change. That's going to be a lot lower than expected, negative 32,000 versus positive 5,000 expected. U.S. import and export prices for the month of September, both 0% versus 0.1% expected. That's for both of those metrics. Now, as you might expect, suggestions that employment is a little bit weaker does end up benefiting these odds for a rate cut. That's right. Now, 89% of participants expecting that 25 basis point rate cut in December, only 11% expecting a hold. As we've talked about quite a lot, especially as of late, one of the biggest things that the market is watching out for and that Fed speakers have mentioned is employment weakness. As we continue to see more signs of a weakening labor market, the chances of that rate cut are just going to keep ticking higher. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I saw a lot of people were talking about iRobot. I said I like RR, but it needs to get above VWAP. It finally did. It only took till 10:45 for it to break the volume weighted average price, and now bouncing. So I scalped some out because opening range support, well, from the point of the story that hit at about 8 o'clock, support was at 380 or so. So as long as it holds under, or 385, I should say. As long as it held above beneath there, it's a scalp from 75 to 85, a breakout looking for 90s, and then 4 evens on RR as iRobot also, like all the robotics names starting to go. That just topped out at $3 and starting to pull back. So it feels like the story that got forgotten because it seemed like maybe that was going to be the thing that drove a lot of the action today that wasn't earnings based, was going to be that robotics headline. And unfortunately, there was that Microsoft, what we're calling, because now the reversal, because they're saying they didn't lower their quotas, right? So Microsoft actually pulling back here off of that story. Like to see where it can form a base. If this was the cause of the turnaround, or at least some of this turnaround, then you want to see where it bases out. For now, it's trying 481, but you can wait till VWAP or maybe the 480 just to be a little bit more patient. It's almost 11 o'clock at this point, so you don't need to rush into anything. Someone asked me about silver. Well, the thing about VWAP is it's a line in a chart. Doesn't have to be where the stock bounces. Yeah, this just did a weird turn here on silver and lost VWAP altogether. So I'll wait for it to set something up a little bit more clean if I'm going to get back into that long trade. Just waited for a trend break and got in when we got it. And I see Eric Bach still asking about Caper.
Yeah, what has that been doing lately?
All right, so it's caught a bid. There you go. And it's not halting every 2 minutes either. So that's usually a positive when it stops. It stops the nonsensical halting and opening back up for a minute or two and then halting again. So it shows you there's at least some semblance of normality. Bouncing about $5 here. I'd watch out for it. Forget about VWAP, even though it is VWAP. But on that halt down where it gapped like $5 or $6, it resisted 29 to 30. So one would think that that could be a big spot. It also happens to be the volume weighted average price. Now, I'm not touching this stock. The volume's way better now at 24 million. Just an incredibly dangerous name to be involved in, unless it's your cup of tea. Like if you're all about these old stocks, then this is the perfect stock for you. As we go to Adara, we have breaking news on, is it Ford?
Keep an eye here on F. CEO of the company, Jim Farley, saying that he's going to be meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump and U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy today. So again, Ford here pushing higher on that commentary from Jim Farley. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, meeting with
Small
Trump
move.
is, yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll figure that all out. I mean, we saw the number yesterday that Ford is just getting crushed in the EV space, like crushed. So I don't know what exactly they are, bless you, that they're going to be doing. We talked about iRobot. I mean, I saw in the chat, what's up to Jeff or whoever that was there in the chat. I responded to you there. It was just like, we called this up right when this happened and in the pre-market, and it was at $2, like right when we went on air. It was at 205. And I remember we talked about iRobot, and I was like, yeah, you know, like this was a failed buyout by Amazon, was never allowed. The stock's been getting crushed. There's a very, very good short float on IRBT. So yeah, it's continuing going a little bit higher here. Needless to say, iRobot, but I did IRBT. Let's just check out, excuse me, what the short float is. I thought it was in the 40s. Like I thought it was ridiculous. Yeah, wow. Don't tell my wife, but sometimes my memory is pretty good. 45% short rate there. So, okay. Yeah, should have just punched long and held that. You know, we did it yesterday with VCIG and it came all the way back in, but today is like a real story. It's not company specific at all. This is industry specific. So there goes the robot names today. Neil talked about Rich Tech,
There's others too. Like, we keep forgetting some
Robotics, but we're not going to forget about. I didn't even call it up yet, man. Maybe I hit this a little bit too early. All right, let me get the menu up for you guys right away. All right, here it is. Yeah, this morning's lunch was peanut butter and bread.
Right. It's just not a breakfast, man. Like you don't. It's also.
It was more about the 7 fails, but
you
know, it was okay. Yeah, it's okay. Was Sharif impressed with that or not? We don't know, but no, I agree. I even actually talked with some of the TSRs back there, and they were like, "What the hell?"
It's like a brick when it gets here too. Like it's all. Like,
well, yeah, it's a thing. Like if you're like, I think the bread is toasted, so it gets hard. Like it's not like it's fresh bread.
It doesn't transport well.
Anyways,
it doesn't matter.
All right, whatever, man. Beggars shouldn't be choosers. All right, so we had Monday's flag was Japanese, and then yesterday's flag was Russian with the beef stroganoff, and today's flag is Thai. That's always good. We love some Thai food around here, and they actually do it pretty good. Today is, I don't think we've had this in a while, Thai chicken curry. That's good, man. I don't remember last time we had that with stir-fried veg, jasmine rice, and mixed greens. Thai chicken curry. So that should be pretty good. We had sort of a homemade soup, tomato bisque last night, which was good. So we had some of that. And oh, my wife from Longo's, she was, because we were, as I said, man, I didn't even see her till 9 o'clock or 8:45 last night. And we ate late. Like, that's when we ate. When we got home from, because we got home from swimming. My kid had 7:30 to 8:30, and my daughter had hockey from 5 to 6, and volleyball from 6 to 8. So we like to eat together. So it's a small, quick little dinner. And then she got a pizza that was a burrata pizza there from Longo's, so just one that you shoved in the oven. So that was really good. But Thai chicken curry, I think, will be pretty good there today. So that's what's for lunch and should be a good one with only 2 minutes to go.
Your dinner beat ours yesterday. We went stupid simple because it was yesterday was Tuesday.
Pizza
it was
and
guides.
super simple.
It was guides yesterday, which we don't have a lot of time for a turnaround. We literally had hot dog. This was a staple for me in university, by the way. It was maple baked beans, hot dogs into like these octopuses my wife does. And literally, like we had some fresh bread from the week.
Yeah, the spider
that we rocked out. The spider. She calls it the octopus.
Yeah,
I don't do that when I make it. I'm not that fancy, but that's how we roll. Sometimes there's just not enough time. We're like,
I find like hot dogs, I can't really. I like them. It's just I like upsets my stomach.
I will 100% prefer sausage to hot dog 10 times out of 10. My daughter, however, is not on that train.
Oh no, the kids.
Like she doesn't like a proper
are
Italian sausage.
Better.
She likes the hot dog, and I'm like, whatever. We end up doing whatever she wants. You said Marvell's tanking. The only thing I'm looking at right now is can we hold VWAP for reload on RR? But we didn't talk enough about the earnings names. With apologies to that. Like obviously you don't know where the morning is going to take you. So to say that we didn't expect the Microsoft story, that we didn't know the Robotics story was going to hit, that's just truth, right? Like nobody knew that. Marvell's filling a little bit of the gap in, as we can see here. Is it at yesterday's? Nope. So 94 would be yesterday's highs. That would be filling in the gap. getting all the way to 94. So it's filled in a decent portion of the gap. And then the earnings name that we really, really didn't talk about, CrowdStrike, V-shaped recovery, because that's what they do. I guess we'll talk. I guess it's the valuation every single time as to why you can have a pretty clean report on pretty much every cybersecurity name, and then they end up going down because it's a very expensive. But it's always been an expensive space in the PE basis, and that hasn't mattered for a very long time. Usually, you just buy the dip on earnings. It didn't dip enough. I will be canceling. I remember I said I need to even this one out with Palo Alto. The plan of action was to dip buy after earnings, but stink bidding at the 200 period moving average is not going to have got me filled today. So I give it the old 2 or 3 day rule, and if I have to even things up by buying 500 instead, then that's what I'll do. Probably should never have trimmed this one anyways. And the irony being, if I buy back at 500, this is kind of where I trimmed in July anyways.
So Marvell, yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to get some more Palo Alto and maybe buy some more cybersecurity names. Marvell right now, it's 11 o'clock, we're going to get out of here. Marvell dropping off 100 real easy there. I don't know, like that VWAP, and again, whenever there's a gap play to VWAP, I mean, boom, shout out to Brian Shannon there. All right, good show today. Thanks, Adara, Brendo, Raheem from OCI. We want to thank him for stepping through as well. Sharif on the morning time. Joe for his amazing upgrades, downgrades, and call actions. We want to thank Joe for that. I bet you it's going to be some talk about AEO coming up very, very soon. We want to thank Adara for dropping the news again today, and always a good show with Neil over here. So we're going to get out of here, man. We're going to go, Sharif, man, we're going to push some weights today. So we're getting ready to do that. And the next time you see me, I'll be even more bald than I am, because I'm going to try to go get a haircut.
Oh, you got called out this morning. We didn't mention this.
Yeah, Rains. And I looked. So it's been I don't know how often people get haircuts, but it's been 5 weeks. So I looked because I pay with my tap. So I looked the last time I was at the barber there. So I got to go see him. There it has been 5 weeks. It was October 25th or whatever.
That's not that long. A month.
Yeah, we're friends. Like me and Randy go to this guy. He's been a good friend of ours. And the guy that owned the place was 86 or 87. And he passed away, and Randy and I went earlier this year. We went to his wake and everything like that. So, the barbershop is kind of special to us in that form. So the guy texts us all the time, see how we're doing. So I'm going to go say what's up to him. But hey, without any further ado, it's 11:02. Thanks for watching. We're back at 2. They're on right now. So ciao till then.
They're on the caper.
Bambino.
Ooh, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And where are my people at in the chat? Let's say hello to everybody. Joseph, despite the fact that I'm still displeased with Google's changing of the names. We got MF Dangerous. We got Rainbow 6 Dash, and shout out to Hangry Wife. You check your DMs, Hangry Wife. You got my watch list, so I sent that to you this morning. Shout out to you, Yannick. We got Abid Burrow, Farm Trader, Andrew Chow, New Loon, Frank Trades 99, and shout out to Kirk D. Conservative Movement, oh boy. Oh, yeah. Dark Skin, we got Juan Padilla, we got Penn Style Coaching, shout out to Dumbo Thing Films, and Aura Alpha, Rex Banner in the house, as well as Blue Arrow, OG Wisdom. We got Papacito, we got Bustin', Rubber Side Down Cycles. What is going on? Corey Ewing. What out Ronian, Yummy Thai Foods, Todd, shout out to you. We got Fenno, we got Elvin, Alan, we got Bearded Warriors Trades, Ice Conductor, Kirk D. I know I glitched a little bit, Assassino, but it's the names. You can't blame me for that, man. Who else we got? We got Mr. Tendies. Okay. We got Johnny Bravo and Kenya Flowers. Love that. Capstone joining us as well as last one here, Joey. Mansfield Micro Green 542. Good morning to you. And good morning to you, my man.
Good morning, yeah, good morning. And I love you too, at Torino Nace, whatever that means. I pronounced that wrong. But hey, aside from that, guys, let's get this party started. Or as the Buffer, did you know that they were brothers?
What?
Bruce Buffer and
Michael Buffer?
Yeah, and they didn't know for years.
They don't look alike.
No, they don't look alike.
I found out like about 10 years ago.
Yeah. And they didn't find out until not too long ago
They
either.
knew for a little minute.
But they were grown men by the time that I'm pretty sure.
So hold on, they didn't actually know that they
No,
were
and they're
brothers?
both working in the exact same thing, right? We talk about for all our conspiracy theorists out there living in a simulation.
Who you like better? I know you're going to say the MMA guy because that's your inclination.
Well, I mean, let's get
boxing.
Yeah, obviously, let's get ready to rumble is iconic, right? He trademarked that, didn't he?
Bro,
So
and he was on WCW all the time.
You know how much he's
remember?
worth?
Nitro.
Like a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
All
surprised, Joey.
Speaking of, hold on.
Show him what you got
Speaking of
going on there, man.
money.
Over there, man.
All right, guys, let's see what we were trading today. 2 trades on the session. One's going to be this NVDA short to the downside, running right into the volume weighted average price, and then we get stopped out. That's all right. We get no worry. We had literally 5% left right there. We don't cry home about that one at all now, do we, Shreve? But
No, absolutely not.
one trade of the day is going to be the IBIT breakout. Yeah, Joe always trades it. Joe always trades. Yeah, I do. And sure enough, we traded just like this.
Trade it again.
Yeah, I'm going to trade it again. I'm going to trade it again. It's here, and it ain't going anywhere. So there it is, guys. Bitcoin up 1 1/3%, and a nice move. I went full size right here. I did get stopped out the remaining 20%. I was messaging Katina Man, and then sure enough, boom, all the way to the top side. But let's avoid all of what the trade looks like and just kind of get down to the nitty-gritty and kind of the mechanics of the trade. I was risking only 10 cents on this. I messaged in the chat earlier this morning the fact like, hey, I love seeing a dip in the pre-market as aggressive as we've seen. Why? Because the chances of a little pop out of the open are a little bit higher. So we're going to break this down. 52.50 was my entry, and I was literally only giving this 10 cents of risk. Before I even took any size off, I waited until I hit it 2-to-1. Boom, from 50 all the way up to 70s, and then that's when I take 20% off. The remaining is 10, 10, 15, 10, 10, 10, 15, 10. But, and so on. Sure enough, leaving me with 20% remaining right down to the lows, and I get stopped out break even. So Bitcoin executing relatively well, guys.
All right, guys, let's cut the crap. There's one big boy mover in the world of small cap gappers. It goes by the ticker IRBT. And your boys involved. We're long 309s. Here's 320. I'm posted up at 23. Shout out to the boy Jordan. I thought I was logged in. You know what I did, Joey? I put the headpiece on.
But you never
I logged
tapped
into Unity, Joey. But I
you
just
never
failed to
plugged in.
actually,
Plug
plug
it
it in. You know, it might
Plug
need
it
that.
in.
Assassino, I know I disappoint you
Pick 'em
daily.
But you don't even want to know what he
brother.
said to me in my ear.
Say it again, Joey.
You don't even want to know. I'll tell you
they're
what he
talking
said to me.
smack about me
Yeah,
right
he was like,
there.
you know what?
Yeah.
I'm so sick of having to tell
He's sick
Shreve,
of me.
every day to either plug into Unity or turn it. It was worse.
It was worse.
Oh,
It was worse. Oh no. You know what's not worse, Joey? Into 327 we go, Joseph Options. IRBT is on the rampage to the high side now. I do have orders to defend 3. There's a seller at 3 1/4. We can't shake him. But I don't even want it. I don't want this to rocket up. I don't have full size yet. I was under the impression, we do it a little dilly-dallying here into $3, a little above 3, a little bit below 3. Doesn't look like that's the case at the moment. But that 25 sellers putting a damper on everybody's long party right now on IRBT. Anyway, here are the technical levels. I perceive the breakout level to be 290, despite the fact that, of course, $3 is that psychological resistance. Now let's see if it's support. I also like the 290 area. In addition to the price action breakout, that's where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is. And I love to trade off that level. So I want to build a position. I don't want, this thing to rocket. I don't have the full position. So deal is we're going to defend 3. We're going to defend 290. And then I'm going to decide if I want to DCA into VWAP, which is at 280. Currently, it's a little bit below 280 at the moment, okay? So that's my thinking right now on IRBT. It's up 61%. It's got a hell of a chart pattern under its wings right now. Higher highs, higher lows. We just printed that intraday high at 27s. So that's going to take the majority of my focus. Shout out to my man Corey Ewing, Sharif. Well, first of all, he dropped 5 in the chat, so we're going to shout him out. Sharif, keep an eye on VRAX. It's about 2K. Well, let me just pull this up because not letting me read the whole thing. There we go. It's about 2,000 shares at 60 pennies. Also, Archer is a small cap to you. I don't know. Look, these Archer and Joby, I don't want to call them small caps because they're on the way to becoming real companies. Who knows if these guys end up being the winner? There could be others, obviously, but yeah, it's a $5.2 billion company, so I wouldn't call it a small cap gapper, but let me take a quick gander here at VRAX. Let me just pull in the side chart so everybody else can take said gander with us. VRAX, he's saying, Joey? Here we go. Okay, so it's a sub $1 name. Let's flip to the 5 and let's add it on to the side over here so that we can get current updates on it. Okay, so right away, it doesn't meet my requirements, okay? And I hate to sound so glib about it, but there are 2 failures of said requirements. The pre-market high hasn't been reached. In fact, that pre-market high that we popped into at 825 is $1 on the dot. And secondly, it is trading below the volume weighted average price. That to me, in my language, means that the sellers are in control as opposed to the buyers. So I'm a long only small cap trader. That doesn't work out for me. So it's gonna have to do 2 things. First and foremost, get back above 76 pennies where VWAP is. And then it's gonna have to dilly-dally its way up to $1. If it doesn't dilly-dally, that's fine. It can rocket up there as well. But $1 has to be retaken, and that volume weighted average price has to be retaken. But this is not a bad looking chart pattern here. It's just, you know, there was no bullseye continuation. And so that displeases me greatly in terms of, you know, a trend trader. So you get that big boy up, big boy move up, 755, 8. You get that consolidation. It looks like it's going to be a bull pennant. You get higher lows, but you also get lower highs. And then the textbook says you should resolve in direction of the trend. Well, you didn't this time. In fact, it was quite the opposite. You got the break through the lower lows, and then all hell broke loose all the way down to 60 pennies. So VRAX doesn't work out for me at the moment, but if it gets back above the levels that I just articulated there, let me know, tag me, and then we'll jump right back into it. Joey, IRBT, not putting in any lower lows at the moment. So the current candle, the one that opened up at 1110, has a higher low than the candle that closed at 1105. So we haven't gotten anything over here. So I'm going to have to, you know, rethink my strategy. If this current candle breaches the high of day, I'm going to have to add. Because, you know, well, it's not going to give me the opportunity to add into 3. So keeping an eye on RBT.
Good stuff there, brother. All right, so let's just kind of break down why we decided to take a short on one of the stronger names here in the market, and that's going to be NVDA. Maybe not on today's session, but we know who is the boss around town right now. Sure enough, we have that inverted hammer candle right above some of these highs, and as soon as it broke that low of that, so I guess the open of this candle around 181.40s, I take that short, and now you're starting to breach the volume weighted average price. And we talk about necklines all the time, right? So we've seen it in the likes of Apple as well too. So watch out for this level to be broken, and then I think you can head to that next stage, which is going to be around $179. Now, as for Apple, same thing. Honestly, I'm just at the stage in my trading ventures. Just the fact is, if you don't really love it, don't take it. Obviously, as the Captain Obvious there. No, but in all seriousness, Sharif, what I'm just avoiding is, regardless of the setup, and I know certain times require certain systems and everything along those lines, but at the end of the day, I'm going to avoid the strongest names to the short side. I would rather just go with the flow and just reserve that mental capital. Yes, we're breaking necklines here in AAPL, and there was a nice short. I mean, do we take this failed bull flag? Because that's essentially what this is right here, right? You have that strong 5-minute opening drive. You consolidate. You're forming that wedge style with that flat bottom, a key support level. But one thing that was starting to form here was those consistent lower highs, and the volume wasn't picking up how I wanted to see it. So once that support level broke, you can see that you have one test of it, and then it's straight to the downside. But just for me personally, I'm like, all right, the session has been pretty good so far. I don't want to take something where I'm going to be mad at myself at the end of the day, like, oh, why did I take that? Why am I shorting Apple? Why am I shorting Microsoft? Why am I shorting NVDA? Some of the names that have been on some monster runs as of late, and I avoided that at all costs, and I'm happy. Yes, the thesis did work out, but aside from that, it's just like, hey, man, I'm calm and cool, collected. I'm waiting. I'm just looking for next potential setups. And then when I found out that, or when I seen on the chart on NVDA an inverted hammer candle, yes, it was a little bit more difficult to short one of the strongest chip names, but it was a higher probability setup, and I was happy to take that one. So at the end of the day, guys, take your setups, but also don't go against what you truly feel. When you have those gut feelings, I don't know if you ever get this, Sharif, some days you just have that gut feeling like, hey, I'm ready to rock and roll in the morning, and then other days you're like, you know what, I'm not really feeling it today. And just listen to those instincts, because the chances are that you're right, and you don't want to be extremely frustrated with yourself at the end of the day, brother.
All right, guys, IRBT, another high of day. So we take the 32s there. It's a 34 high of day. We got 09s on. We still haven't gotten any more, man. I made a mistake. I should have been adding there, but alas, that is my problem. This has always been the challenge for me to add into a winner because you don't really know if it's going to hold up or not. So we're going to keep an eye out here. What I'm looking for specifically is the holding of the previous candle low. If we don't get the holding of the previous candle low, then I start looking for that 3 DCA, that 290 DCA that we spoke about. But we're going to keep an eye here. The strength is coming right back close to the highs. We're back into 28s. I think I'm going to put something maybe in the mid to high teens to capture maybe a quick wick down. And then a move back up. We'll see. So I put something there in the high teens. Let's see if we get it. But there's somebody who said keep your eye on KITT. KITT they were speaking about. Let's take a gander at that one. It was a sub $1 stock, but it was on the way to breaching said dollar. And here is the 5-minute on KITT, trading at 92 pennies now. It did spike in, I believe, to 104 high a day. It is currently holding prior bar low, and in fact has been holding that said pattern since 1030. Take a gander right there at that candle of indecision, that doji candle that printed at 1030 on the 5-minute chart. It is a series of higher lows since that doji candle, which ironically enough defended that 72.5 penny closing print that we had last night. In any event, it is a different trade north and south of $1, so I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I like the fact that it's holding the higher low pattern. I don't like the fact that it's awfully close to the dollar because sometimes, you know, that's the end of the story for these ones, right? They get into that dollar and they can't breach it. The shorts have notice of it and they start taking it right back down. Now, the reason I say I want to trade things north of $1 as opposed to the ones that are south, and that's not a hard rule like my VWAP rule and my pre-market high rule. The reason I say that, though, is because a couple of reasons. One, some algos won't trade these things until they get above $1. So sometimes you don't really get, you know, that strong up buy movement from the big playing algos until you breach that dollar. Secondly, it feels always to me that like it is a really thick trade south of that dollar, as you obviously have 4 decimal places and many different areas that you can post sell orders at. So keeping an eye on that. Now, it looks like here, like we may be breaching, I should say, that higher low pattern. So the prior bar low is 89 pennies, current bar low, 89. Okay, so we're basically the same. So we still haven't breached prior bar low, but this one certainly has a lower high. I think I'm going to have to be very careful with KITT, but we're certainly going to keep an eye out on it. Keeping an eye, though, on IRBT. Is it still hanging out in the high 20s? I still haven't gotten any of DCAs and my DCA orders. I've got them posted here in the high teens. None of them have printed. Seller at 31, high day 34, Joey. Keeping my eye out on that. I appreciate Angel Oray Fed. Whoa, that's a whole lot of words there, Joey. Yeah, in any event, shout out to you. I appreciate you. There is another high of day. It is going, guys, $3.37 now. That's the HOD. Let's keep an eye out on this one, Joe.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Yeah, MF dangerous. We've only taken 2 trades today. That's going to be the NVDA short and the IBIT long. Aside from that, guys, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here this morning. We're going to kick it off with the energy sector. You see how I put a little energy into that there? Yeah, 1.5% there. Financials, a little money sign right there on that one, sitting in that second place, up 0.8%. Consumer discretionary, guys, we got 3/4 on that front. As for the real estate, XLRE, just taking a little bump, taking a move ahead. So there it is. We're gonna put the utilities in that third last spot, communications services sitting in that second last, and then the tech sector down 0.25%. Also, as for earnings, it's a nice, we'll call it a B-lister lineup tonight, Sharif. With Wednesday after the close, we have Salesforce.
Jeez.
Ooh. Snowflake. C3AI, UiPath, 5 below.
You've been waiting for a hot minute to pick up some Salesforce. I know you've been keeping your eye on that for a while.
I've been keeping, I have a, was it Benioff there? Yeah. I have the utmost faith in him, but I like him. At the end of the day, the market doesn't like the stock, man. Nope. This thing has been hot garbage, especially in this AI boom.
Absolutely.
When you would think, I remember when I went to Dallas, there was a big, massive Salesforce building right there. So yeah, I mean,
Is that where they're at?
I don't know. I don't know if that's their home office, but there was a big one. So I mean, like, look at guys. You have stocks reaching all-time highs, up double-digit percentage, and you're still off of this previous pivot high. You're still down 38, 39%, and it's participated. It hasn't done anything in this whole AI boom, which is completely unfortunate. But at the end of the day, maybe we can start to break some trend lines. We'll draw some right here to see what we got going on. Until then, I mean, you want to avoid this. You don't want to try to like say, oh yeah, I bought it now, I think it's going to climb higher. No. You just want to go with the flow. And if a stock's working, then do that. And if it's not, avoid it at all costs. So until we get a nice trend line break and some positive catalysts, we always know that Salesforce is kind of, it's very lenient with its kind of, its earnings report, essentially. So they don't guide very aggressively whatsoever. And maybe that will be a change. But again, if he's done it time and time, I don't expect anything different. So
you're going to have to keep your ear like solidly listening to what he says about Agent Force.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's putting everything into that. And you know what, Joey? It's not taking off.
No, it's not. If you listen to his last earnings call, and he was on CNBC as well not too long ago, he's saying, yeah, there's a lot of adoption with the Agent Force, but it's saying it's not too bad. I don't know what's going on with the stock. Man? Yeah, so there's something more going on behind the scenes. Other than that, the reports aren't horrible either. He's just always really light on the guidance, and that tends to hurt. There's no Oracle guidance there where you're going to guide X amount of years in the future and then the stock going to tank. But aside from that, guys, let's get right back into these markets. Super chat.
The super.
Okay, on the rail TV, $5. Do you think NVDA moves up when Jensen speaks later today? There's probably going to be some volatility within the stock and even the overall market. So if you get aggressive moves in NVDA, you're going to see it in the market as well.
If he can convince those Senate Republicans that they should be a little bit more lenient when it comes to exporting to China, this thing's going to monster boom.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't think that is going to be the case. I think their position, well, who knows? Who knows what it's going to be, Joey? But he's going to make the case, let's get them using our hardware rather than allowing the Chinese to fill said vacuum and get everybody hooked on their cheaper, and you know it's going to be cheaper, hardware, right?
Absolutely.
And then all the developing countries who don't want to pay through the nose, some of these NVIDIA margins are going to start buying some of these Chinese chips, and that's not going to be good for AI dominance in the West.
I think the...
Joey, IRBT's ripping faces, but I just want to mention,
I think it's inevitable that you're going to get the cheaper chips out of China regardless of what happens, right? You're going to ship them over, and they're going to just find a way. Like, we've seen it across the board on essentially everything, so I'm not going to change my bias on the fact that, you're going to get cheaper chips.
Fair enough. Just before we go to Adara, Joey, IRBT, $3.49. It's about to take out the $0.50. I've got my order on the north side of 50. That's the only way I get the print. But your boy doesn't have any more shares after we get this print over here, so we're going to have to figure out some way to get more in. IRBT is a rocket ship right now. It's on its way to 80%. What do you got, Adara? Just let me know when we want to go back. Adara's muted. Joey, IRBT, man, it's a 349 high at the moment. We're still waiting for that breach. I'm going to have to pack the patience here. We've done over 100 million shares right now, so I think we got everything fixed with Adara's mic.
Sorry about that, guys. Let's take a look at TOST. Toast, nice push to the upside. They are one of many companies that has been at the UBS Tech Conference. Apparently, their presentation well received. They are expecting their SMB net location adds in 2026 to be similar to how they've been over the last 2 years. They're not guiding growth, but either way, market doesn't seem to mind too much. Nice push up here for Toast. Back to you.
Hey, Joey, before I send it to you, I just want to mention that there's another small cap gapper that I have on the side chart here that wasn't doing anything. Anyway, 350 on IRBT as I see it here on the black charts, but I'm keeping an eye on QTTP. I believe this one was on the watch list yesterday, and Neil was calling it out as well in the pre. Look, it's not the best looking name. Yeah, this one was moving big boy in the pre yesterday, and then it gave up the entire ghost, basically the whole day. Finding a little bit of a balance. The reason I'm even mentioning it, because it reclaimed the volume weighted average price. It's got a 396 high a day, so essentially resistance at 4. I'm going to be keeping my eye out on this one, as there's really nothing much going on other than KITT and IRBT, and we can't put all our eggs in one basket here, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now I have to look at this IRBT.
It's rocketing up, man.
IRBT and see what we. Yeah. Oh,
Well,
wow.
Your friend Donald today, man.
Yeah,
He's
man.
talking about robotics, and
There we
everybody's
go.
getting
Yeah,
excited.
I mean, but Rich
it,
Tech
Donald.
isn't even doing anything either, though. Like, do something, my
Rich
friend.
boy selling tech.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end of the day, guys, a lot of choppy price action. For me, it's not the best. So considering I'm a breakout trader, I want to look for breaks of support and resistance zones, and I don't think we're going to get that just yet. You can see that Ethereum ETHA here, the ETF, continuously moving sideways, chopping up above volume weighted average price, et cetera, et cetera. And then you can see just a nice channel, but the overlapping candles is what really gets me. I want to see some nice, steady, clean price action where your open is significant, or not significantly, a little bit higher than the close, et cetera, and then you continuously move on. So keep an eye out on that. As for the volume, guys, we'll take a look at some of the top volume names here this morning and see what we got going on. Not surprised if Rich Tech is going to be up there and some of the other names, but I'm not seeing any of that as of yet. So 65.4 million shares traded on NVDA. TSLL sitting in that second place. We know that the volume was, TSLL. The volume was relatively quiet yesterday. And an American Eagle sitting around that $24. Watch out, this name might start to break out. But as for these Bitcoin miners, here's Mara doing the exact same thing, up to $12. I swear this thing was $8 just the other day. Yeah, around $9 or so, but a nice bounce. One thing that I want to point out is keep an eye out on this, MSTR. I think there's going to be a good opportunity for a bounce. It's the exact same thing in which we experienced here in Bitcoin.
Where's the coin at?
I probably like 91 or 92.
92 too, Joey?
92 too.
Okay,
So yeah,
okay.
there you go. So there you go. So not too bad whatsoever. Nice. This is stopping volume. So I think that the downward momentum in MSTR is definitely cooled off for now. If you break that 160 level, watch out, because there's going to be probably that continued momentum. Why? Because you have that stopping volume print being decimated, and sure enough, you have the people starting to cover their long positions rapidly, and that can accelerate the price action. Rapido.
Guys, chat, if there are any Mandarin speakers, I need help. I've been asking people on the floor here, and I'm not getting a satisfactory answer.
Ooh.
So there's two ways to say beautiful, from my understanding, in Mandarin. There's how can, when you refer to objects, and then there's piaoliang. How do I know what context to use which word in? Is it just when you're referring to people or places that you use piaoliang, or and only use how can when you're talking about, you know, an object or whatever? Tag me, please, in the chat. I need answers. ChatGPT sucks. It doesn't give me a specific answer. The people on the floor here, they're not helping me either. Oh, one is good looking and one is pretty. Shout out to my man Young Lee, 6'9". Oh, he's got 6'9" in his name. There we go. That's what I like there. So what okay, so how can is good looking and piaoliang is pretty. Okay, I thought piaoliang was beautiful. Thank you for that. All right, who else, man? Yeah, help me out, guys. Help me out, please. How is good. I know that I knew, but I just actually want to know the context in which I'm supposed to use that, because the context here is hard. Homeless guy, 1, 2, 3. How can is good looking, piaoliang is beautiful. That is exactly what I thought, right? Okay. But there's no restrictions on like the context, like objects or anything like that. It's just a matter of one means one thing and one means another, but I can use them interchangeably. Let me know, guys. All right. Yeah, shout out to Airy Pages. It's been a minute, man. It's been almost a year and a half. We've been smashing Mandarin. Man, can I tell you, I'm a little bit, Duolingo's starting to get in my good graces a little bit. Joey might have to punch into that. Yeah, it's picking up a little bit. So here's what they did. Remember how I told you they would change up the course on you? They wouldn't even let you know, and then you go back to lessons that you already finished, and they were different. Now what they're doing is when they're changing the lessons, they're doing it on a personalized basis, not an entire thing. Okay. So for example, if they added words on chapters or lessons you already completed, they just move it forward to a future lesson. So sometimes you'll find a future lesson with like way more new words than the previous one. That's because they moved up a lot. That I can kind of get behind.
All right, cool.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to add some here. We got some on IRBT. Good look. Okay, so we got some here for the move into the 10 EMA. So now my cost basis is no longer 308, it is 316. Let's go ahead and put some beak wetters here in the low 20s, and then we're gonna put some in the mid 20s. So we get a 350 move on IRBT. It pulls back quite aggressively from 350 into 310, and holds at the 10 EMA, let's see if we get a bounce off the 10 exponential moving average and we mosey back up to where we were at around 3.5. There's 323. We got a cross. There's the print, Joey. So we get a beak wetter there. There's 325 now. Seller at 25. Now we're at 26. Can we pump up a little bit more? The sellers are coming in here in the mid 20s. So let's keep an eye on that. But we have an we have a hammer candle that's still currently red right now.
Whoa. What
happened?
what did it just print right there?
What do you mean? Oh, there's
316.
another one.
It hit
360.
There you
I got 318 print there, man. But yeah, good look there. Happy, Joey. We got some more on IRBT because we had almost exhausted. What's your look?
Good look. Yeah, so I'm looking to grab something here. I want to post up at some of these base lows. So I was gonna say shout out base guard, but I don't even know what that means at the end of the day. But little B, someone, if you guys listen, if the kids still listen to that guy. All right, so this is what I'm looking at. Ethereum. Do I want to grab a choppy stock? If I'm going to, it's going to be at the lower end of the range right here at around 2320s. And then as for the overall market, we're going to avoid that. When I was off screen yesterday, I actually had a nice short on the TQs that worked out really, really well. We'll look at what I was up to. So it was just essentially off of this signal right, or no, it was this signal right here leading into the close. Boom, and we get that move, which was absolutely phenomenal. Now, as for Tesla, really strong PA today, guys. It's kind of going the opposite of the overall market. You are getting somewhat of a pullback right now, but the continuation in strength, I can see that happening. Katina Man was saying, hey, yeah, you might see an all-time high by next week in Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
Which is 8.3%. Yeah, I mean, it's one catalyst away, right? And I was thinking that we were going to break some of these highs around this neck of the wood street, but it needed to absorb a little bit more liquidity, and now you're heading right back into the range. But this is horrible, right? You're just a couple of months, pretty much since the end of the summer, you were just trading within this, absorbs, and then boom, we might be off to the races. But Bitcoin's starting to climb a little bit higher, guys, and if I'm going to look to take a long, it's definitely going to be in some of the stronger names. We're getting a bounce in Bitcoin. NVDA starting to come off its support level lows. There goes Ethereum. Apple's still relatively subdued, so that's okay. But I just want to stick with the strong names and wait for pullbacks and then bounces off of those levels. Did I hear a Dara in my ear, or?
I think we got crypto, yeah.
No, I don't hear anything there. I'm tapped in. Okay, all right. I see him. Is he there? Yeah, he's there.
Oh.
Or it's Fabian. Okay, no one's talking to me. All right, I'll just talk to myself. Big Joe, what's up? Oh, okay. I heard it over here, so I don't know if you got that over there, Fabian. She's ready for crypto, I'm pretty sure, whenever you guys are. Pardon me. Okay, yeah, anyways, you guys figure out, yeah, okay, let's go over to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at crypto for the crypto segment of the day. Let's take a look at MSTR because we do have some news here on MicroStrategy that is pretty interesting and actually confirmed by both MSCI and Michael Saylor. So apparently, Strategy might be facing some pressure over their long-term positioning with regards to MSCI. They're reviewing if Strategy still actually qualifies for inclusion in some of its major equity benchmark. The decision is going to come by January 15th, so again, about a month from now. We do have Saylor talking currently to the MSCI, they're going to be in discussions there to see what they can come with. Basically, the issue is that Strategy is currently positioning itself as a digital asset treasury vehicle, which MSCI is not a fan of. That, I guess, hews too far from what they're trying to do. So that's why there could be some inclusion issues. Of course, we'll keep you posted as we get any updates, but this is going to be a story to keep an eye on going forward. Also, of course, on watch is going to be Bitcoin, BTC, making a little bit of a topping tail candle here, struggling to get above that 94,000 level, it looks like right now, holding around 92, which was that previous level of resistance going back to last Friday. Let's see how we hold at 92,000. Back to you.
You know what's interesting? I was reading a little bit of an article, obviously, when Bitcoin was, wetting the bed. And so, everybody's got a theory of why it was selling off. You and I have talked ad nauseum about leverage and all the offshore brokerages and this and that. But there is like this hesitancy for people in Asia, specifically in China, to want to punch into Bitcoin because they're so dissuaded by the regulatory environment there. They don't even want to get in, Joey.
It's not even legal there except for
I don't know if it's illegal. I think there's, yeah, that's the thing. Fabian's saying illegal to mine. I think they were doing that because of the energy. They don't want people energy farming at their place where you would go to the cheapest energy jurisdiction and then, just go in and go gung-ho, right? Yeah. But I want to say something else. China's not the only one where that's an issue. Egypt is the exact same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had rampant inflation, and so people wanted some way to protect their money.
Yeah.
Right? So that they were buying gold, but then everyone started to be like, okay, let's buy crypto. And the Egyptian government comes in, no, crypto's illegal, right? And so there's all these regulatory environments all over the world where there's money sitting, Joe.
Yeah.
And that money's interested in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And it's not punching in because of the regulatory environment that we can't control, quite frankly. So that we need to keep an eye on that. We're so myopic, North America, we forget.
That how big, I mean, I think if you go across the pond, there was mass adoption in the crypto space before it even touched the North American shores.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they were way ahead of the guns.
Well said,
and I think at the end of the day, China was that leader for quite some time because essentially they got that information first and they were mining and grabbing this stuff hand over fist, and then the government.
And they're early adopters too over there. They love tech.
They love the tech. They love the tech aspect. But yeah, I mean, as for MicroStrategy, I forget who said this the other day, but if it's too difficult to understand the business model of what MSTR is up to, I mean, they're issuing digital credit essentially, then just avoid it. And I've heard multiple analysts and obviously managers saying, man, it's just financial gibberish, essentially, right? Could we be wrong? This is a massive bet on Michael Saylor's behalf, just going all in on Bitcoin. But that's his objective, is to issue digital credit at the end of the day.
Absolutely, Joe. Absolutely. Guys, stopped out of IRBT. It lost the 10 EMA, but I'm keeping my eye out on this one. I only had a couple outs left, so we won't really give back all that much, to be quite honest. Now we're focused on a couple of things. Firstly, prior bar low, I'm talking about the candle on the 5-minute chart at 11:30. It's a 306 low. This current candle is a 307 low. So we really haven't made a newer low. If we do make a newer low, then I'm looking at 3 to 290. That's my buy zone. Reason is 3, psychological support, of course, the whole dollar, 290 VWAP and my perceived breakout level. Now, if we hold up on this candle and it holds up on the higher low, I'm punching back in. This candle just opened up, so I don't really know if I'm gonna wait the full 5 minutes for this candle to close, or I'm gonna mosey back in and then just give myself a tight stop below prior bar low. That's what I'm thinking about doing right now. Let's see if we can get the fill. It's already going here without me, man. There's a buyer here, there's a seller, I should say, at 15 we're unable to shake. Let's see if we get the ad. Good. So we got 314, so it's super simple. We just go stop 305. And then we won't give it really that much room. Now, if it continues to go and holds up prior bar low, I'm going to add into the position. That, to me, would be a good sign. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, Joey. I don't want to take out too much too quickly over here. I want to build the position well into IRBT. Guys, there's not a whole lot other than this one going on, but I want to bring your attention to Poet. P-O-E-T. This is a former convict for me, and that's just a loving way of saying this one is a former runner. I'm not going to trade this in the same way, if I trade it, I'm not going to trade it in the same way that I would trade IRBT. To me, it looks like a range, an upward channel. You buy towards the low end of the channel, you sell towards the higher end, and you always leave a piece for the dream for the breakout above the upper channel line there. So that I'm keeping my eye on Poet. It's up a respectable almost 20%, 19 and a third. So P-O-E-T in focus for me. I mentioned K-I-T-T. This one is blocked on our system, so I won't be able to mosey on into this one, but I will call it out for you guys if it reclaims the volume weighted average price, which right now it is not. It rejected the dollar, and now it's trading below VWAP. So that ain't the move. Keeping an eye on POET, Joey, and IRBT.
Yeah, good looks there, brother. So the market putting in a new 5-minute high, close to the high of the day, actually. So not a horrible play over there, guys. If you are keeping your eyes on the NASDAQ and the SPY, so 683, you've now breached that Microsoft News 5-minute candle, and now you're starting to head towards that pre-market high. You can see that the Qs are slightly lagging what the SPY is up to. Now, as for IBIT, this is where the ideal entry would have been at the support level. You have a somewhat of an indecision print at the breach of the neckline, and then you start to climb a little bit higher. Now you're starting to punch through the volume weighted average price, but keep an eye on the volume. It's pretty cool right now. So what I'm thinking, right, I'll let the market continuously grind, And if sellers look like they're going to step in, and I can tell by the volume starting to slowly start to diverge, then indecision prints move back in towards the volume weighted average price. Why? Because we see on multiple occasions that we've come in and we've seen touch VWAP and then we bounce right back off. It was the exact same thing with NVDA, right? So I'm getting this move where slightly extended from the volume weighted average price, indecision print, inverted hammer candle, shooting star doji, whatever you would like to call it, gravestone. And sure enough, we get that move right into that 180.68, and then we're getting a bounce right back towards the close or the open of that candle. But I was talking about a consolidation break in Ethereum. There we go, 23.19. You're now trading approximately 20 cents higher than that specific level. As for Tesla, same thing. Rich Tech Robotics, not doing too much IRBT. Shreve, you're still sitting in that one. Not too bad, as it's coming off of that $3.50 high roughly. And it might not even hit VWAP because it looks like buyers want to continuously push this up. So a nice steady grinding bid on that front there, guys. So I've taken 2 trades today. I'm patient, I'm gonna be precise and wait for that solid entry. And most definitely gonna be posting up at some key support or resistance levels, looking for that exact fill in which I need. And the risk to reward ratio, obviously extremely important. We went over what we did in IBIT, and it was the exact same thing in NVDA. We're giving this 10 cents. That's all it was. If it were to break that level, and you go, well, Joe, that doesn't make too much sense. It's right in the middle of the range. Well, if it was strong, we have the multiple tests. You have that aggressive selling in the pre-market as well. I'm like, ooh, this is awfully fishy. This is setting up for a nice rally out of the open. And bang, there it goes, 10 cents to give us, what, approximately 70 cents right there. So a 7-to-1 essentially there, Shreve. So not too bad whatsoever. You're saying Ethereum long. I do like that idea, but I'm not going to be buying these highs. Why? Because when you're in just this grinding type price action, buying those breakouts isn't the most ideal until you see that volume step into the market. So right now, I think it's best to post up at resistance level highs and support level lows, guys.
David, tell them to stay away from the con artists near the pyramids. They're horrible people. Horrible. Okay, I'm talking. David's mom and sister are in Cairo right now, and I've had the worst experience every single time. And I speak like fluent Egyptian Arabic. They don't care. They're just out to take your money. Stay the hell away from them. Tell your mom and your sister to not get any guides because they're just going to be looking to rinse them. And that's the truth.
I heard they like lead you to another guy.
Bro, it's like they're all connected. It's a gang, right? It's like, oh, that guy's going to take a picture for you. I want 40 pounds. I want 50 pounds. You get on top of the camel. It's $100 US to come down. Like,
no way, I'd be jumping off that. I'd be jumping off that thing.
Yeah, well, not everybody can. Like, that's the thing, right? Stay away from those people, man. What's that, Ram? Let them make their money by stealing from other people. Yeah. Okay. We know how she makes her money now, Joey. We know how she makes her money now.
Yeah. Ramin's gonna be working at the pyramid.
There goes the IRBT again, Joseph Options. Into 330 again. We got 14s on here. We just wet the beak at 23s. Let's see if this one can mosey on back into the $half, guys. But that's the way it is. Agreed. Yeah. The guides, right? JGH5978. The guides. Yeah, my sweet patootie guides. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye out on IRBT. I weaseled into AVXL. I like the fact that AVXL is putting in higher lows at VWAP, but it's kind of dropped off in terms of volume. Joey would be displeased with the volume profile here. On this one, lower lows and lower highs on the volume profile. We're going to give this one the old college try, but we'll keep an close eye on it. If it loses 434, that's where I put my stop through prior area low, not prior bar low. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. I'm exaggerating for effect, of course, brother, when I say $100. I'm Ian Gardner, 69.76, but they do actually try to extort money from you to come off. Yeah, that's not a joke. That's real life. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out there.
Yeah.
Joey.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, guys, I just wrote in the chat, it's a pretty slow one here today, so I'm just going to scroll through some of our scans and see what we got going on. And we're going to put this over to the 5-minute time frame, to see for some potential trades. I mean, we're 45 minutes in. I had those 2 trades. I'm looking for something else, but nothing is kind of just grabbing me and saying, hey, man, you got to take this. A lot of just steady sideways price action. Socks out. What are you up to?
What is it up to?
Not too much, brother. A pretty hot mess over there. Intel, there it is, guys. Again, it looks like it wants to break out, but look at the volume as well. I'm not looking for reasons to get out of things, but I just want to find something nice and steady. Marvell, what's this? Valet. All right, anyways, Netflix. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I always get happy when this thing sells off.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm
not a fan.
Why, man?
I got my reasons.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. But is it slightly, let's be honest now, is it slightly biased?
Yes.
Okay, very,
which is why I don't sit there and rail against it either.
All
Right?
right,
It is biased.
That's
yes.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, by the way, just in case you guys were curious, I've been sleeping with earplugs in lately because I know a lot of people have been asking me about that stuff. I'm being extremely sarcastic. Dude, the sleep is so much better. So try it out. Put some earplugs in, and yeah, you just put some nice solid deep sleeps. All right, I know no one was curious. I just thought I would mention that, considering. But Wolf, guys, going through my scans, looking for something. I don't see anything at or around the volume weighted average price that I like just yet, but we'll take a look at what Adara has to say for us.
Yeah, keep an eye here on MU. Micron company announcing that they're exiting their crucial consumer business, but they will continue crucial shipments until February of 2026. Apparently, the reason for this is to improve their supply and support larger strategic customers in faster growing segments. MU with some news. Back to you.
Take a look, Neil.
Cool, yeah, thanks. What is it? What are we looking at?
We're looking at ASML.
Oh, ASML,
You see where that one is, Joey?
Where's it at, my boy?
Take a quick look. Go to that daily.
Go to
that daily. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. ASML, man.
All-time
What is that?
highs.
What is AIML up to, my...
What's AIML?
we're
Is
still
that
hovering around. Yeah.
Is that leverage?
No, it's the AIML. Innovations, the ad read that we do here. So I was just looking at that one. But as for Robinhood, guys, what have we been up to on today's session? Another strong one. Man, oh man, look at, whoa!
What happened?
Shreve. 131 on.
The hood's coming back.
Yeah, brother, it's going nowhere. Listen, Vlad is that guy
He is
right
that
now. So keep an eye out on what they're going. I can't wait till their next earnings report as well too. So much going on over there. But as for XLF, guys, yeah, I'm just running through these names. I don't see anything that's grabbing me by the face and be like, hey, you got to take this trade. Bitcoin coming back into the volume weighted average price. IRBT starting to come towards some key support levels.
It is, man. It is. It's right back into my break even, but we did get some out there in the high 20s. Now, look, I'm just placing my stop. I'm moving it every time a new 5-minute candle opens up. I'm just basically putting it at a prior bar low, okay? If it wants to ride trend, we'll ride the trend. If it wants to break down, we'll keep an eye on the key levels that I spoke about earlier. I'm talking about that buy zone. In my opinion, it is a buy zone between 290 and 3. We'll see if it holds up there. We'll see if it even goes down there. So it's at 16s right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Big E, 87. I like that. CAPR, say less, my man. We're going to look at it for you right now. CAPR. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, I put this one on. Neil mentioned it before they ended their show. This thing was rocketing up to no end. It is coming into that VWAP though, man. It's got an ascending wedge here. The higher lows are quite evident as you can see them, but it is fighting right now to get above the volume weighted average price. I like this area here for a breakout. I'm also quite attentive to the fact that $30 will likely be a key resistance level. Hear me out. Take a look at that bar right there, right at 930 that we rocketed up and then made that $40 high. That's 30 there where it opened up. Take a look at the halt down because we were halted, I believe, for about 15 minutes. When we opened up, we opened right at 30 and we haven't been above 30 cents. So CAPR, that's the chart I'm showing here. Sorry, I didn't put in the ticker. CAPR, in focus for me, but it's really going to have to get above that volume weighted average price for me to get involved. Also, this is one of those ones where I'll trade with substantially smaller size because it is kind of one of those ones that can rip your face off if it goes the wrong way against you. CAPR. Yeah, I mean this thing was closed out yesterday at $6.40. It has a high of, I believe, $40.37 is the high of the day. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Thanks for pointing it out. For whatever reason, I had it on my star chart, then it disappeared. So we're going to take off KIT because we can't trade it. It's blocked, and we're going to put in CAPR. Keeping an eye on that one, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Baito. This offers an insane. We had a friend here that was involved with this named Baito, and it just offers an insane dividend, but you can see just the depreciation within the actual underlying itself, down 47% off of those highs. So keep an eye out on that one. We'll take actually a little bit of a deeper dive into BITO to get at exactly what it is. So the fund seeks capital appreciation. There can be no assurance that the fund will achieve its investment objective. Okay, I don't even know if that's actually, but this seeks to provide capital appreciation primarily through managed exposure to Bitcoin futures contracts. The fund does not invest directly in Bitcoin and may also invest in other instruments, which I find very interesting at the end of the day. But I'm looking at some things, guys. We're starting to get the pullbacks that we want. Here it is off of the highs in the TQs. Oh, dare we take a potential short. It worked for us yesterday. We took a couple attempts on it. Some nice topping signals running into pre-market lows, which could be acting as potential resistance as we're seeing right now. So there it is, multiple touches at that specific level. If we continue to hold and we fail to breach this 622.65 level, I'm gonna wait until we've established another 5-minute candle, curl over, open up a little bit lower, and then maybe, just maybe, Shreve will be fortunate enough to get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. And this is what I was talking about. Just, I don't think, again, I think that buying high and selling higher is a pretty good strategy, in my opinion. If you look at all-time breaks.
In a trending market, Joey.
In a trending market, right? But there's a time and a place for everything, right, Sharif? And I don't think that this, in today's, what we're experiencing today, it's relatively quiet. Look what the market has been doing. This isn't the time to buy higher and sell higher just yet. I could be totally wrong. So what we want to do is we want to post up at lows or post up at highs and wait for that extreme level to come into play and then take that move a little bit lower. But what we're seeing established here is another lower high on NVDA, punching through the volume weighted average price once again. 180.19 is going to be a key support level. If that breaks and you see the momentum and the volume really start to pick up, then you can maybe get that continuation to the low of the day, which is going to put us roughly around 179.12. So that gives you a little bit over $1. Oh. But this is why I did not buy the volume weighted average price. Look at the difference in the momentum push through the pre-market highs in IBIT 5 minutes out of the gate. And then sure enough, look at it now. Just the gas, I like what Brian Shannon said the other day. It's just essentially you're running on fumes, essentially. When you see that volume starting to diverge from price action and prices going up and the volume starting to stair-step down, it's running on fumes, essentially. And you want to be patient enough, sit on your hands, and wait for things to turn around. And that's what we're doing right now. 286.28, Shreve, Apple, but this thing has been monstrous as of late. It's really tough to short it. But if it does want to come back into the middle of this range, you might be able to get 285s roughly. And I think that's going to be on a good day.
All right, I want to mention Poet. I brought this to your attention earlier as a possible upward channel kind of range trade. Look what it does. I mean, I didn't draw this trend line when the price action was here. I really didn't. It actually rejected that trend line, and it's on its way back down. And funny enough, it just bounced off the lower trend line. Let's take a quick long here on Poet. Yep, there we go. Now, what's the deal? What am I doing? I'm going to get out if it loses VWAP. That's simple. So VWAP is at 38s. We just punched into 46s, so that's not too much a risk. Let's throw in the stop order right now so we can mitigate any down moves. All right, let's post here, and then we're going to throw in some orders, Joey, just so we can capture maybe a nice price spike up on the Poeted one over here. So let's keep an eye out on that. CAPR, by the way, just got, I believe, above the volume weighted average price. High of the current candle is 29.40, but still south of 30. I want to see what it does with 30 bucks, okay? I'm going to be quite insistent over here that it clear 30 and clear 30 decisively. That doesn't mean that if it clears 30, it won't have any bamboozlement. Sometimes, in fact, there's a specialist breakout that gets you lured in, like a bull trap, right? Everybody's looking at that 30 key resistance level, gets above 30, only for you know exactly what to happen after. So that is part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. The fact that they have smaller floats and can be manipulated a little bit more easily. You take that risk when you do trade them. So keep that in mind. So CAPR certainly in focus for me over here. The spread is reasonable for a name that's doing this kind of movement. It's 9 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 15, 20. That's okay, right? Because you're going to get sometimes 50 pennies within a move, sometimes even $1 within a move. So let's pack our patience on this one. I don't want to be quick to jump in quite yet on CAPR, but I've definitely got my eye on it. If it breaks out, we'll have a look at that. Above $30 is what I'm looking at. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending it to the big desk.
Boeing struggling a little bit here. BA pulling back quite sharply from some strength yesterday. Newest headline, FTC saying that they're going to require Boeing to divest several Spirit assets in order to proceed with the merger. So yeah, some FTC comments here on BA, sending Boeing just a bit lower. Back to you.
Spirit Airlines.
No, Aerosystems.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
They used to own them, Joey. They divested them back in 2005.
Oh, okay.
They make a lot of their components.
What's the Jets, right? JETS.
Yeah, the ETF for the airplane?
Yeah. Jets. JETS. Man, oh man. Oh,
Wow.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not horrible. Shreve, some nice steady price action on the 5-minute. Very e-liquid, though. We can see that. But hey, I'm pretty sure this might be all-time high. Please work for me. Oh, no, not quite yet. What's Mike P saying in the chat?
He's an air nerd.
He's an air nerd?
I like Mike P. the writer.
Yeah, I like Mike P. I would like
good
to meet that
vibes.
guy. Yeah, he's always giddy. I like it when he says, "I'll be right back," and then he's like, "I'll be right back," and then literally the next he's typing into the chat 2 seconds later. So yeah, funny guy. And the preloaded messages get me.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't know he preloads the message?
No, you told me that.
Yeah,
though,
I'm
but
like,
I
bro,
didn't
how do you
actually know
type
that.
so fast? He's like, nah, I preload the message.
That's cap, man. No, he doesn't. They're contextual. There can't be preloaded. How? We're talking
Bro,
about
he probably has a couple chats up here. He's like, all right, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
clever.
boom, have a chat up over here, a chat up over here.
Okay.
So then boom, he's hitting them left, right, and center. Boom. Okay, there goes Apple, guys, towards some key support levels. Yes, he's probably doing that. It works, he says. So there it is. Watch out for that pre-market low to start to be broken. If there is, there might be some more downward momentum in AAPL, and you're getting NVDA towards some key support levels as well. So it worked once. Maybe we take another stab at this name, but we know that we have that news on Microsoft. Not necessarily the case. Hey, listen, Shreve, I'm just gonna call it how it is. There might be a little bit more downside here on NVDA. I just don't like this consolidation. The longer it takes for us to continue that move higher, the more probability, in my opinion, that we get a little bit of a break below 180s, maybe even to 170s in the 160s, in my opinion. Not right now, but maybe before the earnings report. Send it into a nice bounce after they report.
I like the real Gary F. Sharif, Carney pumping BAM today. Come on, man. I like Mark Carney, man. I think he's doing a good job. I think he's got a tall task to get the country back in good shape, but I think he's doing all the right things. BAM obviously is Brookfield Asset Management. It's up 1.5%, $87 billion market cap. Having a good day, Joey. It was closed at 52.20. High day today, I believe 53 low teens. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. I'm unlikely to want to trade it, of course, BAM. But I do appreciate your joke, of course. Shout out to the real Gary F., my man. All right, what else we got here, Joey? I'm still keeping an eye here on IRBT. It is very consolidative. It has a buyer. It looks like two bottoming tail candles in a row. I'm talking about the 1150, 1155 candles. They're being bought up quite aggressively off that 3 mid to low teens. But you're really not getting any direction at the moment. In fact, if you really stare at it a little bit more, you still are getting lower highs. So I'm talking about that topping tail candle, 1120, that's 350 high. Then you have a lower high at 1140. The topping tail there is into 329, and you haven't really been above that since. So I'm going to keep my eye on our IRBT. I feel it still may have more to go, but I don't really have to be first into this one. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. I just want to add a little bit more here into Poet, and then we're going to change the stop on this one on that. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening to Hearst. It's hard to be worse than that guy. I think it's pretty impossible. You could have put a monkey in off. I shouldn't say that, but anyway. Okay, all right.
I wonder who he's talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, man. Hey, listen, shout out to him. He's out in Japan doing his thing. with his girlfriend and all that stuff. So let him keep him over there. But anyways, guys, all right. What happened? Why?
Keep him over there. This
Yeah,
guy, bro.
yeah.
He's holding no punches.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, Dave. Thank you to Sharif. Bad dates, Indiana Jones inspired trade of the day, quantum short. Thank you all. Thank you, Dave, as usual, for those super chats, brother. Much appreciated. Always, as Bitcoin and a lot of the market, this is what I was talking about. So I didn't get that retest, which I was looking for. It just decided to tank altogether. So pre-market support, acting as that resistance level, and now you come in and you tap right back into the volume weighted average price. And guess what? You get that bounce that you've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is the 7th time you're getting that volume weighted average price bounce. And I'm just going to look to continue the downwards momentum. Apple putting in some potential bottoming signals as well too, guys. But we want this 5-minute candle to print first, and we're right into those pre-market supports. So I like our chances. You can keep that risk profile relatively defined, right? So you want to give it a little bit of breathing room. So if you're looking to enter around 285.80s, you can give that around 40 cents, and that's going to give you enough room, because if it breaks support, the chances are of it continuing that way are relatively high. And you don't want to be super tight to those support levels, because it could just do that additional liquidity grab, and then next thing you know, the stock skyrockets in your favor. So that's why you want to give that a little bit of breathing room. Did I hear something from you there, Assassino? It was a little mumble there. All right, cool. So guys, we're going to send it off to Adara with happening now in the Neo with his lesson.
What's happening now is a very nice recovery from the lows here for the NASDAQ. Here are the cues, I guess, bouncing pretty nicely, finding support around 618. Now, what was the reason for this drop? We know that around 9 a.m., the information reported that Microsoft was lowering its AI sales quota. Microsoft coming out around 10:30 or so, telling CNBC that's actually not true. We have not lowered this quota. So market trying to push right back higher with that story in mind. I do have to keep you guys posted on what's happening later in the day. At 2:30 p.m., we are going to be getting an announcement from President Trump. Now, reportedly, this announcement is going to involve sharp reductions in fuel economy requirements. We know that CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, said earlier today that he's going to be meeting with the president and U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Ford stock did get a bit of a spike when that happened, so I would keep an eye on TSLA, GM, and maybe even STLA, Stellantis, with this meeting in mind. Now, the other thing that's been on watch, so many earnings reports. And, you know, I guess it's debatable if American Eagle has great genes, but I will say they had a pretty great report today for AEO. That's for sure. They were not the only day one earnings play on watch. Others included Marvell, CrowdStrike, Asana, and GitLab, as well as Macy's and Dollar Tree. Then tonight, after the bell, we'll be getting reports from CRM, Snowflake, C3AI, and UiPath. So tons of earnings on watch. There's a mini resurgence of earnings seasons here. Before we send you over to Neil and what is sure to be an exciting lesson of the day, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. And you can learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Back to you and Neil and his lesson.
Thank you very much, Adara. And you saw this morning, as Adara mentioned, that Microsoft's headline really changed things. So, you know, a lot of traders, and ourselves included here, you come in, you prep, you have your note out, you have your ideas, your levels, maybe a bit of a bias, kind of looking at some long plays, jokingly enough. And then all of a sudden this happens. And then all that preparation, well, not all of it, to a certain degree, it can go out the window. So what do you do? And I'm just going to show, like, for myself, it just turned into, okay, well, I like some longs that I think are affected by this move. So now all of a sudden, I have to wait to anchor to something. And so the two names I went for was NVIDIA at the 180 level, and then, of course, Microsoft, where this all started. And I'll give you a quick look. Anything in the tech space, I wasn't long a single thing in the tech space until two things happened. One, here's when Microsoft's news dropped, right about 9 o'clock. Difficult to see, but if you can look at each bounce, even in the pre-market, these are dark pool wicks, it was fading this trend line, which connects with the open, holding trend line, and on a 3-minute chart, 954 is the first close, that 3-minute bar above the trend line. And I go over to NVIDIA, and I said this morning I'm also going to anchor to the 180 level on NVIDIA. Now, I was back and forth at the 180 level, and that same 954 candle, this is it retaking 180. Strongest green candle that it had. Now, obviously, there were better places to have gone long in Intel. I could have been long Intel at the low, but what hadn't happened yet? I bought into the stock I was looking long when those other two anchors gave me a reason to get in. And that ultimately ended up being like, I could have had this long here, I suppose, which would be just as good. But that was what you were going to get. Unless I was guessing at the bottom, I was waiting for confirmation from the two things that were leading that market move to the downside, in my opinion. And when they showed me that we're back above support in NVIDIA's case and breaking trend, then I could go, okay, well, now I'm just going to look for long. It happened to be VWAP on Intel. And it just to show you, it had nothing to do, it wasn't all to do with just it being a chip name, because on silver, I was also waiting. Now, I ultimately could have gone long silver like right off the bat at VWAP. But again, I was waiting for us to make a definitive bottom. And unfortunately, at 9:54, I was over on Intel, so I don't get this low when both those indicators turn. But now I'm just waiting for my chance, right? So looking for my chance after I think the longs can start to come in, because the main reasons why we're headed down had shown some signs of strength. First available trade to me was this little bit of a trend break, and it went to the high, and that's all you could get. Could have maybe rinsed and repeated that trade. But I think that the real point comes down to, you can have news that happens, maybe you're not expecting it. I don't think anybody was expecting that headline in the morning. And it can maybe blow up what it was that you were previously looking at. Now, it could have been easy to just, okay, well, where's the short? What am I doing for the short? Or, okay, let's just be a little bit more patient. There's still stocks or in this particular case, silver is not a stock. There's still things that I want to go long in. I just have to wait for the right signal to take my shot, and it might not have great follow-through because the sentiment is in the other direction. So the first thing is, do not necessarily throw out all of your plan, because you might have a situation where the things that you liked for longs, even when the market's going down, can still be a little bit relatively strong. That was the case in Intel. But you can also find a situation where you get that bottom or you get that support in whatever it might be that's leading the charge, and then it gives you some easy setups. And if you're already tracking those names, you can quickly find the entry points that are going to work for you. The other side to that coin, I think, would be, and it's gonna sound obvious, but let's be real. If you do attempt to trade, let's just say like the big catalyst, whether it's NVIDIA or whether it's Microsoft, I'm going to use NVIDIA as the example here, because I think that's what people care about. It is very easy to get chopped up. And what I would suggest, if you're trading on this news, say you were trying to peg the 180 bottom, it was just an absolute choppy mess. Ultimately, it holds 179. But if you're trying to play off 180, I think I said pretty much almost every single candle, if not close to every candle on a 3-minute from the open until we turned, was breaking 180 at some point. And so when you have a level like that, like I was using that level not to say I'm going long every single time it broke. Like I was waiting until it had definitive move away from it. So I think if you were trading off that level here in NVIDIA, your best guess is to have, if you're not using trend reversals, even that wasn't super clean, is dabble with fewer shares if you could, to understand that you might have to have a wider stop because of that absolute choppy mess. Now, personally, I elected to wait till the chop was gone and it made some kind of a distinct turn. Let's go long in the things we like to long. But if you are wrapped up in NVIDIA is the one that you want to be in, it required you to have a wider stop if you were trading off the 180. Like yesterday, it goes to $180. You can see it. Like that's as clean as it gets off 180 at about 11:30. Here off the open, okay, did it eventually hold 180? I would grant you yes, but not without rinsing you back and forth. You could have easily had 4 or 5 failed trades on NVIDIA trying to play it off the 180 level. And so in a situation where you do have an out of nowhere news story, you can't get super anchored to price, like specific prices. I think it's better off if maybe you can find a moving average you like, or I like trend lines, or just go with a really, really wide stop on less shares. Like if you normally would trade 180 with a 30 or 40 cent stop on 100 shares, then understand you're risking 30, 40 bucks there. So if you're gonna risk $1, then you just gotta use less shares. You gotta be able to use much less shares in that situation. So you make that kind of adjustment if you can. Otherwise, allow for an obvious setup to happen. I saw a lot of people in the chat that were like, man, this is too much of a choppy mess, I'm going to sit this one out. I traded fewer symbols today than most other days, but I feel like when this happens to us, when this happens in the morning, unless you happen to magically have been short or caught an early pre-market short on Microsoft, sometimes your best bet is to wait until things become a little bit more clear. Take your shot when they do, and you take what you can get at that particular point. Like, these types of things don't happen very often to a major name like Microsoft, where it's going to turn most of the market of what you were looking at. And when they do, you just have to do the best with what you can. Because the day that you were envisioning was going to happen is not here anymore, unfortunately. Right? Like, I can look at what was all my preparation. This is what happened overnight. These were all the earnings named. These are the levels. All of that has now changed fundamentally because of a news story. So you can either adjust to it or you can sit on your hands. I mean, either one is perfectly fine. And just as long as you don't get yourself chopped up in that mess, because it was really difficult. You probably saw fewer actual tech trades on the first 15 minutes of this show than you've ever seen, because it was so choppy. And I think that was the right response, and being patient with it. So there's your simple lesson of the day. Thankfully, it seems as there's a little bit of a recovery happening. I don't know if we can hold green on the NASDAQ here. We're at least holding VWAP as it is on both. Microsoft's holding VWAP, the NASDAQ's holding VWAP. I think that's going to be pretty key here throughout lunchtime. And by the way, I'll just give the update. The lunch is actually really good. Really good.
Good. You and I were just back there looking at it. It's basically chicken and a whole bunch of mixed veggies, and I can certainly get behind that. Obviously, right?
Yeah. Chow wasn't a big fan of it.
Well, Chow, yeah. Well, I like Chow. He helps me with the Mandarin. That's why I like him. He's also a great algo guy.
Yeah, he's highly intelligent.
He speaks Portuguese, Assassino. That's crazy.
Does he?
He lived in Brazil for a year.
Oh, did he?
I didn't actually know that. I'm going to pretend like you didn't tell me so I can surprise him. Right?
All right.
Thank you, Assassino, for that.
Big smile. I don't even see you in the chat, brother.
Hold on. We got to show Big Smile. So I took permission from him. This is the Big Smile clan over there. So there's him and the kids. Assassino, can we do this camera over here? There we go.
Yeah, there's that.
No, we're not going to get that. But
yeah.
then this is the one that I really wanted to show over here, Joey.
Yeah.
Big Smile, he's a happy guy most of the time. I don't know why he's looking at it like this. Big Smile, why were you so upset in this picture, bro? You look like you're delusioned or something. Put it back a little bit. There we go. Oh, there we go. Look at him, man. What is going on? I gotta love the blue though, Big Smile, man. We love you, brother.
Is he wearing a one piece there?
He is. That's his no, actually it's not. You can see he's wearing shorts. He's wearing pants there.
He's wearing.
Shout out to my man, Big Smile.
Yeah.
Always doing the most in a great way, man.
That guy up,
he's always
man.
chirping us constantly.
Yeah.
And I like him.
You need to lock that guy up, man.
Lock that guy up. Why?
Yeah.
He called you. He has so many names for you.
Yeah.
He has Welcher, Joseph Welcher, or whatever, and then there's LJS.
Yeah,
Tell the Welcher to quit ignoring me in the chat.
No,
He's
I would never ignore you, brother.
We love you, brother.
In the chat. Okay, guys, I need to listen, Sharif. I'm starting to get that Tyrone Bingham's itch right now. I need a trade here, man. We're rocking and rolling today. You're not giving me the call outs on the small caps. Yeah, I know, trade. I need a trade, man.
Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, I got nothing going on, and just time's just slowly dragging on. But it's not good. You don't want to force anything. You see, I'm all antsy and I'm looking for something to trade. Chances are it's going to get me into something and I'm going to get a little bit more frustrated with that. All right, man. You know what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
No.
What happened,
Joey? It's okay, brother. I was going to say, let's just do it. Let's party a little bit here. Oh, there goes a little spike in Bitcoin, Sharif. So that I get party on Wayne and party on Garth. We're going to start really small here, considering we're just punching in at the highs. If it breaks 52.40 and we come down into 52.30s, I'll add a little bit more size. So I'm like 1/10 of a risk unit right now just to get the ball rolling, a small feel. And if that momentum, which we've seen in the lower time frames, really start to pick up, then I think this can give us a solid opportunity to add more shares.
That's what I want to hear, Joey. That's what I want to hear. All right, guys, look. IRBT is still in a downward channel. I've been watching this one. I've got orders on, but the trend is what it is, and I'm a market observer, not a market mover, and this is still putting in very clearly lower highs. Now, you don't want to be like, oh, that's going to flat bottom break, despite the fact that, yes, it does look very similar to a flat bottom break pattern, but the area where you see the pattern on the chart is also very operative, right? So if we see it, at VWAP or at an area low, then that's when we're talking flat bottom break. Here, to me, this just looks like a bull flag consolidation area, and we always say this, and I always say this anyway. No two bull flags are created equal. They all look a little bit different. Some, are more sporadic in their ranges. Some hold very true, like this one here, just holding the trend line. So I'm keeping my eye on this, very clear lower high pattern on the 5. If that breaks, we'll get back involved in that bad boy there. But there goes Poet. POET, I'm trading this, as I explained earlier, as an upward channel range. What do we got on? We got 42s, Joey. Let's wet the beak here into the area high. I've got orders as well north of 50. I should probably have one just south of 50 here at 49 in case a $0.50 seller comes in. And it's happened before. Take a gander at what happened over here at 11.05, 11.0 whatever 4. It popped into 50, dropped all the way back down into the mid 30s. So we know that 50 penny area can come in as a local area of resistance. Keeping my eye here on Poet, trading it a little bit differently than I typically would some of these small cap gappers as a result of its unique characteristics, which is basically an upward channel. And that's the way I see it. Sub 16 1/3, good look for this one. Not really interested in adding too much. I mentioned this one in the chat when Neil was dropping his lesson of the day. MCRP. This is on the Amex network. Two things about that. One, you don't want to disparage an entire exchange, but some of the bamboozlers always seem to live on this network here. 1. 2, it's south of $1, or was south of $1. It's trying to mosey its way back and hold above $1. That's number 2. Number 3, if this one halts, we will have to fly blind during the halt. We will not get the theoretical auction price, the tap, during a halt on the New York Stock Exchange listed stocks or the Amex Exchange listed stocks, only on the NASDAQ. So MCRP, keeping an eye out on this one. I like the 97.5 penny area, between 97.5 to $1, because that's where I perceive the breakout area to be. The 10 EMA, in fact, is at that 97.5 period. It is up 28.1/5% on the day. It's not a bad looker, but I'm hesitant to trade it just because at that dollar area, it's on the Amex, etc. So I'm going to keep my eye on it, okay? I'm also still very interested in CAPR. CAPR still trading below $30. It's got a hell of a lot of higher lows. So, you could say to me, Sharif, what the hell are you doing, bro? You're sitting there taking pennies on these other ones. This one's giving you dollars. Well, you're absolutely right, but that's not always the case with these ones that are trading below VWAP. Some of them will get into, a key area and then all of a sudden drop when they're below VWAP, and that's because, to me, that sort of shows that the sellers, at least for the moment, are in control and not the buyers. So I'm going to wait until it clears $30, and then we can have a bit of a different discussion about this one. This is obviously a rocket ship. It's up 360%, and it's like $11 below the high. Okay, so make of that what you will. All these prints here, these are official prints. These are not pre-market highs. These prints up here at the day's highs took place during, I believe, 9:35 and 9:40. So during regular market hours, we'll have to see what CAPR has to offer. Joseph.
All right, man. Well, hey, you gotta read the chat. Yeah, we got Trader TV live in the chat.
Ooh. Is that Ram?
Yeah, just making.
Is she being mean to everybody like she usually is?
She's making some absurd comments in there. I don't know.
Absurd comments.
She's like, long AEO, I want jeans from Joey. I'm like, how do you get jeans as well, too? And she's like, well, if anybody's betting around here, I still benefit.
Joey.
Yeah.
We got to iron out some of the details here, okay?
Yeah.
So we did a little bit of a search, and we found out the most expensive jeans at American Eagle Canada are about $150. They're like 140s, but we, with the 13% tax that we have to pay on everything here, it'll be a little bit more expensive. That's one.
You got the pack covered, right?
No, I don't have nothing covered, bro. Hold on. The thing is, though,
what is it?
You guys know that I had to pay your friend Joseph Options over here a cool $150 for his win on the Bitcoin bet. So let's just end the story here.
No,
I don't
no,
want the jeans.
You
I
know?
want a full receipt, not a gift receipt, and it needs to be paid in cash so that when I go back to return the jeans, they don't ask me for the card that it was paid with, Joe.
So you want gift receipt and card, right? I pay it on
and
card.
cash. And cash.
So
you got to pay it cash.
Card.
No, man, you got to pay it cash.
And gift receipt.
And I
got it.
Oh, this guy, you're killing me now, man.
However you want to do it, man. We'll set it up.
No,
Listen,
we're playing around,
you paid your dues, brother. So whatever you request, we can help you out with a little bit there. Yeah, we'll get that done. Ram, I can maybe work something out as well too. Just let me know about the salmon that you got going on for lunch. How'd you get that?
I know. I think she asked
it's
specifically for seafood. You can ask Raquel for that.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna. Hey, if I can modify my own menu, that'd be pretty.
You can.
Cool. All right. Hey.
He had tilapia yesterday, Assassino said. So I don't know if you want all the seafood, Joey. Because
No, but I already put in the request for no tilapia.
Okay.
So if we can get that on the salmon, but what we got is selling a little bit of Bitcoin right here, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Starting really small, and then you can see that we were rejecting some key resistance zones around 52.65. Now I'm gonna post up at 52.20s. That's going to be a key support level as well. So if all of these levels are breached, the thing is, though, you have to take into consideration my risk to reward ratio is just, it's not good whatsoever right now, considering buying the top end of the range, and then now I'm posting up lower. One thing is that if I do start to take profits and we are fortunate enough to get a bounce off of 52.20, then it'll be first in, first out. So I'll remove these shares, and then this will be our Rockin' and Roller. But that's a good movie too, Rockin' Rolla, for those who are familiar with that one. Good English movie. So there it is, 52.37 is what we're currently trading at, bouncing off of support levels as the SPY looks like it wants to break out, Shreve, and the NASDAQ also heading towards the high. Guys, we were talking about this how long ago?
Going to go green.
Yeah, dude, another bounce, a beautiful bounce off of the volume-weighted average price in the triple Qs. Another bounce off of the volume-weighted average price in the SPY. So, I mean, hey, anything can happen in this market, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Stick to the guns. If these big boys are continuously grinding higher, find the path of least resistance, and it's going to make your life significantly easier. Much easier said than done, obviously.
Well said, Joe. All right, and now, for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. It's by Beta Pro Global X Canada, which is Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs. And they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering their clients 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. They're offering it on semiconductors and, of course, on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they've got better. In fact, they're offering a special fee rebate, and they're dropping the management fees down to just 65 basis points, but it is a limited time offer ending New Year's Eve. Yes, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure and no Forex headwind. So if you're a tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to Beta Pro, man. All right, Joey, here we are. Poet is treating me well, baby. Here comes that $50, and there it is, Joey, taking out my order at 49s. Let's go ahead and post here. Oh, we already got an order. We're going to go ahead and post up a little bit higher at 59s, Joey. So from Beta Pro to...
Guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. That's crazy. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked. BTCC stays untouched, 0 KYC. If you know your customer, 0 know your customer, Sharif. If you're in US, Canada, or Europe, Canada or Europe, Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering 15+% bonus. Thing that covers losses up to 15K. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more information.
Joey, I got to interrupt. MCRP is breaking out, guys. Here we go. It is back above the dollar, and it is now a penny or two below the high of the day. MCRP on the MX network. It's up 34 2/3, and it's about to take out prior area high, which, as I mentioned, is 108. Keep your eye out on this one. It looks pretty good, but it's the exchange, really, to be quite honest with you, that always dissuades me from wanting to get involved with this one. But look, if it clears the dollar by a fair amount of distance, then we can start basing our trades off that dollar, and I'm going to get involved with this one. So let's see what this one has to offer. It's only done 5.4 million shares on the day, and the reason I say only is because it's a buck. Right? So typically the ones that are a little bit cheaper, they do higher volumes. So let's keep an eye out on this one. I want to mention it to you guys. It's got a good chart pattern. And so far, I'm not saying this is going to continue to do it, but so far it has respected intraday technical levels of support. Take a gander here at 90 pennies, area rejection in the pre, area rejection again between, I want to say 950 till 1025. It clears it. It clears it at 1120. Then what does it do? It starts using 90 pennies as that support area. So be on the lookout here. MCRP, possibly a good one. It's dilly-dallying, though, right back into that buck. What the hell is this, Joey? Why does a dollar stock have a 5-penny spread? Okay, I take back everything I just said on this one. No, I'm kidding. I exaggerate for effect. But the fact that it has a 3, 4, 5-penny spread at a dollar, it's done 5.5 million shares on the day. That is a little bit unusual. Joey.
Yes, sir.
What are we talking about?
Listen, for too long, brother, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off. All right. Whoa, yeah. I mean, listen, SPY, HOD, Hughes, HOD. What else do we got going on? NVDA is still hovering around the lows. What is Apple doing? Still relatively cool. MSFD, has that fully recovered from the news this morning? Not quite, but a solid move. You can see the volatility and the momentum. Okay, I know. I'm sorry about that, but we forgot about it. I'm just curious. Let me know if you're going to have that, all right? 478.45 all the way up to 483.30s. That's not too bad whatsoever. So yeah, we're gonna continue. Look at just how we're just trading within this range. So I have this posted up here at 52.20s. Not necessarily gonna catch a fill, but what I will do is just go 52.37s for a little bit more size there, guys. And chances are, if we're gonna continuously just move around, ebb and flow within these specific zones, I like our chances. So I will add double the amount in which I have currently right now. So it would be roughly a 200% increase of my position.
All right, guys, I think IRBT may be changing its tune. We've got a 3 green candle in a row set up right now, but we're having trouble with that pesky 20 penny area again on IRBT. So here's what I'm talking about, the 3 candle setup bottom chart, guys. As you can see, my 5-minute chart on the bottom, always my top chart will be the 1 minute. So I'd like for this one to clear 320. And, you know, even maybe a little bit above that, and then we'll get involved with this one. But I don't want to give too much back on IRBT. It's my winner on the day. I don't want to give back on it. So let's pack the patience over here and let it clear. Now, if I don't get a good enough price or as good of a price as I could have gotten, and that's the cost of doing business. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Outlawed Trader, Sharif, Joe, check out ASAN, A-S-A-N. Say less, my man. You instruct. And we oblige. ASAN, okay, not a bad looker. Certainly some higher lows, I can already see that with a possible, I don't want to say flat top break, but there is certainly resistance at 14.25. What did this one do yesterday? Okay, so this one clearly had something in the aftermarket, likely an earnings winner. Let me just take a quick look about this one. I'm seeing upgrades, which usually means that it reported yesterday. Yes, okay, they had non-GAAP EPS, 7 cents, beat by 1 penny, so it's an earnings winner from yesterday. What is this company?
Quite easy.
ASAN, enterprise work management software platform, enables organizations to align work goals, coordinate cross-functional work, gain visibility, yada, yada, yada. Okay, it's not a small cap gapper. It is a $3.3 billion market cap, so I'm gonna steer clear of this one, but hey, the chart pattern is what it is. And take a look, by the way, when we popped up into that high in the aftermarket yesterday to 14 3/4, we ended up dropping back down. But we continued to trade into the aftermarket, and then 1420 seemed to be a local area of resistance, and that is continuing today. You breached it very momentarily. I want to say at around 950, dropped all the way back down, held that 13, I want to say 13 3/4, and then you had another attempt at it at 1040, which rejected. Here we are again, right back at 14 1/4, 14 1/5. Let's see if it clears. It's got a good little buy signal on it here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 green candles in a row for this bad boy. ASAN, earnings winner from yesterday, and it was running up too into earnings, by the way, so somebody was buying this up quite aggressively yesterday. ASAN, not a bad look here, Joey. IRBT still not clearing 320. How's my poet doing? Oh, we're above 50 now. Let's wet that beak. We're going to take some profits there. We're going to cancel the prior order above, and we're going to move it a little bit more, a little bit higher.
Oh. There's a lot of people. Oh, yeah. Netflix is at the volume-weighted average price, folks. Looking like it does want to recover. We're getting a nice pop in Microsoft. I think that's adding a lot of positivity to the overall market. I'm doing good than you for asking. Okay, Ozan. Oh, it's Ozan.
So
yeah.
needy.
Yeah.
If Ramram's not responding to him in the chat, then you know he
like,
starts picking on us.
Yeah.
Right?
He's like, what the hell? Maybe I was a little crush.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit nicer to him, Ram.
Ozan.
Ram?
Not allowed talking.
He's always so Hi. Ozan, there we go.
Ozan,
Good
what's
job,
up, bro?
Ram.
Oh, that's Mike Peter Ryder, man. I haven't really hit too many things today. I don't know. I'm just feeling. You know what we haven't hit in quite some time, Shreve? Today has.
Oh,
been
I know one here, Joey.
Which one?
By the power of Grayskull.
Look at all the money flowing.
And Katina Man was talking about He-Man this morning. I kept yelling at you to hit the thing. There, by the way, they're right here, just in case you know that happens.
I just in case I ever
there.
need He-Man. All right, man. Yeah, let's go. Come on. If anybody's ever been to, have you ever been to the horse races, Sharif?
I've been to Woodbine Racetrack.
Yeah, you've been to
absolutely.
the D-Gens with their programs. You're like, come on, Seven. Come on, Seven.
Betting on the ponies?
I used to, yeah.
Did you bet on the ponies?
Yeah, but way back in the day. Dude, when I was 18, the day I turned 18, me and my buddies went to Georgian Downs in Barrie.
I love that one off the 400.
Yeah, off the
It's
400.
so good.
Yeah,
I love that.
Pure degeneracy. Oh, man.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, let's go, man. We're going to add a little bit more here. Nothing substantial, but the volume is starting to come in. Let's add some more sharery. Let's break through. That's what I'm thinking here today, guys. Is that who knows what can happen? Bitcoin might get a breakout. This is a solid consolidation. As long as we don't get an aggressive sell-off, then I like our chances for the breakout. You're welcome, I guess, Captain Obvious, but I do like our chances have been strong the past couple of sessions, and we want to stick with the strength, and if we do happen to be wrong, that is totally fine. Okay. But I was curious about this volume print. I'm like, what the hell is going on over here? Yeah, I was like, what the hell is going on over here? That's a substantial amount of volume on that 1 minute print. And then sure enough, we haven't really continued after that. So something fishy going on, but I do like our chances. Have you ever done any like deep sea fishing or anything like that?
No, we went fishing in Cabo, but like, I don't know if that's deep sea.
Well, yeah, but I don't know, maybe. I guess so. Did you catch anything?
Obviously.
Yeah, did you catch anything?
I didn't catch anything, no, but a lot of other people did.
Oh, really?
I was talking more than that.
I was talking more than fishing. All right, man. But as for that, guys, Bitcoin moving higher. We have the SPY at the high of the day. Netflix slowly starting to recover. I don't want to buy it all the way up here. So again, I think it's more of a quiet session. Nothing crazy going on and a lot of sideways price action. Okay. A channel being formed, though, in the SPY and the Qs. Offshore.
Anytime you say anything like remotely controversial, the chat they go with it. They're really good with it too.
Never put fish in microwave. They said, all right.
You stink up the entire condo there.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
No, man.
Oil, dude.
Oil?
Yeah, anything you, if you put anything in oil, dude, the apartment just absolutely tinks.
You?
Yeah, like I
Tinks up.
knew it, bro.
Tinks, eh?
It's just, and you can't get anything, you can't get the smell out. And that's the problem with putting it in oil, man. Like,
Seeps in the,
and I can't do it on the balcony. Like, complete prohibition of any cooking on the balcony.
think they would
Brendo's got a
narc it.
gas line
I
on his
know, that's
balcony,
sick, man.
and I can't even have an electric one.
That's
on
great.
mine.
You can't have an electric?
No.
Yeah,
no.
right. I would be
And
doing
they look, these dinosaurs, they live there and they just live to enforce the rules of the condo board. Okay, that's their prerogative from here on in until, you know, they're not around anymore. But it's a
tough call.
I love living in a condo, Joseph. I love, you know, marching to the beat of other people's drums. It is kind of what I do really well.
Well, I mean, you know what, Sharif? As long as it's good for them, then it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, right?
I know a guy, says the Jameson. And Casey, 526, she is that lady, man. Thank you, Casey. As always, it is so kind of you to always give people the memberships. So, Christopher, Ocean, Shut to Dark Side, Cat got one. Dark Side got one. Do the Wave got one. Who else, man? Can't see exactly who else got one, but somebody else did get one. Thank you so much, Casey, for that. We appreciate you. Always kind of you to do that. And shout you out. I want to let you know exactly where you can get the watch list every day. The morning note, excuse me, not the watch list. If you just did get a membership there from Casey, mosey on over to the YouTube homepage right here for Trader TV. So this is the regular homepage. If you're a premium sub, you hit posts right there, and then mosey on down to where it says Sharif's Morning Note. You click read more, and there she is right there. Hit that Google Drive link, and you'll get the morning note. Of course, being led off by Marvell, CrowdStrike as well, being spoken about. My favorite on this one, American Eagle, Okta, Mike MCHP, another one I'm involved in. Macy's is on there, Joey. And in case you're wondering what you get, guys, you get a lot of information. You get support and resistance level 3 for each. You get the entire story, the context of the story, where the story fits into the broader market, and the trader takeaway. It will speak about, you know, swing trades, investing, intraday trades as well, and what to watch out for. So if you just got that membership, get the morning note every single day. And Joey, before I send it back to you, you know what I'm gonna say? There goes Poet into the area high. Trading, this one is an upward channel. Joey, we've got 37s on. We just went the beak at 58. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, same thing, man. We're just in a lot of sideways price action. Nice breakout catch there on Poet. That's what we want to see. NVDA starting to climb a little bit lower. Hollow, says Trader TV. Other than that, guys, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to see how cool this market is. Well, let's take a look at our scanner and see what we got going on. I mean, we're in a position right now, but it's baby size. And we want to look for something that's going to, oh, yeah, I mean, shout out to Jay Beebs as well, too. So there it is, guys. Top of the list is going to be the TQs with 51.6 million shares. I wish I had a RAM TRX, but I have a GMC.
She's been saying that for a long time, though, bro.
Man.
Yeah, what, you think you're just going to put stuff in the chat and nobody's going to see it randomly?
Like,
We're not allowed to comment about it?
Like, oh my God.
I know.
Like, all right. Netflix, guys, not too bad of a look, starting to climb back towards the volume weighted average price. Now, as for Apple, IWM. Oh, shout out to IWM.
What happened, Joey?
Yes. We found something, Sharif.
The Russ is up 1.4. The Russ is leading every single major index.
Oh, it is
doubling.
It is, and your boy's going to take a short on this name here momentarily. We're going to wait for this pullback. Beautiful indecision print. A lot of stars aligning right here, Sharif. You can see that isolated volume print, inverted hammer, or inverted doji candle right there, 248.66. Any pullback and a retest of that, your boy is going to be taking that short. The big green candle. Hello, boys, Joey and Sharif. What's up, the big green candle? I hope you're having a fantastic day. There goes Bitcoin to the top side. We're still cooking up on this one. Come on, pull back, man. I don't want to chase it all the way back down here because the chances are we will get a pullback. And if we hold, oh, there it goes. Man, oh man, if only we were a split second earlier, Sharif, we would have been able to take advantage of this trade. So now we have to be patient, sit on our hands, and wait for a retest of 248.70s before we get involved. Oh man, this thing is gonna go. Where's Gorev at today? And Los Pollos.
Yeah.
Where are those guys?
I don't know, man. We haven't seen
Loss is in the
ADL.
chat. Where's Jag? I haven't seen Jag in the chat. So only my boy Los Polios is in the chat right now. So you've got to find out where the other members are.
Oh, yeah. My bad, yeah. I chipped my tooth yesterday. Look at that.
You're lying.
Yeah, I'm going to go that bad boy.
What were you
tomorrow.
doing?
I'm
What
gonna
were you
text
eating?
my cousin right now. Chicken. There was a chicken bowl.
Oh, man,
It
no,
chipped a little
that's
bit, Joey, so I
frustrating.
got to get that taken care of, my guy. But we're going to do that hopefully.
Yeah, you got to get that taken care of.
Yeah, I can't be smiling now.
No, I can't be big smiling over.
Feeling self-conscious, Joey. It is. All right, guys, we're still holding some here on Poet. Well, we're still holding quite a bit, actually, on Poet. I've posted here now at 59. It's showing me 56, the high of the day. Of course, is 64. That was made earlier. So I'm packing my patience here on Poet. Not
Sorry,
my typical
I'm sorry,
trade. Go ahead,
I'm sorry,
Joey.
Yeah, there it goes. There goes Bitcoin. We're up 2% on the session now. Volume slowly starting to pick up on the lower time frames. Again, we don't have that many shares, but we're holding key levels. So now we're starting to get that breakout. I'll have to take it with what I have because I'm not going to be going in full size at this specific level. But let's go. This is the breakout that we want to see.
Okay, Joe, sounds good, my man. Yeah, we're still holding Poet, guys. I also want to bring your attention to KAVL. It's got two bottoming tail candles that may close into hammer candles here off a key technical level. Take a look where VWAP is on KAVL. 1560, but also take a look over here. That is the top end of the bull flag. So it broke out from that level. So 1560, and you're already seeing the bottoming tail candles. What I'm waiting for is the first 5-minute candle will make a new high. You actually haven't made a new high since about 1205. It's 1240. So I need this not just to print these bottoming tail candles off key technical levels, but to actually show me that there is a trend change. KAVL, certainly interested in weaseling into this one, but I got to see the right setup. MCRP, still hanging out at that dollar, man. I think I might have to work into this. I think I actually am going to work into this. So it feels like a couple of bull flags here, Joey. I mean, you get the breakout here at 1120. You get the continuation, another bull flag into 108, but just a lot of zig and zag here on MCRP. I don't want to force the trade if I don't have to, but there is not really a whole lot. Sadly, IRBT is not changing trends. So let's take a quick look here at MRCP. How's it looking over here? Is it still like a $20 spread? No, it's 1 penny here. So the spread is tightened up a little bit. This was wider earlier. It was like 3 or 4 pennies. Let's work into this, Joe. Look, I'm gonna work my way into this into about 95 pennies, okay? 95 pennies is VWAP. We're gonna go ahead, we're punching. And then we're gonna get some more in at 95, should it come down into that level. But we're gonna front run it as we always do. We're gonna go 96. If it loses this area right here, I'm talking about 93 pennies. So I'll put my stop likely at 92. It loses that, it loses me as a trader for this one. So we'll get out of that one. But we should probably put some profit takers into the area high in case it does get a price spike up and we're not looking. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Wow, Joey, look at Poet go, man. It is breaking out into the range that we spoke about. We got 37s. We just took 65s. Go, Poet, go. It is a new high of day on Poet, $5.68. It's up almost 21%. I'm only lamenting not having had resting orders up here in the high 60s. It's already showing me 66. You already know where I'm going to wait, man. We're going to go ahead and wait out. We're posting now at 69, Joseph Options. But I want to mention one thing.
What is it?
That I'm trading this as an upward channel range. So what does that mean? That means that we've gotten likely into that upward channel range. If we extend the trend line here, we may have a little bit more to go, maybe into the 70s. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. And you always want to leave a piece for the dream if you're trading it as a range, right? Because you could get the breakout from the range. And then you're going to obviously lament not having had anything. So even if you know it goes against you, leave a little bit of a piece for that dream in case you know you get a price spike up into 6 or whatever. So Poet in focus for me here, Joe. Let's see how this one goes.
Poet didn't even know it, my brother. All right, there it goes, guys. Up to 52.70s roughly there on IBIT. You can see that the bid sitting around 68 and the ask around 69s. Now, this is going to be acting as a potential key resistance zone. So we want to see a little force as we punch through those levels. But the market continuously grinding higher. I didn't take anything on Netflix. It's just grinding sideways, and this is not ideal. You want to try to catch the lower end of the range. It's just going to drastically improve your risk to reward ratio. I know I went on this big spiel about just not buying top end of the range, but we did here on IBIT. We went relatively small, and then we just added a little bit more right there. So we're still posted up for some more. I should probably remove those. Considering, so boom, those are gone. We got that going right now, and we're gonna see if this can be continued. If we're fortunate enough to get a volume spike, then this thing is gonna go back towards the high of the day. But I can tell you one thing for free, guys, what we haven't done today.
What haven't you done, Joe? The sectors?
No, we done that already,
we did, my bad.
boy. We done that already, my boy.
We
That's
got
going to be, yeah, we're gonna be looking at the options chain. So running into a little bit of a supply zone here on IBIT, we can see that the high of the day was roughly around 53.17, and then price was just being pushed right back down. So keep an eye out on that. It's definitely a factor in today's session, and if they want to push it below some of these supply zones, so you can head into 51s or something, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Can act as support as well too, so don't forget that. 50 is definitely a support level, so we're probably not going to see anything lower than that, and that's going to be the December 19th expiration cycle. As for December 5th, yeah, so 53, 22,800 contract, or yeah, 800 contracts right there with volume around 6,110. Well, not too bad. There goes the IWM, actually breaching through some of the key levels. I want to keep my eye on this bad boy though, because I really like my chances. I'm going to let it phase a couple people out. We're going to do those liquidity grabs, and then I'm going to look for a turnaround anywhere north of where we're currently trading at, drastically outpacing what we're seeing in the SPY and in the NASDAQ. What has the Dow been up to?
What's it up to?
Performing relatively well, guys. So some of the tech-heavy names, because you can see that NVIDIA is not doing too much. So yeah, we'll keep that in mind. A nice steady grind. We have no issues with continuously holding onto the position right now. And once again, I'll mention it for probably the umpteenth time. Hey, volume step in, we're rocking and rolling. Let's take a look at the actual SPY and the Qs to see, hey, do we have this pinning type price action? And what do I mean by options pinning is essentially you just have a balance in between open interest on the call side and on the put side. And no, nothing crazy or outstanding. This is gonna be 0 DTE December 3rd. If only, like, see, the thing is, I understand people love 0 DTEs, but today is where you're just going to fall into a world of trouble. And I shouldn't say a world of trouble, but you're essentially just going to give away the money. Like, I get it. You want to buy this lottery ticket at $6.86 for $6, literally. That's the max that you can lose. But the chances of it climbing that high and then surpassing that by the end of the close is relatively none. So, like, again, you can buy 6 contracts for $36. It's not. Hopefully, it's not going to break your wallet or anything along those lines. But it's just like tossing money away. I remember I told you guys this story before. My accounting professor, he said he took a $20 bill from somebody and he tore it and he threw it in the garbage, and he's like, yeah, that's essentially what paying interest is on credit cards.
Oh, 100%.
Right? So
I suffered with that when I was young.
Yeah. I remember you telling me that. I mean, I did.
But I learned a lot from it.
Yeah, you learned a lot from it, but dude, because it takes a long time to get out of that stuff, right?
And like my parents were like,
dude. Yeah.
Figure it out.
You figure it out. And you learn your lesson.
Oh,
man.
God, yeah.
Yeah, you learn
yeah,
exactly. So just be careful with that stuff. Even though it seems intriguing and you want to buy them, the probability is so low that they're going to be successful. And when they do work, see, that's the thing. You can hit that 10-to-1 trade, but you have to be willing to take 10 losses of buying such a cheap contract that expires so close to hit that one bagger. And if you don't execute it on it well, then it's just not going to work.
Well said, Joe.
But Poets, you're crushing it on
Bro, it's going, Joey. It is absolutely going. We got 37s on now. It is the high of day of 73. This is really going. We wet the beak, of course, at 69 as is required under my contract. We're going to let this one go now. So I kept yapping about saving a piece for the dream. We're going to save the piece here. We're not going to take it out. Come what may, if it wants to come back into that 545 area where the lower resistance line is, we'll add more. But I'm going to continue to trade this as a range until it shows me a definitive breakout. POET, treating me well today. Let's see how this one ends up doing. 573 high. We're looking for a little bit more. The other one that I'm involved in here, as I mentioned, MCRP. We got in at 01s. It's showing me 03s. But we've got now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 candles in a row with lower highs. Ever since we made that 108 high, it has been just a downward slope on this bad boy. Easier to see on the black charts. Allow me to show you guys this here. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Since that 108 high, it's been a lower high, lower high, lower high. That's the bad news. The good news is it's still holding that buck and the 10 EMA on the 5. So let's see what this one does. I'm willing to defend this one into VWAP in and around, I want to say 95 pennies. I may have to move up my resting order as a VWAP, of course, a dynamic level and requires me to make adjustments to said order. Separately, IRBT, that one we were trading earlier. Joey, look at this. Tell me they're in a seller at 20 here. Look at this. How many times are we going to work into 20, Joey, before we get rejected? That's the bad news. What's the good news? We're putting in higher lows, my man.
Oh, there
and it goes.
Man.
Above 20, we could be getting a trend change right now on IRBT. We already know this bad boy here was up to 350 on the day. That gives us about 30 pennies worth of possible room for potential trades here. So IRBT in focus for me now, again, as it starts breaking out above that 20 range. There's 23, there's 24, Joey. Are we going to get conned into this trade? I don't know. Let's see exactly what we'll get. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing, guys. I'm taking a small stab here on IWM. Super wide stop, small shares. I'll give this $1. No worries about that. But I'm going to be looking for that move back towards the downside. One thing to note on the 5-minute time frame, nothing is telling us like, hey, we're ready to completely turn around aside from this one signal. But we've already broken through that high. So what I'm going to look for is a nice top to be formed, some consolidation, and then potentially a curl over. But what is cooking up for us right now is, you've guessed it.
You guessed it.
IBIT, as we're starting to climb a little bit higher, guys. Once again, I have no issues with holding on to this a little bit longer. We're going to go 2 for 2 on the Bitcoin trade. Let's see if this IWM trade is going to come into fruition as well, because why not, man? If we're rocking and rolling. Yesterday was a tougher session. I put on a couple good trades, but nonetheless, I told you guys we'd be coming back in here at some point, regardless of the day, and just looking to perform once again. Consolidation, relatively a long consolidation, I guess I should say, and then now we're starting to get that breakout. We want to see that volume start to pick up, though. Excuse me. That would give us a little bit more confirmation in the fact that, hey, this move is going to be sustained, but we're not going to complain whatsoever about this trade here, Sharif. So I'll take a little bit off. We'll call it 20%, I guess. Ooh, rejected. We don't like that. We'll take 20% off here. Leave a little bit more for a runner. So we're posted up to see if we can catch that fill at 52.74s in Bitcoin. And there it goes. Why aren't you filling me?
Why aren't you filling?
Yo, what the heck? Oh my God! It literally punched through those levels.
Welcome to my world, bro.
Like,
Constantly not getting filled.
Yeah, I know. That's
doesn't
super
cross.
frustrating.
That's why, yeah.
Pardon me?
It does. Sometimes it doesn't cross.
Yeah, but it hit. The bid hit, brother. The
bid hit?
Yeah, the bid hit, and I guess I didn't have priority or anything like along those lines. So there it is, starting to come in a little bit on IBIT. I'm gonna wait. I'll post up at 52.74s, waiting for a little profit. What the hell? What happened?
Russia just sold. Wiwans said Russia has just sold its first bond denominated in Chinese renminbi with the yen. Obviously, wow, really interesting there. Okay. I don't even know what to make of that, but that's interesting information that they would do that, obviously, to try to avoid the US dollar, I'm assuming. Interesting. Okay.
Very interesting.
Say that again, Katina Man? It's going to be to yes, of course. Build a stronger negotiating position with President Trump. That's what the Katina Man said. It's exactly what he said. Shout out to my man. All right, keeping an eye, guys, on the, MCRP just dropped over here. Did we get the fill? No, because we stupid and we didn't move our dip trade to account for VWAP. That sucks, man. That's a mistake on my part there. An oversight. I just said I would do that. I didn't do it. It pops back in. Now it's got a hammer candle off VWAP, and I'm not participating. Let's go ahead and put it at 96 here, see if it wants to come back down into that level and fill me. Poet is just rocketing up, dude. I'm trying to trade this as a rate. Where the hell is it? There it is. New high day on Poet, 578. It's still holding prior bar low. I'm not taking out anything here. Let's see if Poet wants to run into $6. If it wants to go to 6, we'll take it to 6, but it's not giving me that turnaround signal like it did earlier. Take a look at that 1135. I mean, it made that new area high, then it was immediately proceeded by selling off into the volume weighted average price around 5 1/3. It's not quite doing that this time, so I'm trying to keep my eye out on that. But we're going to have to keep an eye here on MCRP, Joey. We're trying to work into this position. What
right.
time is it? Oh, we'll do the news in about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, man, we can fire it up at any given moment. We're just big relaxing right now, putting in a solid day, looking for a little bit of extra here. Nothing substantial, small sizes. IWM continuing to grind higher. I think it will turn around at some point. I mean, we're pretty extended on the intraday session. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective. But again, it's just steady and up and to the right. We are completely going against the flow. You're in breakout territory as well, heading toward bang, and there we go. We catch a fill on IBIT there, guys. So not too bad whatsoever as we catch another trade right there. But this IWM trade is slightly frustrating because I know what it's doing. I know what you're up to. You're just continuously grinding higher, absorbing liquidity, and then eventually things might turn the tide. But again, I'm super small. I have no issues with taking a small loss on this one. I mean, we're down, what are we, 248.80s? I'll give it to 249.50, something along those lines, just for ish and giggles, you know? Catch my drift, everyone? All right, let's take a little bit more out here on IBIT as this trade is starting to work out for us. Go 2 for 2 on this bad boy. Long consolidation, sustained breakout. We like that one. Should I cut Hangry Wife on what? What are you in? I accidentally bought a put spread on Tesla instead of a call spread yesterday. And now I'm down $550 unrealized loss max up to 2K. I mean, if it's not the trade that you want, Hangry, then I mean, you don't want to panic or anything along those lines. But if it's not what you wanted, I know. I honestly don't really know what to say. It's up to you if you want to cut that loss. Take the loss. Yeah, I mean, trust me, lessons have been learned on just not accepting the fact that you should just take that loss and not bag hold some certain things, right? I told you guys that actually took my largest options loss the other day, just cutting some positions, just because I'm like, you know what? I want to sleep decently at night, and I don't want to be waking up in the middle of the night looking at the price of Bitcoin and what it's up to.
You do anyway, bro.
Yeah, I do anyways. Yeah, I know, it's bad. But yeah, but that's not, I mean, I love trading. Obviously, it can be frustrating at times, but at the end of the day, I don't want it to consume me completely to the point where I'm waking up to see if Bitcoin's up a couple of percentage points or not. I don't think that's healthy. So yeah, I cut some. We took the loss. I tell you guys about my winners. I tell you guys about my losses. It's a $3,400 loss, but hey man, it's small potatoes. We get that back, no problemo. May take a little bit of time, but the beautiful thing about the market is, the chances of there being another opportunity are pretty high, if you ask me.
Pretty high, man.
Yeah, they're very, very high, and obviously being sarcastic. There will always be another opportunity. That's why I don't get attached to one trade for too long. If you're supposed to get out, just get out of it. And I'll do the exact same thing with IWM out here if it gets out. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys this trade, and Neil can confirm. Everybody, I think every single trader at this desk who's been through it, make your life easier. As difficult as it may be, in the long run, it's going to make it substantially easier if you just get out when you're supposed to get out. Don't complicate it. You're supposed to get out, get out. It's that simple. Don't be like, oh, well, I think it's going to bounce. I'm going to, all this, nonsense. Yeah, get that garbage out of here, essentially, and just get out of the trade because there's going to be another opportunity. And next thing you know, it's like, oh, well, I'm bag holding this position. Yep. But then you see a higher quality opportunity and you're like, now I've taken double the amount of loss in which I should in order to take the trade that is going to work. It's a tough skill to acquire, but once you've got that down pat, it makes trading life substantially easier.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Let's start the news. We can start it. I think it's about 4-1 at the moment. I think we're good to go there. Let's just make sure that I've got all my stops in place. Everything is good to go. I think we are solid. I just want to choose a screen where I have no trades ongoing so that I'm not required. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's get in. You good?
Yeah, and a nice additional pop there on Bitcoin.
Nice additional pop. Who can complain about that, Joey?
Let's take that there.
Let's get to work. Let's talk about Marvell. Big move yesterday for Marvell. It wasn't immediately like that, though. In fact, the stock was actually down after earnings, but it was the call, really, that sent this one back up, and as a result of the guide that they gave. So let's talk a little bit about this right now. Marvell surged. Well, where's it at right now, actually? It's up 4 1/5, not bad. It was up more than 9%, in fact, after announcing $3.25 billion acquisition, of course, of Celestial AI. They did report earnings yesterday. I don't have it over here, their earnings report, but I can get to it in a second. So I want to focus on Celestial here specifically because it's really going to help them compete in the data center business when they're obviously trying to compete now with the likes of Broadcom, even NVIDIA. So Celestial strengthens their position in AI data silicon, directly intensifying, as I mentioned, competition with Broadcom and NVIDIA. Celestial AI, specifically, though, brings photonics technology to the table, which is using light instead of electricity to accelerate the communication between AI accelerators and RAM, the memory, which is obviously key for next-gen AI workloads. TD Cowen throwing a comment in there. They said, look, they like the acquisition, plus they also like Amazon's endorsement via a new warrant in the company. Shout out to Darwin the OG, who's always trading warrants in the chat. It also significantly boosts Marvell's ability to compete in the CPO, the co-packaged optics, and the custom XPU architecture. So we know that Marvell has been trying to weasel into the data center AI game. Obviously, a good acquisition for them here, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some good numbers. Net revenue up 37%. Gross margins performing relatively well. Operating cash flow up to $582 million. So it's not bad whatsoever. But at the end of the day, if we look at the stock MRVL, it's choppy. There's no questioning that, Sharif, here. It's tougher to sit in this from an investment point, in my opinion, right? Like, you have this massive move lower. I mean, a lot of stocks were hit, but not to the extent of 63%. I mean, that's a pretty hefty haircut with multiple gap downs in between that. And then as for the middle of the summer, we can head over to our guideline here, our benchmark of the April lows, 103%. So that's not bad, but in the grand scheme of things, a lot of consolidations. You go on a pretty lengthy consolidation right here. Look at this over-under right here, Sharif. It's like, oh, okay, we look like we're going to break out. No, fake out. Boom, consolidation, an additional fake out to the downside. And then eventually that's when you make your move, which is really nice. But then you just have this consistent multi-month downtrend that brings you down 62%, even though you are up 100% off of that specific
Yeah, these are super volatile, man.
Yeah,
like, I'm involved in MCHP as well. It makes like these analog chips super volatile, Joey. It'll drop, it'll pop. Yeah, a lot of different volatility metrics in that. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on CAPR. Shout out to US Stock Trader. Look at CP. I'm seeing it. It's still below 30. Got it on the side chart. Thank you for pointing it out. Let's talk about CrowdStrike. See where it's at right now. CRWD. Almost recovering here. I mean, it's down 1% on the day, but likely because it ran up so much in anticipation of earnings, because the earnings were quite good. So they posted Q3 revenue of a little bit shy than $1.25 billion, 1.23 billion, but it was a 22% increase on that top line number, but it narrowly beats the 1.22 expected by the street. Maybe that's why we're selling off. The market was a little greedy. They wanted more. EPS came in at 96 pennies, adjusted EPS, I should mention, instead of the 94 expected by analysts. It also has record highs across its operating cash flow, its free cash flow, operating income, and also ARR, annual recurring revenue, which is reinforcing sort of the thesis that the demand remains durable. Shares did slip a little bit, though, but likely because it's rallied 24% since the August Q2 print. Let's talk about the firm continues to benefit from their AI paradox. What is this AI paradox? Well, AI increases, AI, the actual thing, is increasing cyber attack frequency and complexity, which creates more demand for CrowdStrike security. However, on the other side of the coin, AI is also enhancing Falcons, which is their cybersecurity systems, its own detection capabilities. So it's increasing more, increasing the attacks more, but also helping the actual cybersecurity software become more effective. So that creates pricing power, and it's a cross-sell uplift as well, Joey. Yep. They did quite well on their guide as well. Full year 2026 revenue was raised. They were guiding initially 4.75. Now it's almost basically 4.8 what they're guiding. Their street was looking for 4.78. They raised their EPS guide as well, and they reaffirmed their Q4 revenue guide and Q4 EPS, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to your guidance point there, Sharif, I mean, that's going to be 20% year over year, which is a pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good growth. I mean, a lot going on. Free cash flow up substantially as well. Two guys around 296 million. Operating cash flow up to 398 million. So I really like this name. The cybersecurity is definitely something to get involved with, and we're not going to complain whatsoever about what we got going on from a technical standpoint here in CrowdStrike. So I mean, listen, look how this trend line's holding up. I'm not going to say bet your bottom dollar on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if you get a nice relative bounce, and then sure enough, in the near future, you get a break above that all-time high of around $565. Outage where? That thing is that is way in the past, Sharif. Yeah, that's essentially a big nothing burger at this point because this name continues to perform quarter after quarter, year after year.
You know what I notice with Crowd as opposed to PanW? They're not making any acquisitions, meaning they're still growing organically, and they're not having to acquire the way, which is good in one sense, obviously, that you're not having to spend that CapEx on the acquisitions.
Exactly.
In the other sense, though, because I'm not no expert in this either, are they really covering all the bases that PanW is doing? Are they able to develop internally all the different sort of moats that PanW is doing as well? Because PanW has this platformization strategy where they want to lock you into every sector of cybersecurity. Whether or not they're able to do it is not what I'm commenting on right now. I'm just saying that that's what their move is. So,
hey, but I mean, stick to your guns, man. If it continuously works, then just go with the flow and try to get a little bit better. Exactly.
Shout out to Jacka, 22.96, dropping $5 in the chat. We appreciate you, my man. Another $40,000 profit swinging NVIDIA options this morning. Grabbed more on the dip below 180 and looking for another 5K so far with those. We're going to spin the money for you, man. That's big boy money right there. That's aggressive money right there. Joey, we got to talk about American Eagle in a second.
Right when we get back.
Right when we get back from Adair.
Yeah, I have to tell you guys here about CRM, a name that was just discussed and is also reporting earnings tonight after the bell. Salesforce announcing it's deepening its collaboration with AWS to launch Agentforce 360 for AWS. Apparently, the goal of this is to drive faster, safer AI success for enterprises. Nice pop for CRM ahead of its earnings. Back to you guys.
All right, guys. Be nice to each other in the chat, please, okay?
Oh, who's saying
it's okay. Let's just go on. Joey, American Eagle.
Yo, listen, brother. If
look,
you
I haven't won anything yet.
Exactly.
I haven't made any money yet.
Exactly.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm the one that openly saying that.
Do you want to? Actually, I'm not even going to tell you.
I'm not changing any of the bet, Joey.
No, I'm not asking you to change the bet. But if I come out on top, you have.
I'm not doing nothing.
No, I'm not asking you to do nothing. But what I am going to be doing is going to be absolutely insane. I already have a plan.
You know, I realize that I have basically an unlimited amount of time for that 26 to hit because there was no timeline placed on the bet.
Brother, by the end of the year. End of the year? Yeah. You got 3 weeks, my boy. Yeah.
Hold on, Ram. You got the video? You're editing the video?
God. Yeah.
Hold on. I said by the end of the year?
Okay. Yeah, end of the year.
Joey said at the end of the year, in August.
Okay. I
didn't know, bro.
Timeline, bro.
No, I didn't realize that. I swear to you, I didn't realize that. But if
end of the year. It's because the guy got you. So you were counting your blessing thing until the end of time, man. Come on.
Till the end of time. All right, but let's talk about what they did, Joey. Yeah. They issued a bullish holiday guidance, and they're now expecting Q4 comparable sales to come between 8 and 9% year over year. Wall Street was looking for 2%, so a big move there. The company also raised their full-year adjusted operating income outlook to about $303 to $308 million. The prior guide, way lower, $255 to $265. Management highlighted what they're calling record-breaking momentum during the Thanksgiving weekend. Let's talk about how they actually did numbers-wise. Q3 EPS, 53 pennies. The street wanted 44. Q3 revenue, 1.36. Street wanted 1.32. Check. Beat on the top and bottom line. Net income, that take-home money, $91.3 million, up from what they took home last year, which was about $80 million. Total sales grew 6% year over year, marking a solid return to that organic growth. So let's talk about where they made the money, Joey, because it's not just the American Eagle brand. In fact, I don't even know how to say this. Do you know how to say this? Ari? Yeah. So company-wide comparable sales 4%, beating the 2.7 expected by the street. But it wasn't the American Eagle brand that actually rose that. In fact, they missed on that. It was a 1% year over year increase on the comp. The street was looking for 2.1, but that was helped by Aerie. Comparable sales 11% year over year, and revenue for that segment grew 13% year over year. Their operating margin hit 8.3, topping the 7.5 expected. Let's cut the crap, man. Why are they doing well? Well, come on.
Stop it.
Come on.
Travis Kelce.
It could be Travis Kelce. I mean, I don't know.
Definitely not, but let's not beat around the bush, man.
It is the aggressive campaign. Make of it what you will. A lot of it was, you know, we're not going to get into the whole thing right here, but the whole point was there was innuendo being thrown in there.
Dude,
it caught people's attention. Now people are looking at the company
Let's
again.
not beat around the bush on the fact that the ability that star power has on brands, right? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, regardless of who it is or what's going on, there's no denying the fact that they're going to have somewhat of an impact, and I think it's important to note that. But other than that, guys, gross margins slightly down year over year, 50 basis points, about 150 basis points of headwinds from tariffs as well, too, so 1.5%. Operating margins 8.3% on a GAAP basis, roughly flat year over year. So nothing horrible. I mean, inventories are slightly down as well, too, which I think is really important to know. But Sharif, my brother, you got a big time gap up. I mean, when did we make this? It was somewhere in August. It was in the middle of summer, right? So you've already got 100%, almost 100% return on AEO from that point. Right? So, I mean, this is the Sydney Sweeney news, I'm pretty sure, right around here.
It was a little bit lower, actually.
Before this gap up? What was this gap up here? Was that previous earnings? Yeah, that was the earnings report. Yeah, that was earnings report
on the Sydney
up here.
News off the low.
Some of the volume, somewhere around this neck of the woods. So, I mean, keep an eye out, man.
Look how quickly it filled that gap, and it filled it all. So we
really
can see
quick.
another fill there. So, like, let's not get too excited here,
Well,
right? I mean, I'm just speaking.
Yeah,
in general terms, right?
No, in all seriousness. But it did climb a little bit higher. It went from 18 all the way to $20, so you get a 2-point range. I mean, we're cutting it close here in all reality. There is a key pivot right around that 26.43. If it does tap into that, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But as for these indecision prints, the volume not as large as that we were expecting. Look at the volume print here on American Eagle in September than what we're experiencing right now.
Fair enough.
That could be a double-edged sword, really.
What's our Seeking Knowledge and Clarity says Aerie is an American Eagle's bras, underwear, activewear, and swimwear brand. Thank you. Actually, I didn't know that. All right, Adara, give us your take on American Eagle.
Yeah, I think with Aerie, the comparable sales increase makes sense. You always see a lot of people in that store in the mall because it does have its own little store. Shout out to the Eaton Center. But I want to talk about the Sydney Sweeney effect for a bit because it's very interesting that Sydney and Travis Kelce, they're both involved with the actual American Eagle brand proper with these campaigns, and yet people aren't buying more jeans. They're talking a lot about the jeans and, you know, whether or not they are great, but they are not purchasing the actual apparel. So that I think is interesting. And I think also, you know, makes sense they're trying to guide this comparable sales growth. I think if they can even outdo that already lofty 8 to 9% growth for the quarter with, you know, holiday sales, et cetera, I actually think this could be a really good Q4 for American Eagle. But I think them guiding so much stronger than expected for Q4 comp sales could hurt them if they come anywhere below that. Like they're guiding 8 to 9%, right? Like let's say they even give us 5 or 6%. That's still well above the estimate. But because it's below where they're guiding, I think it'll disappoint investors. They've put themselves kind of in between a rock and a hard place. I want to see how those comp sales work, and I want to see if the Sydney Sweeney effect starts turning into actual sales of jeans, not at Aerie, but American Eagle proper.
Let's go on to the next story. Okta posts a strong Q3 beat, but drops on a lack of guidance. So they weren't able to guide, and the market looked at that as maybe they're not that confident. So they delivered a clean beat across the headline metrics, EPS, 82 pennies versus the 76, revenue of 742 million, beating the 730 expected. Subscription revenue also rose nicely, 11% year over year, slightly ahead of expectations. Net income, $43 million. Compare that to the $16 million they took home last year with their RPOs. Their remaining performance obligations, made famous, of course, by Oracle, grew 17% year over year now, up to $4.3 billion. Despite all that strong numbers that they delivered, shares fell around 3% after hours because they did not provide full year guidance. CFO Brett Thai or whatever cited Q4 seasonality and the need for conservatism, which the market interpreted, in their opinion, as hesitation. Okta also launched new tools that allow enterprise to build AI agents. We've been hearing a lot more about agentic AI, which is going to help automate their workflows. He also said their AI TAM expansion could actually exceed Okta. Go, Joey. Go. There we go. The coin is going, baby.
Holy, man, this is what I was talking about earlier in the day. I just, honestly, guys, full disclosure, like I had literally about 20% of what I had on the initial position, my first one that being, but there it goes, that nice consolidative breakout. The longer the consolidation, the stronger the move can be, and we're experiencing that right now in IBIT, up about 2.7% in the session, guys.
Yeah, so moving on here, the Okta, the CEO saying their AI TAM expansion could actually exceed their core business over the next 5 years. That would be an interesting development. So look, they guided Q4, but they didn't give full year. They're guiding Q4 EPS between 748 to 750. The street was looking for 738, an easy beat on that guide, with EPS coming in 84. They're guiding 84 to 85 pennies. That is, well, the bottom end of the range. The range obviously is 84 and a half. The street was looking for 84. So a definite good look for their current guide. Joey, what do you make of Okta?
Yeah, some good stuff. Sorry, I'm going through a little bit of charting issues right now. I want to pull up OKTA. I was just going through some of the report as well, too, and seeing what we got going on. Sharif went through a lot of the material. So backlog, obviously, RPO up 17% year over year, which is pretty good. You're not going to complain about that stuff, so a little bit of excess demand. But as for the actual stock itself, continuing its pop-up from earlier this morning, Sharif. So a strong opening drive, 75.51, and a big-time move to the top side. You can see yesterday after the bell, sells off. No real 5-minute orb play right there, but then you can see you open up at 4 a.m., you start to bleed, and then sure enough, you get a nice rip to the top side. So as for that, a nice bounce through some key support levels, but let's not beat around the bush with some of these things, guys. This chart is not pretty whatsoever. If you're off of these May 25 highs, you're still down 33%, so you're drastically underperforming the overall market, guys. There goes Bitcoin volume starting to step in. Looks like we're getting a breakout there.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. Microchip Technology, MCHP, a name I'm involved in. They raised their Q3 outlook to about 40 pennies. The top end of the range was 34 to 40. Net sales now expected to land in the high end of the range of 1.11 to 1.15 billion, signaling stronger than expected demand. This company basically makes analog chips that they're using in AI now. Kind of fell out of favor. Now they're back in favor. CEO Steve Sanghi saying the business trends are outperforming prior expectations. With the 2 months of Q3 completed, he now expects the company to have about 1% sequential growth and about 12% year-over-year growth. I've been looking at the chart on this. I know Joey typically does the charting here, so maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. But I'm perceiving this one to kind of possibly be an inverted head and shoulders. I'd like to see a neckline break above 77.5. I was happy when this one dipped aggressively into that $40 range. This was the tariff tantrum, of course. But yeah, it was preceded by a downtrend. You have a sort of a head and shoulders pattern. I'm going to be looking for the breakout specifically, though, above that 200 SMA at around 72. But ideally, you get that break above that 77.5 where we topped out, I want to say, in mid-July, Joey. What do you make of MCHP?
Sorry, Sharif, my P8's bugging out on me for some reason. I can keep going. Yeah, please, thank you very much.
Shout out to Nicole. She's got Mara calls and Neo puts.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're not wrong, girl, because Chinese EVs have been getting decimated lately. Take a look at this, Assassino. XPEV is down another 5% today, 5 3/4 for Neo, and the hot garbage, Li Auto, down 3 3/4. But I've been keeping an eye on XPEV the last little while, and the chart, the daily chart anyway on XBEV, not looking good lately. Let me just bring that in. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, guys, from those area highs that we put in, I want to say, in early November. Since that $28 high, we are now down 33% since the beginning of, or I don't even beginning, that was the middle of November. So Chinese EVs getting shellacked as of late. Shout out to Nicole Harris and shout out to Atlanta. Let's go on to the next story. Macy's, oh boy. Poet is really going here, Joey. We're still holding the piece, by the way. I know the position board is out, but Poet just made another high day into 580. What do we have on Poet here, Joe? We got 37. So let's see if this one can continue to run. Where's Macy's at, by the way? Macy's is up 1/3%. Okay, not great, but not bad. Their best growth quarter in 3 years, and they raised the outlook. So they beat Wall Street's quarterly expectations for the 3rd straight quarter, signaling, you know, that sustained traction and for its turnaround strategy. Q3 revenue came in at $4.71 billion, beating the $4.62 expected, with adjusted EPS coming in at 9, topping the expectations of a 4-penny loss. So they're actually profitable. Comparable sales rose 3.2% or 3.4% when you exclude stores that are going to be closed in the near future. They did raise their full year EPS between 2 to 2.5, up from the prior guide when they guided $1.70 to $2.05, and now they're expecting full year net sales to be about 21.5 to about $21.2 billion. They're projecting full year revenue still below, though, last year's. They took home about almost $22.3 billion last year, with about $700 million of the decline attributed to 64 store closures since the last fiscal year. And sadly, we never want to celebrate this, but they're actually looking to close more stores. Macy's is accelerating in its investment in staffing, merchandising, and store presentation, starting with 50 revamped stores called the First 50, and now expect to expand to 125 upgraded locations. But their strategy includes closing underperforming Macy's stores. 150 closures are planned by 2027's, Joey, but that's on the bad side. What's the good side? They're looking at actually expanding Bloomingdale's and Blue Mercury, which are their higher end brands, Joey, and obviously bring in more margins. What's your look?
Yeah, not too bad of a look there. I mean, net sales still down approximately 0.6%, which isn't horrible considering they have a bunch of stores that are being closed. From a technical standpoint, we'll take a look at Macy's. We know the retail space. Hey, I think, like, in all reality, Shree, if we're talking about Christmas rallies, what are the spaces in which we're going to see them? I think the retail space is a pretty good a place to look, right? Like, you got the American Eagle and everything along those lines. So Macy's performing relatively well, guys. We're not going to complain whatsoever. I mean, at the end of the day, look at this bounce off of April here. 137%, not too bad. A pretty good move, continuous gaps up. Look at this volume print as well, too, in Macy's, guys.
Just going to do a quick test trade here for Assassino. There we go, and we got it out of it.
Oh,
there we go.
God, this is disastrous here.
There we go. All right, let's go on to the next story over here. What's going on?
Brother, I don't even
tripping over there. I'm going to skip Dollar Tree here. Let's go on to NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang to discuss US AI leadership at a conference called CSIS. Not the Canadian Security Intelligence Service for all my Canadians out there. So CSIS will host NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang today at 5 p.m. for a high-profile discussion. The event is going to center on securing U.S. leadership in AI, of course, and wanting to cement NVIDIA's position as the leader of global semiconductors in AI. He's expected to outline their perspective on how U.S. policy can accelerate that AI innovation while maintaining strategic advantage. That's basically a nice way of saying, hey, let us sell to the Chinese so that the Chinese don't replace us with other markets. So we'll have to see how that all works out. The talk is going to highlight why AI compute and data center infrastructure have become core to both national security and economic competitiveness. So look, we don't really know exactly what's going to be said or what's going to come out of that meeting, but obviously it is a very important one because we've talked about the dwindling market share that NVIDIA's had in China. It used to represent about 20% of their overall revenue. It now accounts for 0, according to what Jensen Huang said with his own mouth, not analysts projecting that. That was Jensen's words specifically. So, second largest economy in the world, can you really afford to not have a presence in that economy? And that's kind of the question I'll leave to you there. What do you think?
Bro, yeah, I'll take a look at what we got going on. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out.
You want me to keep going, bro?
Yeah,
I can
please.
keep
Yeah,
going,
I'm having some issues over here, man.
Not a problem, man.
Yeah,
Not a
thank
problem.
you.
All right. Let's keep going on over here. Apple set for record iPhone shipments in 2025. Being credited here is China and the pickup in sales of that region. So IDC is forecasting 247.4 million iPhone shipments in 25, which would be a 6% year-over-year bump. But it would also mean, if it materializes, that it would surpass the previous peak of 236 million units sold. That was back in 2021. Funny enough, I bought the iPhone 13 in 21. I bought the iPhone 17 this year, and I keep buying their biggest cycles ever. So that was the on record is the 236 million they sold in 21, and that was for the iPhone 13. IDC also highlighting massive demand for the iPhone in China. Says China iPhone shipments are expected to rise 17% year over year in Q4. And local competitors, especially Huawei, continue to pressure Apple, but demand for the 17 series currently outweighs the share loss that they've experienced as a result of that strong competition. The strong iPhone 17 cycle is critical as investors questioned Apple's AI strategy, especially with Android OEMs really pushing aggressively into those native AI devices. Counterpoint Research, because we've been talking about IDC, now Counterpoint chiming in here, and they expect Apple to overtake Samsung, as we reported to you last week, in total smartphone shipments in 2025. That would be the first time that's happened, Joey, in about 14 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that it's like, okay, yeah, we're questioning Apple's, obviously, AI movement and everything that they were doing, lack of investment, if you want to call it that. But look what the stock's doing. These guys haven't been spending money out of the wazoo, and this could be the greatest iPhone sales on record, which is pretty good. We were thinking about the super cycle coming into play with the iPhone 16. It just came a year later. It's unfortunate that the drop of Apple Intelligence didn't head us into that area, but the iPhone 17, how you can use ChatGPT, the camera, just everything along those lines, the iPhone Slim has sent this stock to literally new all-time highs. So they don't need to be spending all of this money considering the stock is still performing relatively well and they haven't spent much cash. They're just gonna sit back and I think they're gonna collect money at the end of the day, whether it be from Google, Anthropic, ChatGPT, and some of these other AI startups. So I think they're going to be doing just fine in the near future. Who knows what the 18 is going to bring? We were talking super cycle.
Speaking of the 18,
super cycle.
You bring up a really good point. Apple said they may delay the base iPhone 18 model to 27 because they're going to have two launch cycles apparently now for the iPhone. One in the early, I want to say early fall, actually it's late summer. And then I think in late winter or early spring. So apparently they're going to break the fall release rhythm, so to speak, which could, IDC is positing, could lead to a 4.2% decline in shipments next year because you're going to have that base brand not launched in September but launched later on in 27. So that could drop the actual quarters numbers. Year numbers, though, would probably balance out because you have the same type of sales in the spring. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case. All right, Adira, give us your take on Apple.
I've been saying this since this whole super cycle talk kind of started up. There is always the risk that if you have a lot of people buying something at one point, then they will, end up buying less the next time the next product comes along, right? So I think that's legitimately a concern here with regards to the super cycle conundrum, for lack of a better term. I think it's obviously been a really good catalyst for Apple stock. We've seen what happened here at the Open, but I do think we have to think beyond the iPhone 17. It's a good short-term catalyst, but the AI question is still very much in debate, and B, if we don't get another iPhone and then thus more iPhone sales for the next little while, I think that's something else to be concerned about here too. So great near-term catalyst, kind of shady in the longer term.
Thank you very much.
There's some things that I agree with Adair, but I think the market is. I think we've totally forgot about the botch of the Apple Intelligence release. Look how the stock's been performing and sales are up. So I don't know how much that is to worry about. And is it going to be that narrative? Because I think Apple learned their lesson from last time. Like, hey, we're not going to talk about this too much until it's actually completely ready, and we might not even know by the 18 if it's going to be. So I think they're sitting in a pretty good position because this stock has been performing relatively relatively well.
And I also want to say one thing, that everybody expects AI to look a certain way. We all have experience with AI using LLMs. But that's not, I think, where Apple's going at all. I think they're looking for on-device small language models that they're going to base for a couple of reasons. One, they want it to be specific to the person on device. Two, they want to keep it local so that it's more secure. You're not having to go to the cloud, so you can have that, your data is secure pitch that Apple's been pitching to us for the last 10 years, right? So we'll have to wait and see, and not least of which is the fact that they're basically looking for that on-device small language model necessitates way less CapEx. So in an era where, some people are saying, are we spending too much? It could benefit them. But Joey, the risk is, if these on-device models, at least in the short term, suck or are not up to the standard of the cloud models,
it will catch up.
It will catch up.
It will catch up.
But I'm assuming that technology will progress to a state where the on-device models will eventually be good. Maybe just not right away.
Yeah, I think that's the big next thing, right? Like, you want the agentic feature within Siri. You want it to be able to take control of your phone and do things that it currently can't do right now. And I think that's really what's going to separate Apple from the other smartphones.
We'll see. Let's talk about BTC. Where's it at, Joey?
I don't know.
Where are we at, man? We're at 93.1. So we're basically, the title here says BTC to 93 as ETH, XRP, and Doge continue to rally. So Bitcoin has rebounded, as we just spoke about, to 93,000, supported by more than $480.6 million in liquidations over 2 days. A classic short squeeze dynamic helping fuel the move higher. It's nice to see that it's going the other way now. BTC ETFs posted $58.5 million in inflows, while ETH saw outflows, actually indicating rotational flows into Bitcoin. With BTC reclaiming, though, the monthly open and clearing that $91,000 to $93,000 resistance band, traders here see growing odds of a December Santa rally. I'd love that. Market technicians, Joey, they're pointing to BTC's higher high and higher low intraday structure. I'm just talking my language over here. Signaling a return to short-term bullish momentum. A confirmed push above 98,000 could also trigger a fast move towards that 97, 98 liquidity pocket where large stop clusters are currently sitting. We got to mention here that it wasn't just BTC, it was ETH, Solana, XRP, Doge, Shiba Inu. They all moved up nicely yesterday.
It was across the space. Yeah, 100% agree with you there, Sharif. I mean, as for Bitcoin, guys, I have VWAP on my chart, right? Like, again, this is just after some time, and so you don't really need too much. But what we do need, and I think this is such a major factor that is overlooked, and I've been talking about it since the minute these candles were printed. I've been talking about it quite often as well. If you want to go back into the archives of Trader TV, we did a lesson on volume price analysis and what specific signals mean a certain thing. Los Polios and certain individuals are looking for these prints across the board. And when they start to display themselves, it's our job to kind of just try and take advantage of them. So Bitcoin, you're at an extreme low. You're down, I believe we were down 36% or something roughly off of those highs.
Did we breach 80 or did we hold 80 to the T?
No, it didn't get down to 80.
It didn't touch 79?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, 80,800 or something along those lines. Okay. But you're down 36%. Right? You're running towards some key support levels. Now, we have that indecision print with outstanding volume. Again, I've said this multiple times. It was the largest volume print on Bitcoin in a year span, literally a year and 1 day. It was the largest print on IBIT. When I see those types of signals at the extreme lows, you can have whatever model explaining in whatever sense you want. I'm looking at two factors. What is price telling me and what is the volume telling me? And sure enough, we're starting to see a bounce. Matter of fact, a $13,000 bounce roughly off of those lows, off of those two simple, I don't want to call it simple, but they're very definitive and they're eye-popping. They grab you by the face and they're like, hey, look, we might turn around in the near term. And I think it's really important to note that.
And it's also important to note as well, like when we looked at the leverage products the other day, the fact that they were lower than when I looked at them. For example, that MEXC had a 350. When we looked at it last day, it was 200. There was another one, 1,200, Joey. It was down 1,000. So I'm not saying that that's the way it's going to stay. I'm just saying, you know, it's interesting how these leverage products kind of move with the flow. When the good times are piling in and we're putting in higher highs and higher lows, all of a sudden you're seeing 1,200, 1,500, right? And then it drops back down. They're cutting down the leverage.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you this as well, too. So this was one of the largest liquidation events on Friday, October 10th. We experienced another one here on December 1st. Now, I was talking with Jose yesterday, and we had a little bit of a conversation, but do you think that you're going to get a new wave of participants that quick getting liquidated, or do you think it's a separate entity that is kind of leveraging itself, maybe looking for a potential pop, and then getting liquidated and then just hopping right back in momentarily?
I actually don't know. My theory
But
on
you
this,
see what I'm getting at, though? Like that wave of individual, like that new wave of participants coming that quick and then getting liquidated that quick. For me, it's hard to wrap my head around.
It is, but when we look at the products being offered, it makes a bit more sense.
More intriguing, okay. Fair enough. But that's just how I was looking at it. I find it kind of weird because you don't see that in other names. Obviously, the crypto space being highly leveraged, but in the span of a little bit over a couple of months, it's like, why are you seeing that many liquidation events from a new wave of retail participants?
It's hard to know, but I see what you're saying.
Like in a couple of months, it's hard. Like the majority of people can't refund their account just like that, and then as soon as you refund it, you decide to, hey, I'm going to do the exact same thing as last time, and sure enough, you get liquidated. I don't know. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and I think that's why like little subtle signals, I shouldn't call it subtle whatsoever, signals like that are really important to know.
Well said, Joe. Well said. All right, Adara, give us your take on crypto.
The bounce yesterday is certainly really incredible, and I think something worth talking about across the crypto, like across all these different tickers as well in this space. I definitely want to put that out there, but I do have to talk about MSTR once again because MicroStrategy does have a pretty interesting catalyst. I guess now they're called Strategy, sorry. But as we know, both MSCI and Michael Saylor, chairman of Strategy, confirming that they're in talks because MSCI is going to have to make a decision on January 15th whether or not Strategy still qualifies for MSCI listing. Now, that's because due to their status as now basically just a crypto treasury play, that could run afoul of some of MSCI's rules. So we're gonna have to wait and see if that decision pans out. But I think keep an eye on MSTR here. That January 15th decision could be interesting for the stock, but also for the space as a whole.
Much for that. All right, Joe, let's go on to the next one here. Wells Fargo sees Oracle as a major AI winner ahead. Let's see what Wells analyst here has to say. They initiated Oracle with, why are they just initiating Oracle now? What the hell?
It's down. It's been down.
The company's a zillion years old. You're just initiating now? Like, okay, all right, whatever. They initiated coverage of Oracle with an overweight rating and a $280 price target, basically implying about a 40% upside from the previous levels that we had yesterday. Oracle shares are already up 21% year to date, but the stock, more notably, has fallen 29% in Q4 as valuations concerned pressured sentiment. We should probably talk here about the RPOs. Safra, I don't know if it was Safra Katz or the OG himself, Ellison, said that they had about $300 billion in RPOs, remaining performance obligations, meaning that they had $300 billion in demand they couldn't meet, right? And so when the market did a little bit of digging, they found out the great majority of that $300 billion RPO was tied to one customer. Can you guess who, Joseph?
NVIDIA. No, OpenAI.
Open freaking AI. And everybody's already been making such a big fuss about how the hell OpenAI is going to be able to fund all these projects that they've announced. So that's why we sold off aggressively. Let's see what else Wells Fargo analysts here has to say. They said they see Oracle emerging as a leader in AI infrastructure boom, citing nearly $500 billion in AI deals already booked. They hold key strategic accounts, including OpenAI. They got XAI, which is, of course, our very favorite, Elon Musk. Meta. They got TikTok, of course. Remember, we talked about this, TikTok USA, being held by Oracle. Oracle? Solidifying its position as the preferred compute partner for large-scale AI workloads. Shares are trading about 42% off the highs, Joey, so we'll have to see how that works out. They also talked about cloud market share expansion. They're forecasting Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, referred to as OCI, which we don't really do a lot, but we should because it's like saying Google Cloud, is growing at a 16% cloud market share, or is growing to about 16% cloud market share by 2029. We know that the big three right now are AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. And then everybody else is in single-digit land. So they're saying Oracle could reach high double digits by close to the end of the decade, up from just 5%, as I mentioned, single digits in 2025, one of the more aggressive growth ramps in the cloud sector. They also expect Oracle, Joey, to become the fourth major hyperscaler, reaching scale comparable to Google Cloud and AWS. The rapid adoption is being driven by, of course, the AI-specific capacity buildouts. We should stop calling these cloud providers. I'm going to start calling them neo-cloud, to differentiate between regular cloud computing and cloud for AI.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, Sharif, this is absolutely disastrous if you ask me. I mean, off of that previous high, you wake up to $344.74. You're now trading around 205.41 roughly, but you had a 46% drop. In this name. So you got to take into consideration all the individuals who are like, oh, wow, fantastic guidance. We're guiding out the wazoo. The stock is going to climb up to $400, whatever it may be. And then sure enough, it loses 50% of its value.
50%.
So now 45, 46, right?
It's closer to 50.
So right now, in order to get back to that level that we experienced from its previous earnings report, it needs to double.
Is it holding any technical levels, Joey?
I mean, like we like to draw our base.
Look at that breakout back there. Yeah, look at that. Look at that on the left.
This one right here, right?
On the left.
Oh, here?
All the left.
Left, this way.
All the way, yeah. Look at that breakout right there.
Okay, yeah, pointing right there. Yeah.
So it's holding support.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can classify that as a pivot level.
What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. That's a pivot high.
Yeah.
So not too bad of a look right there. We'll mark that one down.
And that's a bottoming tail candle. I know you're all about that life right there.
Exactly. So again, the signals may not always be 100% correlating, but what we do is we have an outstanding candle before this indecision print is there. So that can be classified as stopping volume. If it's going to be classified as the fourth hyperscaler, then this stock is going to continue to climb a little bit higher. But once again, just to get back to where we were currently trading at, and earlier in the middle of the summer, you need the stock to essentially double.
Absolutely.
Which is tough.
Which is crazy. But we saw what happened, Joey, when they reported.
Yeah.
This thing rocketed. Show them the gap, man.
You're gonna,
That's that. What was that percentage move from the gap, from the breakout to the top? What was that?
43%.
43%, Joe. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility. I don't think we do it again.
No, exactly, because you don't think that the street learned their lesson the first time. It's like, hey, yeah, you get this massive move higher, and then it breaks down.
But we broke down because people are worried about OpenAI.
The OpenAI, yes, and the capex was
and the capex is big as well.
Was major as well too. Because they
got
to spend. They got to spend more
money.
money.
In the chat, Joey. Katina, man, he called me a bum. He's like, Sharif, cover ASAN, you bum. They reported last night. Why am I even entertaining this? I just like it because you called me a bum, man. Let's look at ASAN for you over here. Maybe I'll
crazy. He called you a bum and you cover the stock.
He called me a bum. Usually that's reserved only for Ram. She's the one that's got that, slippery tongue there. All right, ASAN. Let's look at this one. So this has been running up quite nicely lately, guys. It's been nice higher highs and higher lows anyway since the late last month. Look, I don't know what the hell is going on. I covered this. What are you talking about, man? I did cover this. Earlier on, you just weren't around. I even said this is not a small cap gapper. I'm not trading it. And I even said specifically we're having trouble with 1420, and we did. And I said it over here too. When we were about to break 1420, lo and behold, look what we did. We got to 14.25, and we dropped right back down into 14. So you got to clear that 14.25 level, which is presenting itself as a multiple area of resistance in the aftermarket, in the pre-market, and today again during regular trading hours. I even have that trend line drawn right there for you. I didn't do that right now. So yeah, I'd say ride the trend. You've got higher lows. You could be a flat top break candidate here with that 14.25 being the flat top break. Let me know how it goes, brother. But ASAN, not a bad look, an earnings winner from yesterday. But having trouble clearing that 14.25, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, I will touch on the market here real quick. We're still sitting in this IBIT trade. I don't have much left, and then we were looking to take some off there on IWM. I just didn't catch a fill, which is slightly annoying, but I mentioned that it was going to break down. Now it's starting to climb a little bit higher. Some indecision prints on the 5-minute that I don't like whatsoever. So if it continues to grind, then I'll just hop out, especially if a new high is established right there. But it was working, and I was looking to take some profits, just didn't catch any fills there.
All right, Joey, let's talk about Rivian. They have a recall, safety fix. No incidents have been reported, though. Make that very clear. Rivian, guys, is recalling a little bit less than 35,000 vehicles. Sorry, they're delivery vans. Okay, so these probably are the Amazon ones. A little bit less than 35,000 electric delivery vans in the U.S. due to a seatbelt pre-tensioner issue that may fail to restrain the driver properly during the crash. You're just excited, or you're just thankful, I should say, that it's nothing serious like a seatbelt. The recall covers the 2022 to 2025 EDV models, primarily, of course, as I mentioned, the Amazon delivery vans. The problem stems from drivers repeatedly sitting on the already buckled belt.
No way.
Nobody does that, Joey. By the way, I wanna pause for a second because there's something going on with the SMR and it's breaking out. And someone did call it in the chat earlier, but I couldn't find anything on my blotter. SMR is taking out levels. It's at the high of the day right now. I think it got to 19.5. So keep your eye out on SMR. Certainly coming off that $18 low that we had in the morning, but I'm not seeing anything right now, guys, on my blotter. Let's continue to cover this. The TSA opened a preliminary probe earlier this year after complaints of frayed or broken cables in about 17,000 vans. No crashes or injuries have been linked. The risk centers around drivers potentially being unrestrained in a sudden deacceleration or collisions. Rivian pushed an over-the-air software update to automatically detect seat belt misuse and alert drivers. The company will inspect and replace the pre-tensioner assembly at no cost if hardware is damaged or found. Joseph, should we be blaming the Amazon drivers here for sitting in the driver's seat unfastened?
I don't know if it's just the Amazon drivers. You think it's the boys? They got to get out quickly, man.
I've never seen videos online ever of Amazon drivers throwing packages onto the porches.
Why would they do that?
They don't do anything like that.
Why would they ever?
They're very good.
Did you ever?
I just saw one yesterday, bro.
Yeah.
It was great.
Did you ever deliver newspapers as a kid?
No, man. I did Dickie
really?
D's though. Do you know Dickie D's selling the popsicles in the summer? Where that bike with like the big fridge?
Yeah, with the big fridge on
yeah,
it. You
bro,
did that?
My old man told me, 14 years of age, you got to work. Yeah, and I was working
buddy,
I
was working before that, my boy.
Legally though?
At Little Caesars. Holding the sign. Yeah. They give you like I don't know, they're giving you $20 cash. Yeah, I was in elementary school when I was holding the sign in Bradford. Yeah. $20 for 3 hours.
Sick, bro. Well, back in the day,
you know what I mean?
We used to do a lot of shoveling of driveways, the boys and I.
Did you?
When we were strapped for cash.
Yeah.
Run
around the old neighborhood.
Grab the, what's it called? It wasn't even, we didn't have a snowblower, it was shovel. But it was three of us, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
So we just split the money.
$20, yeah. No, I mean, my first actual job was at Dairy Queen, which I was around 14 years old. But I guess I was doing illegal child labor up here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can't put you on payroll, bro.
No,
not at a social insurance.
No, I was never on payroll. It's like you go in there, there was kids just on the street, you would see them holding the sign. My grandpa said, you're going to work. Here, go hold the Little Caesars sign for 3 hours and walk away with some crazy bread and $20 in your pocket.
All right, Joey, we're going to end off with this story. Obviously, Anthropic not available to trade yet, but you have the likes of Google and Amazon with big stakes in Anthropic, and they are now eyeing a 2026 IPO. Let's talk about this. Anthropic has hired Wilson Sonsini, a major tech-focused law firm, to start early preparation for a 2026 or potential 2026 IPO, reported by the Financial Times. The company is positioning for a move to public markets, but they did emphasize that there is no final decision that has been made yet, and there is no fixed time frame. Talks with banks remain informal, underscoring that the process is still very much in the early stages. But what's the move here? What's the strategic motivation? An IPO would give Anthropic more efficient access to capital, lowering fundraising friction as AI compute costs surge, or will they, with custom ASICs coming possibly here? Being publicly traded would also allow the company to use stock for acquisitions and long-term strategic deals, crucial, of course, for the AI arms race. The massive valuation momentum, though, Joey, because Anthropic is currently negotiating a private funding round that may value the company at over $300 $300 billion, up sharply from prior fundraising cycles. This puts Anthropic in the same valuation orbit as major hyperscalers, and I think that that's pretty close to XAI, if not higher. I don't know where Elon raised last time. I think it was 300, maybe a little bit more, but obviously still far, far behind the potential 1 trillion valuation that people are floating around for OpenAI. Whether that's accurate or not, we'll have to wait and see when they go, if they go public. Anthropic is also heavily backed, Joey, by Google and Amazon, both of which integrate Claude into their cloud and their enterprise stacks. An eventual IPO could provide, obviously, liquidity and markets up for Amazon and Google on their private stakes, but more predictable governance as the company matures. A lot of people are saying that Anthropic, you were telling me this actually yesterday, that they could become profitable before OpenAI.
Yeah, Neil mentioned it as well too. So I mean, it's crazy how the valuation went from 150 million to billion, to 300 billion after that last funding round.
Crazy.
So just literally a double like that. And we're talking about the value of some of these private names, over $1 trillion now. I'm probably 1.2 or something along those lines. They have OpenAI at a $1 trillion valuation almost at this point.
Yes,
don't
that's
they?
what
Yeah, exactly.
right.
So it's far surpassed that. Watch out for the Anthropic IPO. I mean, if OpenAI does get to that level as well too, and they eventually IPO, watch out. These could be potentially the greatest IPOs of all time. I'm going to be looking at Anthropic left, right, and center, and their path of profitability is a little bit ahead of OpenAI because they're not spending as much money.
Hold on. Don't show my screen,
Okay, don't show it,
Assassino,
don't show
please.
it.
This is the first time I've ever been on Claude.
Okay.
I've never been on Claude before. They want my phone number.
That's crazy.
Why do they want my phone number, bro? I'm going to give them a fake number. Hold on, I have a burner here, Joey.
Oh, you got the burner number.
Of course I got a burner number.
That's crazy.
All right, here we go. No, we'll do it after. I've never been on Claude.
Okay.
I've used Perplexity, I've used XAI, obviously Gemini, and Chat.
Yep.
But I've never actually been on Claude. But somebody in the chat there just said, Grant Ratcliffe, he said, because Claude is the god, and he spent God. He spelled God as in Claude. I like that. Shout out to Grant right
Someone
there.
said give Sean's number.
What? Why would I do that? I don't even have Katina Man's number. I don't even have it. But yeah, I shoot him texts on, obviously, the work chat. Get it, Katina Man. How's the gym, brother?
Oh, you need Mike, man.
Oh, yeah.
got
Oh,
the
we're
phone.
not allowed to do that.
We are
no.
here. Hop
Okay,
on the
okay.
old Mike.
He's talking to Claude. Dude, Claude got his number somehow. No, have you used Claude, Joey?
No, I have not.
Has anybody used Claude on the thing here?
No,
Never.
you know what actually had me laughing this morning? Because Sean's he's like, Joe is the only person who uses on the planet who uses Copilot.
Only person I know.
Bro, like, come
It's
on.
100% accurate.
Yeah, no.
I don't know
There's no
anybody
way.
else.
I don't even use it anymore.
stopped.
So yeah, I stopped using it. So no one is using
You
it.
got banned from using Edge, though. That's
yeah,
why.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I can't use Edge anymore. So yeah, I can't.
All right,
by
guys.
default, I guess.
All right, guys, I know we're taking a little bit easy here, but there's not much happening right now in the world of small cap gappers. Let's bring them in and have a look. I'm still holding my Poet trade from 537. It's still very much hanging out near highs, guys, which is why I haven't taken anything out. And look what it's doing, what it was doing before. When it got to that top end of the trend line, the channel line there, it was selling off. It is not doing that. In fact, it's been holding this level, I think, almost an hour now. In fact, over an hour, since 12:45. When we got to this level, we're in a very consolidative phase here on Poet. We're not reverting back, so I'm hesitant to want to say continue to trade this as a range because it's not coming back down into the lower end of the range. If it does, though, I would continue to trade it as that. And then if it was to lose the volume weighted average price here at 545, that would be where I end the trade. MCRP continuing to dilly-dally just a bit above that dollar. Not too much, though. It's like $1.01, $1.02. Can't really clear and hasn't been able to clear that 108 high that it put in a lot earlier on, I want to say at 12 o'clock. So MCRP on the MX network, by the way. Likewise with IRBT. Look at this prolonged area of consolidation. But I wanted to mention something that I haven't mentioned in a while. Back, during the COVID days, there would be this trade that we would put on called the VWAP hold high of daybreak. And essentially what it was when it popped off into the afternoon above the volume weighted average price, it would hold VWAP, much like this, like IRBT is doing, holding VWAP, not giving up the level, only to retest the day's high when the more liquid time of the day came in, when the big boys come on. I'm talking about that power hour, 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then you get a price spike up as the volume profile would start increasing again. You start seeing higher highs on the volume bars on the bottom of the screen. So look out for that trade. IRBT could be a VWAP hold, high of daybreak into the later stages of the day. So keep your eye out on that. Currently, though, it is doing nothing. It is very, very consolidative. Are you kidding? She's dropping more money? KC526, not only gifting people memberships daily, but she's dropping more cash in the chat. Thank you, Casey. Sharif, thank you for the tech analysis yesterday on AKMR. Up 7% today. Thank you, you're the best. No, I'm rejecting that. You're the best, KC526. She trades small caps. She's born on May 26th, which is the day after my birthday.
Oh, really?
That makes me like her even more.
There you go.
Shout out to Casey. Get it, Casey, and thank you very kindly for the super chat.
Casey's a superstar, man.
Superstar, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, guys, it's not time for the 30-second trade review, so we're not going to do that. But I've only traded 3 names. I cut IWM because it wasn't doing what I wanted it to. I had no real reason, so it's literally just a little tap on the wrist.
A little tap.
You can see, yeah, there's nothing about tap. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. You know what that's from, right?
Tap?
No, just tap it in.
No, I don't.
Just tap it in.
Hockey?
Happy Gilmore.
Oh, okay. It's been a minute since I watched that, bro, but I did watch that.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mentioned that things were going to. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't watch the new one or anything along those lines. What's that buddy's name again? His like arch rival.
Shooter McGavin.
Shooter
Yeah, I remember.
That's
That's
it,
so
Shooter
funny.
McGavin. So there it is, guys.
Remember
IWM looking for the short. We started small. We added some. We did get the move. I tried to take some off. Didn't catch any fill. Then it just came right back to my break even essentially, and we just got out of that trade. No issues whatsoever. What happened?
He's trying to get Assassino's attention, and Assassino, he wants to start shooting, man. Shout out to Assassino. Shout out to Katina, man.
The sharpshooters as well. So yeah, I mean, IBIT, guys, has been absolutely phenomenal
Joey,
for us.
favorite wrestling move?
Oh man,
You said sharpshooter. I just,
Is that a?
Bless
I
you,
don't know.
Neil.
Is that an? I didn't know if that was a.
It's Bret Hart.
Is it Bret Hart?
Come on, man.
I like. So I think mine is going to either be the F5.
The F5, okay.
Yeah, F5 is pretty good.
That's Brock Lesnar, right? And it's supposed to be like a tornado F5?
It's either Brock. It's either Brock Lesnar or Cena, I think, who does that one.
Okay.
And then sweet chin music, we like that. It's people getting kicked in the face is always fun.
So good. That's Shawn Michaels, yeah.
It's always a good one.
I'm going to go ahead and say the Razor's Edge.
The Razor's Edge?
Yeah, that was Razor Ramon, Scott Hall,
yeah, I
right?
remember
So he put you like in a power bomb kind of position, but he would put you with like your arms, and his head was like in the middle of your back, and you felt pretty hard.
I remember that one. Yeah, so he's like behind you like this, and
he
I
slams you
remember
down.
that one. I mean, the pedigree is an all-time move as well. Guys in school were getting pedigreed left, right, and center.
All the time.
It was dangerous.
I'm just surprised you didn't say the Stone Cold Stunner because you have
the Stunner's
Stone
pretty
Cold.
cool.
It's exciting.
Can I tell you my least favorite all-time move?
Go.
The People's Elbow.
Yeah,
I
that was
can't
super lame.
stand it.
Super
it's
lame.
like it's so prolonged. Buddy's throwing off
Super
his
lame.
thing, does 4 laps in the ring, does his little leg move, and then decides to hit them with that.
Absolutely
it's just like
agree.
it's like
The
come
rock
on,
bottom was
man.
better.
Rock bottom
Rock
much
bottom
better,
was
man.
better.
But the People's Elbow, get that garbage out of here.
All right, man. All right, we're digressing real big here. Let's take a look at the market, guys. Since the small caps are doing what they're doing at the moment. Look, it's a green day in the market. It didn't start off that way. We had an aggressive sell to start early in the pre-market as we got word that Microsoft was lowering some of the sales standards for their AI products amongst their sales representatives. We had Microsoft come out, dispute that report later on in the day. The market did rebound somewhat, but as you can see here, Softy still taking it on the chin, 1.8% negative and still below that $500 mark. Leading the way, as I'll get to on the afternoon rundown, really is the Russell 2000, up now above 2,500. Again, a key area for the Russ as of late, but the Dow doing quite good as well, up 0.89. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Semiconductors, really for the exception of NVIDIA and AVGO and maybe a little Micron, very, very green on the day today. Whether you're looking at Taiwan Semi, SMCI, ASML, a lot of green names today in semiconductor world. It is the exact opposite in the world of Chinese ADRs. They are all red, save and except for one over here, DIY. Everything in Redsville, and especially being led to the downside by the Chinese EVs. Outsized sell orders today on XPEV and on NIO. Li Auto as well, suffering from that, down 7 3/4. Crypto continues to do well, but Bitcoin dropping below 93,000 again, Joey. But most notably, ETH clearing 3,000 by $100 now, so we'll have to keep it on that. That was a key level for ETH as well, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. And as you mentioned earlier, Joey, Hood having a fantastic day, up almost 5%.
Clearance just made me remind me of, I don't know why, but just led me to the point. And Clarence's parents had a really good marriage. All right, aside from that guy, you know what that's from, right? Okay, all right, anyways, we're moving on here.
He sets me up for failure, guys.
Well, you were chuckling, so I thought you know. Dara knows, so.
Where is Claire's parents from? What is that, like a children's book?
8 Mile.
8 Mile. I did watch that, but that's like 100 years old. 8 Mile? Isn't 8 Mile from like the early 2000s?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like quite a bit.
All right, that's a century ago for sure. Anyways, guys, IBIT, we'll do a 30-second trade review right now. The best trade of the day is going to be IBIT, giving it 10 cents a risk up to 52.40, and then hitting this move there, stopping out 20% of our remaining position. And then we just look for that consolidation breakout. Not the best entry, obviously, from a risk-reward standpoint, but we're fortunate enough for that volume to really start to pick up. And then sure enough, we get a nice move to the top side once again, stopped out 5% at the end of it. Now, as for the IWM, we do take a small loss on that, but we're doing NVDA first before we head over to that one. What is the chat saying, Sharif?
No, Neil's chiming in.
What do you say? Don't hate on
It's like, don't hate on Claire.
It ain't his fault. Yeah.
God, Joey, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead, man.
IRBT is breaking out. Here we go. We've took out 330 now. We're on the way to 3. We just actually touched 340, I believe. We actually got to 41. So IRBT reawakening here. I was trying to tell you guys that VWAP hold high of daybreak. This one really did fit the profile because it was holding well above VWAP for the majority of the afternoon, despite, not able to take out levels. That 350 level still is the high of the day, but be on the lookout here. IRBT could be a big mover in the later part of the day. Who knows? Maybe it touches 4, maybe gets to 100% on the day. We're up 72% right now, Joey, but certainly looking like the best of the bunch right now in the world of small cap gappers. Only Poet still holding out near the highs, and that's why we're still holding it for the moment. But IRBT dilly-dallying here in the mid-30s, looking to take out 40. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, yeah, no worries, guys. We'll head back into, we got 10 seconds left on the trade review. As for NVDA, guys, we're down slightly, about 0.5% here, but that short right into the volume weighted average price worked out relatively well for us. And then as for the IWM, it is starting to cook up. I said it's only a matter of time until this thing starts to turn around. So you start small. We almost get right around the top, and then you get that move. Didn't catch any fills, and then I'm like, you know what, let's just get out of this break even because we are counter trending. If 240, 870s does break, then I think there can be some more downside momentum in the Russ 2000 iShares.
Joey, who's the best performing Mag 7 on the day? Don't look.
Apple.
Oh, Apple's red.
Is it?
The Cybertruck.
Is it Tesla?
4% today for Tesla, man.
Well, I haven't really been looking
on
at
the back of
the
robotics headline.
Yeah, which makes sense. But Apple was performing well this morning.
Apple's down 0.25%.
It was up nicely this morning. Okay, yeah. So now I haven't looked at it since this morning, really, a couple of times.
That's why I asked you not to look.
Yeah.
Trying to keep it.
So keep it somewhat exciting. Tesla's still holding on to green though. Oh, just put it. Whoa.
What?
What the hell? Whoa, how come no one's been talking about it? Look at this massive breakout here in Tesla. Yeah, I know it's up, but wow, okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't really been looking at it, but Tesla definitely being the better performer.
Yeah, and Tesla possibly running on this headline, guys. Here it is. Let me just make it a little bit larger. This was earlier in the day. We got this headline that shares of robotics linked stocks are trading higher after Politico reported that President Trump's administration is considering issuing an executive order on robotics next year. I don't think we've heard anything from the president himself or from his administration. I don't know if we have. I don't think we have. So keep your eye out for that. Also, Rich Tech Robotics, RR, I believe, was doing well on the day. It's up 10 2/3. SERV could be another one to keep an eye out there. SERV also up 11%. So the robotics names are still holding up. In fact, SERV is quite close to the day's high. So that robotics trade, Joey, could be an important one heading into the end of the week over here.
Apparently the chat's been saying about Tesla, guys. I've been living in my own world with Bitcoin and IWM, so I apologize that I missed everyone talking about that one there. But yeah, nice volume breakout in Tesla, so that move is most definitely being sustained. The best performing Mag 7 is not Apple.
No.
It is
not.
TSLA.
But you know what time it is, right?
It's, yeah, actually, I do know.
Baby.
I do know what time it is.
All right. So we'll see you guys same bat time, same bat channel. Don't forget, guys,
Tuesday.
we start at 8 a.m. now.
Yeah, make sure
So
you
we're
show
not
up.
starting at 8:30 anymore. So join us bright and early. Myself, the Katina Man, Neil, Brendo, and Joey Options will be all on tomorrow, bright and early at 8 a.m. We'll see you guys later, and I'll see everybody shortly at the big desk.
Have a fantastic session, guys.
Hey everybody! Hey, would you look at that? I saw that conversation about no one noticing that Tesla was making power moves. I'm doing this because I'm pointing to the locator. If you look at the production screen. You know,
Oh.
Look at Tesla right there. There it is, #1 on the list. Now we got to zoom out. That was a perfect zoom in. There we go. We got iRobot, Capricorn, Rich Tech Robotics, NVIDIA.
Yeah, some company named NVDA. We'll check out that. I'm not sure what that is exactly.
What?
What RYCEY is Rolls-Royce.
No. That's Rich Tech Robotics.
Yeah, that's the Rolls-Royce logo, I think. Yeah,
Oh, we use the wrong logo?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's probably maybe that.
Well, I mean, that's what's on the front of Sharif's car, so I don't know if that's.
I don't drive a Rolls, so I have no idea. I don't know. What do I look?
You know what I mean? Hydration Nation says Apogee King. We've got our waters going on here. You know, exclusive Trader TV Live water bottles.
They're so exclusive that everyone that visits gets one.
Tell everybody that. You have people lined up outside over there.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm more of a Bentley kind of guy as well. You know. Sharif was gonna lend me out his Rolls Royce. I was like, nah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be. I can't be seen in a Rolls Royce.
Nah, you want that?
No, I can't be seen in a Rolls Royce.
Drive me around.
Yeah.
Sharif stole a car, says someone in the chat.
That was his younger days.
Really?
He never stole no car. I hope not. But you know, you never know. Nothing wrong with Grand Theft Auto, that's for sure. All right. So yeah, welcome back to the show. We're not in any position
Prime is bad.
right now. I actually almost shorted Marvell. Marvell just came right up into VWAP again. What a bad sort of run they had early. I mean, early. It was 10:30. We touched thing is that I think this is where I let my own bias come into play here a little bit, which you should never probably do as a trader. It's like I saw this trade and I was really thinking about the short because we really have respected VWAP all day on Marvell. Marvell with a big report yesterday. It was up over 10% last night. It got up to 107 and change. Yesterday, pretty much right at 5 o'clock when they started to discuss the buyout of Celestial AI there. And it started to go on the conference call. But then all of a sudden, you know, it's been fading out all day. Came in this morning, you know, was trying to hold this $100 level. Once we broke 100 rate into here, it was pretty choppy early, but then that 100 break gets us all the way down to 98. Retracement back to VWAP, retracement back to, like both times got hit off VWAP and then it just did it again. And I was like, yeah, the NASDAQ turned green there. I wasn't like 100% sure what I wanted to do. So I actually put a long in. I'm not in it right now, but if we break above this 99.10 area, I'm going long. So right now, this is the only active order that I have in the market right now, a break of this level right there. Now, I understand that it's going to be risky because we've broken VWAP before, and we could break it again and come right back in. And if we do, we'll just respect some of these levels. Because if the breakout doesn't work, then it's a fake out, and we can get out of that. So that's it's sort of an easy kind of play there for Marvell, but other than that, kind of just sitting on the hands. You know,
there is one
the
thing
big stock for me was Apple, but
There's one thing to consider this afternoon. The president's speaking in 25 minutes. At 2:30, he's got a press conference.
So you know who's going to be busy?
Jensen's been talking to. Like he's getting he's on the Hill right now. Jensen Wang,
People.
CEO of, for anyone that doesn't know, the CEO of NVIDIA, which we've all heard of. I hope.
Yeah, just a brand new name there. No, I was going to say Adara. People probably already know this. This is like, anytime Trump is speaking is like the Super Bowl for Adara. So she's very, very excited.
She loves it.
She literally is up there and she gets like, she has these random like bits of emotion, and you'll maybe see her in the back. If you start seeing her like doing things, then you know that's get ready for a throw.
Gotta love
over there.
Gotta love your job.
But I thought today at 2 o'clock was I thought they were going to announce the new Fed chair. That was what I was thinking was going to happen.
We're still waiting,
but we'll see.
And you know what? The odds were jumping. It's weird because the odds were jumping
Kevin Hassett
around
almost 100%.
Well, so it was when Hassett's over 80, but there was a moment yesterday when
it was only ever those two guys.
Right, but there was a point where it dipped back to 60, and then right back. It like snapped. Like I don't know what caused that. Dara had an explanation yesterday, but I don't remember exactly what it was. But either way, it's back up to like 82 or 81%. See, real time there. And remember the other day, I was like, oh, you can earn 3.5% interest, but I couldn't find where I'd seen it before. It's like right here. It's the only reason I know Kalshi offers interest when you put money. That's what everybody's doing. They just want to get you signed up and get your account, because whether you use it or not, or make or not, you know, they're going to be able to put that money away, right? And earn bank on it, so they're able to pay you out some interest. And at the end of the day, the betting markets are always fun. It's interesting that when you open this up, it's kind of hilarious that there's still any bets on Reader and Besson. Like the guys that you know it's not gonna happen, but there's always somebody willing to take a shot. So I'm not in anything right now. I was in Marvell a little bit during lunchtime, and I have my eyes on Intel right now. And then of course I think you have the robotics names going. iRobot and Rich Tech Robotics are both moving, not Rolls-Royce. And then SMR, which is pointed out in the chat. This one just popped into the radar because it broke yesterday's high. 3.5% to the upside for SMR. What's more interesting, or is equally interesting on SMR, if you go back to this is the breakout in May. Pretty clear, holds a 50 period, very obvious breakout. Pretty much $18. Look what's holding right now in SMR. Pretty much exactly that $18 level with a couple of cents. This looks like a rounding bottom. I can't call it a rounded bottom because it hasn't actually broke out the resistance since holding that low. So there's your lit grab under 18. There's your hold of 18. This one could be breaking back out. So I've been a wait for the low teens kind of guy. I think maybe the chance to reload could be in here in front of the $18 level on SMR, but obviously that wouldn't be a day trade because it's not going to drop $1.70. So if we get in there any other day this week, I think I'm going to be a buyer of SMR, like the level that's forming on the daily.
Yeah, SMR is an interesting one. I don't really want to average into any of those stocks. Those are just like shots in the dark. You know, the stock that I bought this morning and told everybody I bought it. I've been talking about this ever since we had Raider Trader on a while ago talking about robotics and everything like that. And I had already been in this, and I had even asked him about this particular stock or ETF as well. It's ARKQ. So there it is today. This is, again, you know, whatever you like about Kathy Wood, just the manager of this. Not much volume. It's not going to be that well traded volume-wise, but we're in ARKQ, and I like the name. And we just bought it this morning at 109. So already up $2 here as we talk about the move in some of the robotic names, which has really helped out Tesla. I mean, this is the big Tesla. This is the big play, right, for Tesla moving forward is Optimus. I mean, that's what we've talked about with all of the pay package, and he wants to get that robotic army out there, doing laundry and anything, household chores.
As long as he's controlling.
Helping, yeah, exactly. As long as he's in control, he'll do all this. Doing whatever, cooking, cleaning, all of that. So, but anyways, there goes Tesla. Nice move to the upside. And I said 480 next week. I'm happy to sort of stick by that. And let's just see what winds up happening with Tesla. 450 right now, going higher. Watch out for maybe can we get a 450 break? this day. I mean, that's very possible as well. We just went right now in the last hour. We broke, basically bounced off 441 up to 447. So that's $6 right there. So I think we can do 3. Let's see what winds up happening at 450, a big key level. I don't care what the market's doing. I will punch long at 450. So get ready for that one coming in. And then I do have the Marvell play that I wanted to look at as well. We talked a little bit about that. So yeah, exciting moments ahead, and especially with Trump talk. I think that's going to be.
You never know. That's the thing.
Like, I was like giving Adair compliments, you know, when I was saying that. Like, she gets super excited, and it lets us know that there's something going on, you know. And I think that that's something that we all need to pay attention to when he is on the mic. So coming up, man, in a moment near you very soon will be that President Trump. And you said it was what? Wasn't it 2
It's
o'clock?
supposed to be 2:30, but I
Okay.
mean, we know how these go. Like, just supposed to be 2:30 can actually end up being any time.
It's funny. I read
scheduled for that.
I read a study. Hello, English. There was a study. I guess that makes sense. That it was Barack, I think, when they went back and said which president over the last certain amount of presidents, and I don't remember how many, were the latest for their conferences, for their, yeah, I guess, whatever,
I'm
their
allowed.
talks.
I'm allowed to say it. CPT, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's real.
Island time?
I can say Island Time. I can say CPT. Y'all can't say it, but I'm allowed to say it, so no one.
No, it's not. I mean, I don't know what that's related to. I always thought Bush was, like, I don't know who the last ones were.
What?
Right there. Oh, I'm shaking my leg and it's affecting the camera. Okay. All right. We're excited, man. Hopefully coming up soon is Trump, but right now, even better than that, our own leader. It is Sharif over there with the rundown. All hail.
What's happening, Sean?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are in a big mood, but they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat and vote every day. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice. But let's get right down to it. Before we go to the major averages, we're already getting comments from President Trump and Jensen Huang's meeting today. They met with, the reports are that President Trump met with Jensen Huang. He said Huang discussed export controls generally in the Trump meeting. However, Jensen saying we cannot degrade chips that we sell to China, talking about possibly that B30A variant based on the Blackwell architecture that was floated as possibly being a China-specific variant. I'm just looking for more comments here. I don't know if China would accept the H200 chips, said Jensen Huang. We support export controls, he goes on to say, and he discussed those export controls again with President Trump. And he doesn't think that China would accept the H200 chips. So as we get more comments, I'll bring them to you. Let's look, though, at all 4 major averages. And yes, they are all green. The NQ up 0.15. The NQ was almost very negative on the morning as we started off with that bad headline about Microsoft. The ES faring a bit better, up 0.4 on the day. The Dow looking to close in on 1% near the day's high right now. The Dow very, very strong, but none stronger than the Russell 2000 right now, up 1.5%. And most notably, of course, trading back above that 2,500 point area. The first ticker, as decided by you, TSLA, the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, just got into a new high right now as we speak. And likely because of this headline right here, shares of robotics linked stocks are trading higher after Politico reported that President Trump's administration is considering issuing, I should say, an executive order on robotics next year, boys.
Sure. And 420. Right.
What?
Boom. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, I had to.
No, I mean, you're exciting me. I was like, what are you doing
what are
over
you
there? We have
gonna
a
do?
show to do, Neil.
I'm just saying, you could see it right now. It was like almost perfect timing. We came over. It's always going to be a thing, regardless. Like, okay, we'll look at yesterday's low, almost exactly. Well, 422, but close enough. So I think maybe, again, you can't, like, look at the 420 area on this stock. Yeah, I'm not making it up. Like, 420 is a thing with Tesla. And I think we've seen this one and maybe in the rear view for the time being. Look, I was one of those people who, during the 420 previous consolidation, was of the mind that we were getting to the top. He didn't quite get there. You could make the argument that we did. I would make the argument that we didn't. So this time, hopefully, is going to be a little bit different. But we spent so much time in this range. I think we end up range bound from the 420 to this like 460, like 470 area. I think it looks like. So a couple of wicks above there. I think we could spend some time in that price area for this afternoon. I'm generally of the mind of pullbacks off afternoon breakouts as opposed to afternoon breakouts. So I would look for any dip that can hold the morning range. Top, I think would be good to go on Tesla. The robotics story was a big driver that you almost have to ask yourself this question. If we didn't get that Microsoft headline, where would we be right now? Because if we're up 4.25, when the NASDAQ did this off that Microsoft headline, like, would Tesla be up 7? Would it be like a 7 or 8% day? It's hard. It's an impossible question to answer, but it certainly wouldn't be 4.2. Like, we would have busted 450 by now. I do feel like there's a little bit more, especially with Microsoft walking back some of those comments. There's a little bit more to get to today. But I'm more of a buy the dip situation off of any kind of a 450 level, just because it is the afternoon. And we'll see what happens in 15 minutes. I don't know what Trump's going to do. He might do nothing to the market. That's the other thing.
All right. That just means new position. Yeah, so we got into Marvell now, finally. So I talked about this again, even as it was down here. I said this is the only active order that we have in right now. And that's Marvell trying to break through. So we got my teeth here. We got a VWAP right there, VWAP right there, VWAP right there. Every time it failed. So right there, we tested it. Again, that exact same theory about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. And then it fell back in one more time there. So I'm going to do it. I'm just going to try here. And I know it looks silly because, like, why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? But this is the thing. The market right now is, we're trying to enter into power hour, which is still a while away. The NASDAQ is holding this 50-period moving average. The trend right now is long, it seems like to me. I don't know. But if the futures give it up, then we can get out of this trade. And that's the whole thing about what we're doing right now. I'm going to use the 50-period moving average. I'm going to give this 50 cents. If it breaks 50 cents, then we can get out. Other than that, I think that this is, if the march is back on for Marvell, then I'm pretty happy to be in this trade. And if not, we'll give it 50 cents. And it's a tough trade because it's the day of earnings. So we're never sure where big money's going. And right now, we'll be flat on this trade, and I like it. So we're going to try Marvell for 50 cents. First out, what's this tick up here? Ooh, that's $100. Okay, we have a long way to go before we even have to worry about anything now. I'm going to get something out at $90.50 just to make it 1-to-1 there. Probably get out half and then just play with house money. So that's going to be my trade here. Play with house money on half and then see what winds up happening. So let's just put this order in right now. 98.49 right there. That's the out. And it's not random at all. It is that 50-period moving average. So it's kind of nice that it's around 50 cents. I like the 50-cent call. Unless it's, so it's 55. So we'll take that right now and see what winds up happening. Yeah, look, Neil just did all the work there on Tesla. So I just want to talk about that trade that I'm in, which is now starting to go upside here. But yeah, Tesla, I'm surprised myself. There's a lot of people in the chat saying that they're surprised I'm not in this. Me too, to be honest with you. It was just focusing on those early headlines, as Neil mentioned there. Wasn't sure where we were going with it. Did not have it. I mean, I had it written down here as 430 long. Like, I don't know what else. There's 430 right there. So it came in, but it came in during that problem. And then it retested back right there, right when the market opened down to 431. So it's on the note here. It says 430 long. Should have had it. We don't. Okay, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm happy to be here and just happy to show you guys. Here's a trade on Marvell. So there it goes, man. Sometimes it's difficult to find trades. And let's just see if this one wants to work. I'm waiting now at 38 to get out of what would be about 15%. So let's see if it winds up working. I don't know. Marvell's starting to go right now. All right, that's it. So let's go. We have a lot of names to go through. We go through about 5 names. It's called The Rundown. And if you're joining us now, thank you, but make sure you join us every day at 8 a.m. It's a brand new start time, 8 a.m. So for those of you that are in the afternoon sort of rundown here or whatever with this afternoon show, join us every day.
Permanently.
Yeah, permanently. 8 a.m. We are live and kicking, and we talked about that's where we had iRobot at $2 and things like that. So, all right, let's go see what's number 2 on there. I'm going to say, Yeah, we could talk about crypto too. We'll be doing
Although
that. I
that's
don't
kind
know.
of the Tesla story too.
All right, let's go back and Shreve will tell us what number 2 is here.
I like the guessing now that it's not on the board anymore, guys. Capricorn Therapeutics, guys, big day for them, up 344%. It was really because of the phase 3 trial. So their drug showed statistically significant improvements in skeletal and cardiac function with boys and young men with Duchenne muscle dystrophy. Also, the results highlight the long-term consistency and the reproducibility of the drug, as well as its safety and tolerability. They believe now that the data with the phase 2 and phase 3 trials would address the prior FDA concerns and should be sufficient, the company says, for regulatory approval, up 343%, but off the highs.
Yeah, and when you get price action like this, you have to remember, like pricing any kind of a single drug biopharma company, right? Like it's going to be intense because everything usually is riding on, you've got one horse in the game, and that's going to be it all. So it's obviously going to be in a bit of a, let's figure out how to price this news. And as far as I'm concerned, it's mostly guesswork at the addressable market, all this stuff. And maybe there's people out there who have a really fantastic idea about this particular field and can really figure out what future value might be. All that stuff, just throw it out the window because I don't know, and you got to know what you don't know. From a technical standpoint, this needs to hold prior highs. We call them bag hold levels, and I could give the example of like Viking. Viking would be a really good example of a stock where they would get a big spike, and you would see it reject some of these big bag hold type of levels when you get the big spike, and that's when you know to be able to get out because it would end up selling off after positive news. In this particular case, it did actually hold. So sorry, let me just give you the number. So like this is about 22 to 23 bucks. Where did this bounce today? Pretty much 22. You go out to the daily, that's where the stock bounced. I wasn't trading it. I think that's where you need to close today. Otherwise, it's probably going to be a bit of a nothing burger. And I certainly am not considering, I don't see much of a trade here. You could maybe try a little quick little breakout VWAP trade if you like it. The volume is really tapered off. See the dwindling volume. I don't like decreasing volume on a gapper. But yeah, the 22 levels where you want to key off, a close above that just means there's at least some confidence that that prior bag hold level is going to hold higher. And it showed you that's where the buyers were too.
Or a recent digging into some exchanges, we were able to find out about BTCC, and they are a top 30 global exchange. And this is the thing, they have never, ever been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. There's also, interesting here, I'm not sure how this happens, but there's 0 KYC if you're in the US, Canada, and Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT for registering, so make sure you do scan that QR code immediately. Plus, you get a 15% bonus that covers up to 15K of your losses while trading on their exchange. So I'm not sure what I'm missing, but just scan that QR code for more information. And please, everybody, do your own due diligence whenever you're looking at some exchanges or putting money anywhere, really. But that's BTCC, so we want to thank them for sponsoring and getting their message out there. So BTCC. Okay, let's go again. Marvell just basically fell off 30. So we were waiting at 38, and there it goes, like a bunch of tops there at 35. So maybe we missed it. Well, again, we're only getting out 15%. Maybe we'll put an order there in case it comes back up. Just what I'm looking to do while we go back over to Sharif.
IRBT, guys, rocketing up here over 70% on the day on the same catalyst, the same headline that we spoke about with respect to Tesla. More information on this one here. Looks like, as I mentioned, the Trump administration weighing an executive order on robotics coming early next year. But it's not only the executive branch here at the White House. The Department of Commerce says robotics and advanced manufacturing play a central role in its push to bring production back to the U.S. And the Department of Transportation also taking an approach here. They're saying they're preparing to launch a robotics working group potentially before the year end, according to a person familiar with the matter. So IRBT, guys, at $3.33, up 70%.
Tesla might have Optimus, but iRobot has a 45% short float. So, you know, that's going to win most days when you have a catalyst like this. But a double top, double top right now at 350, which looks enticing for inventory into. The daily chart doesn't look very good, but if you have a 45% short float, your daily chart doesn't usually look good. So, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Beggars can't be choosers, all that good stuff. But I think this 350 double top is attempting to break out as we speak. Was kind of hoping we'd see $3 for VWAP. I was in Rich Tech earlier, which was more flat for me. Like it had a win and then a loss, and like it came right back, but way choppier. Much more choppy, and 13%. So I just think that iRobot makes a little bit more sense. Still believe that's I'm not a fan of the movie, but the stock is looking really good there today. I've said that way too many times. Just a very, very poor movie for such a fantastic book. But the stock looking good today. I'd rather get long if it's not going to be VWAP. I'll look to see if this can put in some higher lows going into a 350 break.
All right, we just got out some. I mean, Marvell just spiked into 30, so we talked about taking that out. So we took out 20%. I was only going to take out 15, but we took out. Let's wait to see what happens. I mean, this is not the reason, obviously, why we're coming to you guys live, 8 o'clock. But as soon as I'm only like doing that because we had this call on iRobot, and not the call, we had the stock. Like as soon as that robot news was announced, sort of, or that started to go, I remember looking at it and we were like, oh, iRobot's at, we were talking about the pricing there of it, and it was $2.02, and I had it up right here, and we could have just mashed that long, and you could have actually gone long pretty much all pre-market, you know, until eventually the market opened up, and then it was just boom, pow, nice upside move. So that market actually opens up right down here where iRobot is near the lows of 218. And then really the break, like next time, any pre-market level, and the thing is, this is not typical of most of these names because this one just kind of continued all day. Sure, you get a little bit of a pullback there and a little bit of a pullback here, but they're still respecting this 200 period all day. This is not like those random runners that we've traded like that VCIG or things like that. This is like backed by a story. Now the 71% has a lot to do with the 45% short float, that is for sure. I mean, if you were short this name, you've been just absolutely crushing it. Like you're not even that, I mean, you're mad about this, but like honestly, it's they're still short most likely. I don't, you know, for me, this is going to be a pretty epic squeeze if it breaks through this $5 mark, and that could actually happen tomorrow. Like as people will start to go out there and research what some of these plays mean, you'll see something for iRobot, and just waiting to see a $5, $5.50, $6 break, and then it's like you get rid of all of this and you start going to the upside. I wonder if that short float will decrease or not, but nice move up. We've seen moves like this happen in Beyond Meat, but this is like a legit story, so I could see this going, and there has to be something with iRobot because Amazon tried to take these guys down. So, you know, I guess I like the stock. You know,
yeah, they weren't allowed to.
Will there be a day two play in it? Is what I think everyone's waiting for.
The other thing too about, I don't know, like you feel for the shareholders because I don't remember you look at the chart. I don't remember the actual date that deal got rejected.
Oh yeah, it was like $30.
But when the chart's that bad, there's pretty much at no point when they could have been bought by Amazon, the shareholders didn't get absolutely screwed by that. But that's, you know, that's I guess the FTC's job to a certain extent. I mean, Amazon's so powerful, like, would it matter?
I think that was Sharif's favorite, Lena Khan, maybe.
Look, I'm a very big, if you believe in free markets, then you have to understand, like, you want there to be curbs on monopolies. Like that's like one of the things that there's supposed to be controls on. But there's just so many times, the other side of you that just when you deal with the markets, it's like how really bad was that for the shareholders? How really bad was it for let's say Save? Like some of the airline deals that don't go through. Right. It's like all that happens in the airlines is failures and then consolidations. And so when a company is failing, you're gonna be like, well, there's not gonna be competition in the lower fare space. I'm like, well, what happens when they go bankrupt and then they just get picked up on pennies in the dollar anyways by the same firm that was gonna get them in the first place?
I mean, it's not like Hertz went bankrupt, came back, went to the pink sheets, came back, and now it's HTZ. I mean, it's around, it's cruising. Luckin Coffee was another one that got demoted out of the NASDAQ at $2. Now it's $35.
They went back in.
Yeah, it's $35 name.
Yeah, I think they have a chance. And
apparently Jeff Mendel, but in between skiing and everything, he talked about Luckin Coffee over there in New York City. I'm excited to try that or to hear what he has to say.
Jeff does ski and golf a lot.
About all of that. Yeah, well, I'm not just saying.
He does.
Probably is on the slopes right now.
If it's not golf weather, he's skiing. It's one of.
I'm going to message Mendel and find out exactly where this guy is, and I'll get back to you. Okay, what's up, Sharif?
You guys are killing me, man. I love it. All right, so we can confirm that President Trump did meet with Jensen Huang today, and the topic of the discussion was export controls. Here's what we know so far. We know, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Jensen saying we can't degrade chips that we sell to China. He discussed export controls generally in the Trump meeting, and he says he supports export controls, but he doesn't think that China would accept the new H200, some new China-specific variant. First time hearing of it today, guys. Also, Jensen Huang also expected at 5 o'clock at the CSIS event. That should be obviously after market hours. And then separately, we are still waiting for President Trump to come and make or to comment. So those are the headlines here for NVIDIA, down a little more than 1/3%.
Yes, sir. And before we get to that, when the seconds count, trust me, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. And that's why NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You can book a meeting with the team today. Shout out to Oragenics, OGEN. I want to thank them for sponsoring the show. I like that graphic. Back on the ice faster. It's hockey.
Yeah, why not? It's hockey season.
Or, you know, we were just talking about skiing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another sport. Lots of concussions there. So we're supposed to be pivoting to, I believe, NVIDIA is what I just heard. But let me just quickly, because I said I was going to buy the dip in iRobot and then bought the dip and then bounce on iRobot. So I can't really call it a trend break. That's not long enough for a trend break, but it kind of was. So I'm buying this consolidation and giving it to 320. I don't want to hold to VWAP because I think VWAP is usually going to be its own trade. So iRobot, that'll be the power move. I think this morning was one of those annoying. Well, I'm really glad I didn't trade NVIDIA today. We're talking for the lesson of the day. I was like, all the longs I had for a plan of action didn't take them in anything that was tech until after NVIDIA decisively held $180, and that was also the same moment that Microsoft made a good low. So like it was just a chop fest off the 180, and then eventually when Microsoft responded, that was the big spike. But it's a very choppy trade here in NVIDIA without, I think, obvious direction, unfortunately. And all it seems to be doing is accumulating for the last few sessions. We just keep getting to 180. And every time we pull away from it, it drags you back in both directions. There hasn't been a breakaway by bouncing or flushing and then taking the next level out, either upside or downside. For NVIDIA. So I think it's a bit of a chop fest off 180. You need to find a little bit more direction here. And this is, to me, it's turning into a stay away stock because there's just going to be better plays. For myself, that happened to be Intel today. But yeah, I just feel like until this one decides what it really wants to do, like break out 186, break down 173, don't do that, but hopefully don't do that. But just way too much chop off the 180. So you can maybe scalp away from it. You're just not getting follow through.
All right, here we go, man. Let's see if we can get some money out of this trade right now. We're now in the money 40 cents as we continue to go a little bit higher on Marvell. You know, I broke this one down, and hopefully you guys like what I talked about, and now you're in the money 30 cents. So good trade there. Yeah, no, for NVIDIA, I really like that 179 to 180. I mean, it's the level that we wrote down yesterday. And it held. Like yesterday's sticky note literally says 179 to 180. So today, again, like I was saying this all morning, without that headline, I am hella long NVIDIA, and we're probably crushing it. But I just got too nervous early about it and shouldn't have. So, this is the one trade. This is in and out by accident. I thought I was trading Apple. As soon as I got out of some of my Apple, I realized, oh my God, I'm short NVIDIA, and I just punched out. It was a little bit of a winner, but small. But anyways, there it goes. Just trying to go higher. This action doesn't lead me to believe there's anything going on right now. So I'm just going to wait, look at Tesla, look at Marvell. I mean, Marvell right here is starting to finally go up. So I like this trade a little bit better. AMD would be the one that if I'm ever thinking short, I don't really care what AMD is doing versus NVIDIA today or anything like that. But if I'm ever thinking short in the chip space, like if there's a headline that comes out, something about China, obviously that will be affecting NVIDIA probably more than AMD. But if it's a general broad-based look on chips, I'm always going to go to AMD for the short and NVIDIA to the long. So today, looked like a long day as NVIDIA was cruising higher. Then we get that chip news and with Microsoft, and it kind of affected everything. I mean, AMD went from 219 down to 211. That's a pretty aggressive move there, right? I mean, I don't think you had that. You had, what, $3 maybe at most in NVIDIA. NVIDIA goes, well, I guess the very top, let's just say it was right here, 184 down to 179. So I guess probably percentage-wise, they're very, very similar on the move. But I prefer shorting AMD rather than NVIDIA, and today that would have been wrong. All right, just waiting on this Marvell to see if anything happens. We are at 20% of it, but we're going to go back over a couple more names, and then we'll get to some questions, and we'll talk about some more setups that we're looking for here this afternoon.
Rich Tech Robotics, another robotics names, guys, up about 14 3/4 here, right back into that high day at 14.10. Look, it's another robotics name, obviously, because a report came out from Politico that the Trump administration is looking at an EO, an executive order for robotics early next year. Just to give you some information here on Rich Tech, it has a float about 103 million shares, and as of September 30th, so a little while ago, it had a short float of 23.7%, guys, trading near the high of the day.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, so obviously there's no other story to go with here because you guys already know the story, so I don't really have to go over it a second time. But remember, so here's an example. When I say diddling in the middle, don't diddle in the middle. I was about to but if you do, make sure you're protected with a stop order or whatever protection you might need if you're going to diddle in the middle. Stop orders when you're trading. I think this is almost a perfect example of it. So that's all I'm going to say. Like, I'm moved over to iRobot for the obvious reasons of a double short float and just being stronger. But RR, it pulled back in right to prior support levels and double bottomed twice and V-shaped it. So trying to play off of, I was looking a lot at VWAP in here. I like VWAP, and it worked the first time. I maybe could have left it at that. But it wasn't really on the higher time frame giving a darn about the volume weighted average price. It was caring about where the resistance was the last 4 days. And now you get a nice clean breakout. On the daily chart, this looks great on the daily. So I would tell you, like, I'm sure anybody that's if you've been involved in this stock, I would hope you've noticed, because I'm not involved in the stock, so I haven't. Look at the 200 period moving average on this stock. How many small cap 23% short float names have this much obvious support at the 200 period moving average, where you could just blindly buy it off that line on the chart for the last year and you've just won? Win, 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 win. Every single bounce off the 200 period moving average has won. So congratulations if you've been paying attention to that. I like it for, like stocks I'm in. Again, I'm not in this one, but I think you can get to the 50. I think iRobot's leading the way because of the short float, but they're not bad either. And when I say the 50, I mean $4.50, not $50. That's a 50 period SMA on the daily. That's this line on the chart.
Okay, yeah, we will. We'll go over. Hey, Patrick, I see you in the chat. We're going to go over a bunch of names very shortly. We're just right now reviewing what was voted on there. What's been voting on right now? Spin the money right here. Marvell right now. We just got, so we got a 30 again as it came back in, and I was like, oh my God, this is going to break lower. And then we just got a 45 there for Marvell. So update. I'm out of 60% right now. So we only have 40% left, as we'll wait to see what happens now with Marvell on the upside. We're trying to play with house money, which we're almost doing right now. So good job there for Marvell. Remember where our out was going to be the 50 period moving average. Well, guess what? That has now moved hella up. So our first stop was at 50. Let's change that right now. And I just hope that, just from education, we always get asked questions. We're going to be dropping the Trader TV Live Academy as well soon. But like, we always get questions about our positioning, our stops, and things like that. And so I think I explained this trade very, very well. So hopefully you guys joined us earlier on. And then there it goes now, going back up there to the upside. And 99 break, we're in 50 cents there. Our stop was always going to be the 50 period moving average. It's coming into VWAP right now. So we might as well just, VWAP won't be as, so it's 98.89. Wow, okay, we are really starting to moon right now. Yes, we just get that fill right there at 60s, man. That is a yahoo kind of a trade right there. Here it is, man. We just gave this to you, 70 cents. As right now, well, 60 cents, hopefully it gets to 70. Right now, Marvell leading the way. All right, I said 90. Let's just go, well, let's be exact here. I mean, I don't want, whatever. I don't want to get wicked out if it comes back in. It doesn't really matter. All right, 98.89. All right, we'll just keep it there. Now we are officially playing with house money. We are out of 50%. So there it goes, man. Boom. So a couple good trades today. We don't have any red trades today. We're going to go with Apple this morning, which was the big one for me. This has held my whole day. Just basically four trades, all at 287, all to the upside. Good job there. And then got out once it broke. You guys all saw me do that, and we talked much about that one. Then we have Fannie Mae, and we just traded that real quick early. We saw that. So I don't know. This movement happened, hits the scanners. Remember, we have this trade rate scanner there as well. So we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But there goes Fannie Mae straight. And yesterday we were 3 for 3, right? We did the trade review, and I don't have a problem. We can do this every day if you guys want to. There it is right there on Fannie Mae. Then the only other trade today is Marvell, which is this one. So we'll go threes today. Another 3-pack. Right there today. And yeah, now we are officially trading with house money. So let's put an offer at 99.75. We'll go to 74. We'll see if we can get that fill. That offer's now in, so 5 cents away from that. Out every quarter, and then we'll wind up seeing what happens into $100. And then hopefully that breaks, and then we'll get going there. So far, so good there today. And you're into iRobot. I'm into Marvell. And yeah, the day is, there it goes again. So awesome.
Awesome.
We just get that Marvell fill right there. 65 cents now in the money and potentially going higher. So there goes Marvell, hopefully proving our worth every single day. All right, Adara, what you got?
I have some headlines for a couple different companies, actually, all of which are watched pretty closely. I'll start with Robinhood because it's on my screen right now. Seeing reports that the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection has sent cease and desist letters to Robinhood, Kalshi, and Crypto.com, basically saying that they're conducting illegal gambling in violation of Connecticut law. So Hood on watch here, and it did get a little bit of a spike down, as you can see, though it's recovered from that weakness. Keep an eye on Apple and Meta as well. Seeing reports that Apple's top design executive, Alan Dye, is leaving the company to work at META. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Well, I can't remember a headline where somebody leaving Apple recently has ended up being bad for them. So until that actually happens, I wouldn't be terribly worried about it overall. And we'll get to Robinhood in a quick little second here. And I know that Kit is a stock that people are paying attention to. Great ticker, obviously, if you're a Knight Rider fan. But I forget who I was just having a chat with in said chat. By the way, if you want to ask questions in the chat or just converse with a great community, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, specifically subscribe, because it's a subs-only chat. So here is when I said if it breaks trend, this is iRobot since the breakout, like this one at 11 a.m. It's got a pretty clean trend line, which also happens to then line up with prior resistance. It helps. So as long as it dips in front of that, when buy dips into it, if it holds VWAP, that's a different story. And then play into the high of the day. So if it gets to 350, great, I'll be out. But as long as it holds onto that trend line, I like it. Now, Robinhood was the subject of, I said I'd go to Kit, but we didn't really bring up the chart of Robinhood when Adara brought that story. Didn't really affect it. Like, Robinhood's holding trend. I'd be a little concerned if it, like, after that news closed breaking the trend line, then maybe you'd think pull back into VWAP. But it hasn't done it, so I wouldn't be too worried about it yet. But this is a small capper that's going, what is the actual name here? Nauticus Robotics. So notice the last part of that name? Robotics. So like our good friend iRobot, up a ton, 77%. I do not know the specific short float here, and I don't know exactly what this company does because I'm not really familiar with it, but it's got robotics in the name, so it's a pretty safe guess. You know what's happening. But the bigger and more important thing is it's breaking $1. Breaking above $1 is always a key psychological price for penny stock, and it's only half the story. Closing above $1 is the big deal. So you close above the dollar multiple times, and it starts every day that you close above $1 gets a little bit more momentum because you got to do like 10 days in a row to maintain compliance. So far, so good for this stock. Volume's good, not great, 90 million or so. I'd put it in like good, but sometimes you like these to already be over 100 million, ideally, and it's actually holding up. So good volume as it breaks out the high of the day. The robotic story is obviously a big one. No questions asked here today. But again, I don't know specifically what they do. It's the first I've heard of this company. But given the name Kit and the fact that robotics is in the name, and it's a pretty safe bet that they're not just fugazi and making up that they're in the space.
David Hasselhoff backed stock over there. We're now out of, okay, here we go. Hopefully Marvell does keep going upside right now, and it's almost that dollar club right here. We just put it on for you, but I'm getting out more and more and more as we get up to this upside because I don't know what's going to do at $100. So I have one last fill out at 99.96. So we're getting pretty close to that. Just one more little move up there. If some of you guys just buy this stock, no, it's not going to do anything. But 41 million shares today. We're sitting at 99.96 right now, and being as clear as day, right? I mean, this is all for free. So make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe as we talk about these trade ideas and thoughts on technical analysis or whatever you guys want. But there it is. This is real. Like, these are real trades put on here by Neil and myself, and making hopefully money for you guys as well out there. All right, Adara has her ear to the ground for the news. So what's up, Adara?
I looked at Nauticus Robotics, and for one, Neil, I know you have heard of this name before because I remember once it popped off during the midday, and you made the Knight Rider reference, and I was the only one who got it. So I do remember that you've definitely heard this ticker, KITT, and they actually have a catalyst that's not the overall robotics catalyst. They have their own catalyst, guys. So 22 hours ago, so that'd be roughly like right after the close yesterday, they made an announcement. The shareholders have approved their preferred stock conversion, but the shareholders did not approve a share increase. So some shareholder updates there for KITT. They actually have their own piece of news. I had to Google it. It was not on Benzinga. Back to you guys.
Boom. See now, I just put it into my news source and I saw nothing. So I just assumed it had to be a.
Adara would also realize and know that I wasn't here when you made that reference.
Well, of course you would.
I knew you would have made it. That's why I specifically said during the midday. You were definitely at the gym.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. Like
kind of a big show.
Yeah, I definitely. That's why I just made it now. And then so you obviously you go. I'm a little disappointed at Joe and Sharif, to be honest with you, with not knowing that show, especially Sharif. He's old.
Well, yeah, Joe, I give a pass. I mean,
yeah, Joe, I get a pass. Joe's only slightly old, yeah, good one there, Kit. Oh, so the thing I want to talk about in that space, and it's just a matter of just giving this to everybody because it is the ETF that I'm in for robotics. Like, I'm in none of these names other than that. So this one right here, and I actually did a little bit of due diligence by checking out, although now I've closed it. Oh, here it is right here. The portfolio of this ARKQ. So I asked it, ChatGPT, or Gemini actually. I've switched. I basically just use Gemini now. So there it is. These are the top 10 holdings of ARKQ. The problem is like, you do pay a management fee. It's probably 0.85 or so, like probably hopefully less than 1 pip. I'll have to double check what it is, but we'll see. But anyways, Tesla there, 12.5%. So I said that Tesla was relatively under-owned in my portfolio, so we get a little bit more there. Teradyne, Kratos, Palantir on this news, like that was one of the undercover names there today because we didn't really talk about Palantir right off the jump when we heard that robotics story there, and they didn't care about it at all either until obviously someone had looked into this and thought maybe, okay, with drones and not just that, like a lot of this stuff that's happening right now with robotics, obviously it needs some input, right? And so if Palantir there is that foundry and is that input, so we'll, they analyze the input and put that into said robots like drones or whatever else is being talked about there, as Palantir has many commercial now uses as well. Okay, yeah, KTOS. I got to figure out more about that.
What is KTOS?
But yeah, there's Deere in there
look
as
out,
well.
There is the trend. Wow, look at
Deere's a kind of a robot.
Look what just happened when the trend broke.
Oh no, you were in it.
But that's why this is exactly how I use trend lines.
Yep. Nice
The reason why this in theory works, well, it's all in theory. The reason why it's in theory is because that's a place that short sellers like myself oftentimes will punch short when that happens. So that's why I was showing you guys like this. My reason is to dip into here to play into the high. I only took one out when it got to 40, and I would have taken it out at 50, and then you had that break. But you've got to have a stop order because when the momentum comes out, and that's what a trend line effectively is. It's not a line of best fit, but it's like a support line for the momentum is the best way to think about it. So it's not like an actual price, but it's just this moving. And whenever I see support turning into resistance like that, especially on a trend line, it was a clean breakout at that price as well, then you know the floodgates could open up. So really tight stop. I actually got 1 cent underneath the trend line, so there was pretty much no slippage at all actually on that trade, which is surprising. We're gonna go to Dara, but speaking of support lines and support to resistance, when we get back, I have to show you one on Bitcoin, which I forgot to this morning, because of all the news that hit in the pre-market. We actually never went over crypto at any point today. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends over at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on our stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, they've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and even U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, which drops management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Additionally, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
So this was the chart I wanted to pull up. I usually, every time we talk about crypto, or Bitcoin, Bitcoin, this is one of the things I'll usually go over. And you can see when I started this trend line on Bitcoin, it was all the way back into 2023, and then it's held pretty well. Now you can have wicks that break a trend line, but there hasn't been a consolidation under the trend line until now, like this break. And all of a sudden, that same trend line is now turned into resistance, bounced, and has rejected the top of the prior trend line twice, which is very similar to what I was just showing you guys there on iRobot. So like, it turns from one side to the other. So I think until we break out the top, like I'm still of the mind that the overall, like ever since we broke down here at 108, I've been of the mind that we've been headed down to 73, 75. So like, I've kind of felt that way. Like nothing has changed my mind unless if you break back above that trend line or start holding above 93 again, that could possibly convince me. But the structure of how this broke down, I still kind of feel like it hasn't done anything distinct that would tell me we're still not in this little bit of a downward trend. But breaking back and holding above this little trend line that anybody could draw, just go all the way back to October 2023. Connected with the pullback off the high at 74, and then the dip when we made the high at 110, and we just recently broke that. So that's one thing I'm looking at technically for Bitcoin, just to convince me that I'm still not waiting for a buy at 75. That could cause me to want to buy up here in the 90s, but not yet. Not yet at all. I see people saying Tesla, and by people I mean you, David. The last person in the chat just said Tesla, and I looked to see if we're breaking higher. We're not. We're still kind of sideways on Tesla here off of, no test of 450. We're just sideways off this 445, 446 area. It's trying to go, but just not finding a lot of juice. What is going a little bit, and Jameson's mentioning IonQ in the chat, I was going to say Bitcoin just broke back above 93,000. Yeah, there's IonQ. It's trying to go. But I don't know what the story might be for IonQ. SMR was a lot stronger today. I think that's one place to go in terms of looking for like small cappers that are running, whether it's the nuclear or the quantum. I think sometimes they kind of run in the space together just because they're all squeeze plays. But flat on the session here for IonQ, it's IBIT. I still have eyeballs on iRobot because I feel like it just held VWAP, so there might be a chance it could go again. But IBIT starting to bounce. And what's interesting about this is it's failed at 53. On IBIT specifically. That's not going to be, it's a kind of a randomish price if you try to go over to Bitcoin itself. But it's failed a couple times through this price. I feel like if we're able to make this breakout in the afternoon, you could have, I'm not just talking about IBIT, this is a NASDAQ as well. Like you have where we were when Microsoft happened, and we're right back, complete V-shaped recovery. Now Bitcoin was looking pretty solid on a gap up and potential breakouts this morning, and then that same thing happened. So I think if this can do a little catch-up, break away from that 53, it gets at least a little bit more interesting to me. None of that's going to happen if NVIDIA can't catch a bid, though. That'll be a bit of a problem. Oh, Jomo Trader. Say less. Jomo Trader in the chat, Walmart just keeps going up, up, up. You better believe it. I remember at the beginning of the year, Walmart's expensive. Walmart's blah, 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 blah. It is expensive, 100%. Walmart is not a cheap stock on a PE basis. I understand it. But it's also really, really good. They make a lot of money. And it's respecting the 200 period moving average. So regardless of when you decide to buy it off the 200 period moving average, whether it was a little bit too early, my hand is up, didn't matter, ends up working anyways, or later on, this is just a stock that is winning, it's just chilling out. And Hangry Wife saying Walmart is up 6,000% since IPO, it's not expensive. When I say expensive, apologies, I simply just mean on a PE basis relative to peers, it's considered an expensive stock on a PE basis. So that's generally what I mean by expensive. I own it, and I'm constantly buying dips. Wish I had bought a dip more than once this year, but it really never, I got anchored to the price I bought it at. That's the best I can put. You know, you buy something, sometimes that'll happen to you. Like you buy something at a really good price, and then all of a sudden you keep thinking you're gonna get it again. When I should have just stuck to buy it in front of the 200 period moving average, because that's a win. Adara?
I want to talk about this pop in nuclear because SMR is frequently making or continuing to make here new highs. Sounds like it has to do with comments made by NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang on the Joe Rogan podcast, where he did in fact appear. People are circulating here on X that Jensen Huang said that he's expecting a bunch of small nuclear reactors, hundreds of megawatts each, to come online in the next 6 to 7 years in order to power these AI data centers. So again, names like SMR on my screen here, NNE, et cetera, getting a pop after Jensen Huang makes some bullish comments on nuclear on the Joe Rogan podcast. Back to you.
Jensen Huang, always moving markets. Deep tranquility, just to answer your question. I'll do this from now on. So I wasn't talking about the 50 period SMA and the 200 period SMA. On a daily chart, those are the only things I have on a daily chart. And on an intraday chart, the only thing I'll have, I don't have VWAP on a 15-minute chart. I don't bother with it. Like my 15-minute chart's completely clean, and it'll just have volume at the bottom. My daily charts only have the 50 period SMA and the 200 period SMA, and then my intraday chart will have VWAP, and of course always volume at the bottom. I just feel I think volume is really important because like you get a really big up day or be down day two, and you want to see what was the relative volume in that move. Like, did it float up on low volume? Right, that can make it easier to fill the gap. So just little things like that. So I think volume is going to be important, and those are simple moving averages. When I said SMA, simple moving average, just to be completely clear. I know some people like exponentials. I don't know if anyone here uses an exponential. I don't think so, but I don't want to speak for anybody. You don't. I don't know. No. But I don't know about Joe or actually I think Obi might, if anybody does.
Obi maybe.
Oh, exponential, because I think lots of day traders will use them, but I use moving averages on the daily chart, where like in most of the time I'm using it for like stuff in my long-term account or like a swing. So I like the simple moving average because I just find that most of the stocks tend to respect that 200 SMA a little better. It's me.
Yeah, Joe Rogan show used to push an agenda, really. Yeah, I don't even watch the show and know that to be true. Okay, look at Marvell here, 90. So people are asking me about where my stop is. This is already cruising, man. This is already the trade. It's going to be, it'll be P&L 3. I've only made 3 trades today. This will be my least one, and it just wasn't as many shares as the rest. And I'll show you my Fannie Mae and my Apple trade. But here it comes right back up. I'm sitting at 96. We talked about that before. I took one out here at 62 and another out again at 75. And now we'll wait to see if it does break up. I did have some talk in the chat about where my out is. Well, now look, man. At first, when we made this trade, our out was 98.50, which is why we started taking 50 cents first, right, to play with house money. Now it's done. This trade is done, and it is a bullish one, and one that definitely added today. I added about 20% to my overall net today, just on this trade alone, so it's not bad. And we'll see what happens there. 99.93, we just stopped on again. All right, I'll put an offer in the 80s again for this and see if we get something there. I'm at 84 right now. We'll see if we can grab a fill there. The reason why I'm trying to get out near $100, and there's some people in the chat that have this long from way down here, which is fantastic, but it's just, we're starting to think about that $100 mark now, and I just don't know if there's going to be enough. It's only 3 o'clock now, so we're entering the hour of power in 45 seconds, but this market also helped going here, and the market's really, kind of respected. Although there's going to be dip downs, which were supported by VWAP, but this is again a 50-period moving average, as Neil had mentioned there, SMA. So, we'll continue to watch that. My VWAP is colored blue. My 50-period is colored pink. So we'll see. Now again, I'm getting a little bit nervous that we might have missed something there. Okay, well, there he goes. We just offer 69s and grab that. We actually got 68.50s there. But we must have offered 68. So there it is. We'll take another piece out just so everybody now knows we are at exactly 20% left of this trade. And looking to stop out, I'm not going to change my stop where it was last time, 99.30s. This is, you know what, let's just change it one more time. 99.40s to get out, so we'll lock in 30 cents. 99.39s, we'll try to lock that in. I don't think there'll be too much slippage. The liquidity looks pretty good over here. And again, Marvell, as we continue to go higher. SMR, I mean, I hear Adara talking about it. I guess Neil just looked at me and said or talked to me and said Trump might not be going on today. I did hear as well. I thought it was Kevin Hassett news at 2 p.m., but we're not hearing anything. Obviously, we've got Adara back there, so we don't have to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't have anything here. I mean, the stream is open, but he is not present. Though Trump being like 30 minutes late is kind of par for the course, if I'm being really honest here. I would not be too concerned as of yet. If I hear updates or see updates, I will let you know. It's not supposed to be Kevin Hassett related. We're expecting it to be related to like the fuel economy situation. Okay. So there have been a lot of reports suggesting that a lot of different people from different sides of the market are trying to plead with the Treasury Department and Trump to not pick Hassett for the Fed chair.
I saw someone
not pick.
Not gonna. Actually, you know what? I am gonna name names. It was Zero Hedge. Whatever. I was gonna be like, it doesn't matter who was saying this, but it had some kind of an article, and I didn't read it, so
it means even less if he's saying it.
It was the headline was bond markets trying to tell the president not to pick Hassett, specifically, and I think it's been interesting because there have been. What's the best way to say this? Seemingly timely wise, seemingly influential moves at specific times in the bond market in reaction that it's almost as like, okay, well, we're going to influence the bond markets because we want something to happen or not to happen. And the only reason I say that is because like there won't necessarily be follow through after. It'll just be like timed to like some pressure on the Fed, and then the bond market goes crazy, and then there's no follow through, and then the same thing, and like rinse and repeat. So it's almost like this battle of money that's going on in like the world's largest market. Like bond markets are just make the equity markets look like child's play.
Yeah. The amount of money that's in there.
And the idea that it's reacting to, the president's like, oh, we're going to make the pick, and then the bond markets are going to go absolutely crazy, but there's no follow through after that when the odds stay up at 80% that it's going to be Hassett.
I know, it's weird.
Well, obviously you're not that spooked. It's like a one-time, anyways. So I never want to overreact to these little subtle moves not subtle, but these moves in the bond market unless there's follow through. But overall, like I get it. Trust me. Like you don't want to ignore I'm not saying ignore the bond market, but yeah. Look. I'm not judging Zero Hedge. I will simply say this: like I've been trading a very long time, and I really when I started trading, like when they first started out, I just preferred a heck of a lot more then, and I find it just got a little, I don't know the best way to say it. I found it was a much clearer source of discourse on Zero Hedge, at least for the trading community. And now it's just a lot more political, back and forth, and more gotcha headline kind of stuff, which I suppose is just the way media goes these days. You can't blame anybody because that's how you get clicks. So it's hard to hate if your business is getting clicks, and that's how you're going to go to. But I used to love it. I still follow them on X. It's not the same as it used to be, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't have enough. I don't follow. I mean, I probably do follow, but I don't peruse Twitter or anything. I honestly don't have. I know you're on the train a lot. I don't have time to really look too much.
Who does that to you, man?
Yeah. I read a lot. Good. I wish I kind of did have a little bit more time, but I guess I do. It's just when I'm at my kids' events, like I watch what they're doing, so it's tough. Although yesterday swimming was a little boring yesterday, but my guy's at level 10. He's actually almost qualified for his lifeguard. He wants to be
nice. I hope Aaron.
By far the best job in the world.
I really hope Aaron does that.
Yeah, so
because I think it's an incredibly valuable skill to have, especially for your family when you eventually have one.
Oh,
right. Like just no. You know, CPR.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm CPR certified. I know.
It's a great skill to have, in my opinion. Discipline and all that. And anyways, that's
Yeah. I don't know a more disciplined kid than my daughter, to be honest with you. I'm talking about my son though with the swimming. But okay, so Palantir, look, we got out yesterday at 175, a little piece of what we had left because we were like excited that it came up to 175 and it just came right back. And yesterday we touched out at 175 and then fell. So we actually just got out at 175, literally exactly that price yesterday. I didn't care about the price, so we just get out at that even dollar level. And then right now, today, we're trying to go back up. I just want to bring to everybody's attention that that most recent high there on Palantir, that's coming into play again. So that was just from yesterday. So if you're looking for a spot, if you are long Palantir and you had a great run today and love the stock, and this has been probably the biggest wealth generator of the last 3 or 4 years for myself, has been the Palantir stock, because I've been holding Google for 15 years and Apple for even more, probably all those even more, Nvidia as well. So it's this right here has been awesome, and I just got a little nervous. So I'm starting to get a little bit more out on Palantir as we approach some of these levels again. I still want to be able to hold the majority of the position as we break back out, but Palantir is working out quite nicely right now. And then the other name that we didn't talk too much about today, this morning, I mean, I did mention it. It's one of the 4 names that are here. If you guys are looking for some resources at Trader TV Sean, you go find it. Apple long, the #1 P&L name today. Uber long, Intel long, Tesla long. They're all absolutely monstrous, and that was all written down before any of this move. I think if I wrote it down when I heard that Microsoft news, I probably would have found some shorts on that sticky note. But Uber is one of those hidden names that's a robotics play. It's just that story today was that they're involved with Nebius, so there you go. AI play there, and there, what's it called, Aviride, a program that's launching in Dallas right now that is going to, you're gonna, if you use Uber, there's gonna be a possibility that you do get a autonomous vehicle coming through to pick you up, and that's with Nebius and Uber today. So they teamed up to do that, launching in Dallas. So if anybody's in Dallas and happens to get on a ride, send us a video or something like that. For right now, they're manned though, and soon to be unmanned. As that all
they
changes.
had Abu Dhabi launches.
Yeah, and they've got that. I think Austin.
That's with Waymo though.
Yeah, so this was a new one. This was like a new sort of hidden thing, and I only bought more Uber because I just thought this was like way overdone to the downside. So we're able to get some basically right here at 84 and change. And I would have loved to have waited for 82 if I knew that was going to happen. But that looks like a pretty good bottom right there. So when this fell into the 200 period, and I noticed it the day it cracked down through this, so I bought it the very next day, and so that's where that green candle was. Thought maybe we had bought some highs, but it turns out that we did not. And there it goes right back there to the upside. So I do like Uber to get back to $100. I'm not going to be crazy and call this back to 100 next week, but give it a month, maybe the new year. By the time December 31st hits, I expect Uber to be up in and around this area as the momentum in the space continues to get going. And again, the robotics story, right? I think Uber can win on that. Not only that, it's the Uber Eats, it's everything all combined. All right.
I'm sad we missed Johnny Cab.
Johnny Cab? What is that from?
That's from Total Recall.
Oh, Total Recall.
They should have known that. Why would you actually have a fake,
Marvel.
like a fake dude sitting in the car? Go for Marvell, guy. I want to talk.
No, I just, it's up to $100. So there's the fill right there, $1 right there on Marvell. As that a trade that we put on, Neil. I think we've only had 2 trades. You discussed your iRobot, and that's out of that. And then now here goes Marvell. So we're still looking for some more names. And I actually said,
well, Marvell was an all-day trend break earlier this.
I mean, Marvell was. I love Marvell. Was
the
great.
I've only traded 3
names. Oh, and then hold on. Go throw it to you a second. I just want to see what's okay. I just want to call this up before we go over to Neil because I wanted to make sure that if Tesla does break, we're on it. But it retraced off of 448 there. So I'm looking for 450.
So I was going to say, like, Marvell was in, and I actually missed this trade because I missed through the line, the trend trade, which is a foolish mistake on my part. Like, I drew a trend line from the all day, like this. Like, see this line. I'm going to get rid of this one, the one that I should have taken, and draw the line that I used for a long in Marvell. And what's weird, I got out of the trade maybe a little early, but here's the reason why I don't think that was the correct trend line to use. Was what was the big event? Like, I should be keyed, like, if I'm going to key this, I should either be doing that, and then I would be taking this long, or I should be looking at it when it breaks from the open and holds 96. It's either that long or that long that are better. And this one in here was kind of muddled, and the price action was muddled as well. But like the big event, like clearly on this was either the opening tail or when it lost that VWAP. But Marvell, 7.5% looking fantastic. It's Lucid that I just paid for locates on though. Why? 'Cause at this time of day, like one of the things I like to look for is giving me a trend break. I know I didn't take a trend break on iRobot, but at least it got me out of the trade. Well, Lucid is holding a trend from VWAP, and it matters. Look at the consolidation, look at the break. It's held it very cleanly. So any break of that trend line with only 50 minutes to go till the end of the day, this is one I'll be looking at. And yeah, we don't have free locates on this, but here at Real Trading, you can usually get everything. Remember when Lucid reverse split? I don't have to tell you what happened after the fact. I think we all know by now what happened. To Lucid's credit, though, it did break out. Like Lucid legitimately broke out for about 20% post-split, and now has failed. So what's crazy about
What's the price? Oh, 14, yeah.
Yeah, so it went all the way to like 25 bucks and now back at 13. The hedge funds that short this kind of stuff, they actually probably want this breakout to happen. Because to them, they're just like, oh, this is even better. Like, why just short it after the reverse split? Now we can short it in the 20s instead of in the teens. You know they load into it, and then eventually when it breaks down, it just doesn't stop. Like when the uptrend stopped, it's just a short till it's not. And there's overhead resistance at 14 bucks here that you can see on the daily chart. That's the other thing going on. But yeah, for this one breaks trend, I'm going to jump into this one at some point. Keep throwing names in the chat because there's not a heck of a lot that is moving. The futures are literally at the high of the day and trying to go. And if NVIDIA continues to hold under VWAP and Tesla stops moving, it's hard to imagine anything.
Yes,
like what's going to
exactly.
push it through the top? Because nothing big in the index is actually pressing right now.
Here we go, exactly. So what's up, Yannick? This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I was saying Uber is like a little bit of an undercover play there. They have Uber Freight. I was really impressed. I talked about it 2 years ago. I was in London. I took the Uber boats everywhere there. I thought that was awesome. Really simple, easy to do on the app. So not only is it like an AI, a tech play, but hopefully something to do with robotics as well. So there we go, like DoorDash, Uber Eats and all that. And DoorDash, don't they even have those like little automatic push carts that go around the city and deliver up some food? So, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Watch out for those. Yeah, I don't know who's in trouble or not, man. Like,
Instacart's been getting hurt by, well,
it's a market
Walmart's
share thing, right?
It's too easy.
NASDAQ, this is the thing, is like we are so infiltrated by all these options every day. Like, what are you going to use? Skip the dishes, Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats. I feel like once you find one and maybe you subscribe, like Uber Eats, I think it's $10 a month or not, you know.
Uber One's been, I saved a bunch of money with Uber. I know
Uber One, that's what
people
it
have
is,
been
yeah.
complaining about Uber One and canceling it, but I don't know, man. I save a bunch of money.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say Uber One, like you know how Amazon Prime had that issue, oh, we can't cancel it, and they had the suit. I legit think that's gonna happen to Uber because I've talked about this before. I had that where I literally accidentally signed up for Uber One. I don't know how to unsubscribe. People in the chat were saying they've also experienced this, and I've talked to other people. Andre's raising his hand. I know he's had this issue as well. So like the point I'm trying to make is they could have an Amazon Prime problem. Just a quick food for thought moment from me.
Maybe I should try to unsubscribe just to see what happens.
So I've maybe it's me. Like I've
works fine for me.
I've subscribed and then unsubscribed.
So you've had no problem.
Yeah, because I didn't want it for a while. Like my yearly membership renewed. You know, and I was like, nah, we're not ordering Uber Eats anymore, as much anymore. So I don't really need the Uber One. And then so I was able. They have a live chat. Like I think if you go right into the chat right now, it's automatic, man. And I think I paid on PayPal. It came back literally in 2 minutes. The $89 or whatever it was. But there it is. There's Marvell. Finally enters the club. There you go, man. I don't know how many shares everybody took, if you took it at all. But Marvell today, nice move, up 8% now. And there it goes, man. Nice cook right there to the upside for Marvell. The only trade I took this afternoon, matching with the Apple trades earlier. Wow, we talked about like make sure you get out and don't try to be too stubborn with your trades. Boom, look at Apple, man, all the way down in there as they lost somebody today to another AI situation. I
don't think that's the reason.
No, neither do I. I still really love Apple. There it is right there, $1 up for Marvell. So it's Apple, Marvell, and then Fannie Mae, and the story with them, and I just hit this basically too late. we have these scanners here. They're hot list scanners, and they're by eSignal, so you can go grab that. We actually, in our description, we have a link to a free month for eSignal, and we all use it here on the show. And it was just, all of a sudden, Fannie Mae came to the top of this thing, and I was just like, okay, and went over to it and saw this huge move, and I didn't even know the story. It was just going, and then once it broke 11 is when I sort of tried to get involved, and because it's over there on the OTC market, sometimes liquidity is tough to find. Like, you gotta hit different gateways and you gotta do different things to get that liquidity. So at the end of the day, it was a great trade. I finally got able to get long around 11.10, and that move went up to 11.40 and somehow top ticked it. And then it came back in, and then that was what it was near the end. So yeah, really good trade for me there on Fannie Mae. And so that's the Apple trade, was just buying those dips as we wrote down early. We wanted to buy the dip into view up. It worked out 4 times. That was really good. And then Marvell was the only other trade that I had today. So 3 trades, and there goes Marvell right now, going even higher. So yeah, man, we'll be there today. Again, it's 3 straight green days, and all pretty good so far. We have to talk about, I wanted to show you guys some of those names. Like, we had Okta yesterday report. We had CrowdStrike report as well. So Okta up 5%, and, still going higher there, as this is the ID security place there. Word I'm looking for, I can't think of it. Oh wow, Marvell is now at $100.40 right now. So we're gonna we just punch out more of Marvell, as there it goes right there to the upside. But that's Okta up nicely today as well. So that was a good report for them, up 5.5% there as well. So good job there. I like, hey, the Jameson. Yo, keep, there it is, this guy, what do you know about this? I mentioned this a couple times on the show. Samsara is my hidden play. I really like Samsara. I haven't looked at it today, but I have been buying this name. I'm long at $37. Let me see what IoT is doing today. If this is down to like 27, let's have a quick look. Okay, so it's not doing too much. I've just recently been buying this name, so I like Internet of Things. I think this is another good opportunity there for the robotics play again, and just transportation. That's what they're doing. So transportation of trucks and whatnot, and getting into that business for robotics. But Samsara, nice move there as well. So yeah, man, just really, really, I keep saying the word proud and everything like that, but I'm just happy that, like, showing you guys and explaining to you trades that work like this. And we've been like, I'm not sure we have a losing, I think we had 1 or 2 losing stocks there on Monday, but it's just about like things working out, being patient, and then just really trying to use the right share size. I mean, I think that's something that's also important, that forces you not to punch out right away if you're wrong or anything like that, just for me. And we always talked about how disciplined we were on this trade. It was the 50-period break was where we were gonna get out. So that was about a 40-cent or so gamble that we took on this trade, and for it to be up now $1.25 is pretty good. And we're gonna change that stop now again, because we still have 10% left, which is still decent. 99.75 now, so we'll just keep on upping our stops. I'll just go to 99, let's just go to 99.89. Eventually, by the time this comes into play, I can't just, I don't wanna just keep adjusting it every time, but if that breaks that back down below 100, I think we can get out of it. But so far, so good here on that. And then BTC, I think, is gonna be a next big talk. Maybe not today, but over the next couple of days. Because Bitcoin approaching that 100,000 is going to be interesting. 93,000 right now.
If it can push through, it really, really needs to push through.
Yeah.
The trend line. There was a good question in the chat. I wanted to throw it up there.
There always is.
Mohammed, but you know what? I'm just going to do it this way. We have a good suggestion, make this more efficient and easier for us to be able to throw these up. And I don't want to lose it because Mohammed asked, what are the benefits of joining this channel? So first of all, it's a fantastic community, right? Where everyone's out here to learn, to get better at trading, investing, whatever it might be. And it's, I think, the best community out there. It's the only trading show anywhere like this. You get live news, like everything about it is fantastic. Now, if you're a subscriber, you get to be in the chat, ask questions, and participate in that community. However, if you get a membership, then you do get this morning note every single day. So this is today's. I can tell you there's Marvell, and obviously Marvell report earnings, so there you go. There's an in-depth report on those earnings, some price levels, CrowdStrike, which we didn't talk too much about, but you know what? You're covered if you have this note because it gives the entire rundown there. It is, how many pages long is this thing today? It doesn't matter. It was like 13 yesterday. Who cares? it's usually double digits. American Eagle was an earnings play. Okta, what's going to be on there tomorrow? I think we all know this. We got Snowflake reporting. They should be on there. C3AI is going to report. They'll be on that list as well. CRM as well. So I think that's one of the benefits. There's many benefits, I think, of the channel. But of course, if you are signing up for membership, then that's directly what you get every single day. What's up? Thank you for the super chat, Boba. What's up with the trade desk? What up? You tell me what's up with the trade desk. I haven't pulled it up today, but I can right now.
We just got a $250 super chat in the form of exactly
big
that.
time membership.
There's those memberships. We want to thank Olcan right there. So now everybody's going to get that. And I do want to tell you that note does not come into your inbox every single day. It's only every day that Sharif is in.
That's almost every day.
So we got to watch out for that. But there it is. So you got to go into YouTube and you have to enable receive gifts. So just ask Gemini how to do that if you are unclear on that. But yeah, YouTube right there and Gemini. And thank you to Olcan for 50 super chats. Like at $5 a pop, man, that's a $250 super chat. So we want to thank that. And there it is, right? Instead of a super chat, it's going right back to you guys.
Exactly.
So that's the kind of stuff, like that's what we're talking about. We want you guys to enjoy the show. And Neil's going to talk about the trade desk.
Well, all I can say, I mean, they've been losing market share. There isn't a specific story on it today. I mean, but unfortunately, they've been losing market share, and this hasn't been able to do much of anything lately. I think the last time I'm pretty sure the last time we mentioned this stock, I simply said, you can't chase bottoms here. And I don't see what's going to get this to turn around. Like how is this any different from GitLab we were talking about this morning? It's just not at this point. Like you can hope for a light at the end of the tunnel, but this has done nothing but fail every single bounce. And if it doesn't fail the 50, it fails the 200. I think maybe you get a trade if it breaks the 50 period again. But yeah, not looking very good at all for the trade desk. And speaking of, what did GitLab do today? Like made another fresh low. Like that was a big breakdown trade. Right off the open, down 13% on their earnings, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just, what are you going to do? Like trade desks have been getting bled. That's the best way to put it, and almost no end in sight. There was something before the super chat.
There was those 50 super chat. There was those 50. Right there, I did get a little bit more of Marvell. We do have Uber. We do have Nvidia. Oh, let's go. Let's just go double check Tesla.
There was a spike in Intel, and
was there? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Down with some Intel.
Intel with a bit of a spike. If we come to the chart,
any Intel on that, or?
I don't have
maybe Adara does. We do have to go to Adara. Let's see if it's from her.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in Intel. I will look into it, but that headline has not popped up for me. I do want to let you guys know, here's the implied moves for some of these names reporting after the bell. For whatever reason, I couldn't find one on UiPath, though they are also reporting. They're going to be at 4:10 a.m., but a lot of these here are going to be double digits or darn close. So lots of exciting post-market moves here. You can find these infographics every day, usually posted around 3:30 p.m., 2:30 p.m. in that vicinity. We're going to send you back to Sean and Neil while I look up Intel.
Thanks, Adara. I see in the chat someone mentioning its hangry wife, but I don't know if I haven't been able to see if this is true. Intel to drop spin-off of networking division. I haven't seen anywhere where I could confirm that, but I mean, it looks like something happened. Intel was good at VWAP, but you know what? Here's the thing. Like Intel, when it broke VWAP here, is the only time I traded it. You know when that was? That was when NVIDIA had that candle wick at $180. And at the same time, what do you think? Look what Microsoft did. You don't think Microsoft was the driver? Like, Microsoft broke trend here. Like, if you, God, man, I got to zoom in. Here we go. So Microsoft breaks the trend from this breakdown, first pop, second pop, boom, there's the open, breaks this trend line right here at 954. That's when Intel took VWAP and didn't look back. That's when a lot of longs started working out. The silver long worked out at that exact point. When Microsoft finally made a definitive bottom. Let's go to Adara. Hopefully, some Intel updates. Amy?
So sort of. I mean, I looked up the keywords from that chat that you mentioned. So there was a story here on Bloomberg Law, but this was a while ago, 2:37 p.m. I have not seen it on social media at all, nor is it on Benzinga. I just Googled the keywords, as I said. But again, this happened at almost an hour ago now. Basically, they said they decided to shelve plans that included a possible stake sale or spinoff, specifically with regards to its networking revision. So this story is real, but not heavily reported and almost an hour old.
Intel just has. I mean, I wrote.
It's been on a run anyway, so it's,
That's what I was gonna say. Like, just to give you guys an idea. I mean, I was posting up all these trades that I have all day here today, of course. But you know what I wrote down for Intel was the same thing. Waiting for more momentum here. This is the October high break, 42.50. Should try to hold it as momentum has been working out there for Intel. So you know, as long as you're staying there, like there it is. Should try to hold anything that you got for the long because momentum is king and it just drives everything. You know, like this Marvell's trade didn't really get going until eventually it did. And now it can't be stopped as we're now at $1.40 in the money on this trade. And again, momentum from earnings, right? And you want to have names that have some of those things. And like Meta had momentum to the downside for about 3 weeks there as it just kept on bleeding until eventually, maybe I want to put volume on here so I can see like if there was a capitulation.
well, you know volume on your daily chart?
No, I
I'll
don't.
show you.
I mean, it's easy to put on. Okay, here, maybe we can just do this
There
together.
the volume bottom wasn't the bottom. It was the earnings. There's an earnings, which earnings is going to skew it, unfortunately. But if you look at after it leveled off, there was like a taper off, and then this day, right in here, you had a volume spike on like the trend break, which would have been, call it the 25th. So the 25th, like this is the day when it really turned around, and it was like tapering off in volume and then spiked back to the upside.
I'm just going to change this green on here. It's so easy. You can come over to the screen. I mean, this is a real trading software. You add the volume. See, I have the simple moving averages on here. You click on this, it's a 200. You know, you click on that, it's the 50. And then we just add volume, and you can click on indicators, create, and then there's a whole list of different indicators, parabolic, SARs, whatever, moving Bollinger Bands, all that kind of stuff. And you just push. I mean, most of you guys are. Most of the traders watching this are traders anyways, so this is easy to do. But yeah, I was just looking to see if there was any sort of a pickup in volume at some of those bottoms, and there wasn't. So, but yeah, actually Meta's volume has been very, very consistent on a daily for a very long time. So good on Meta, and we'll keep that up there. So I'm just going to save this layout now as we go through some of the afternoon highs and lows. And here's a halt scanner that we have. This is a NASDAQ test stock, ZVZZT. I don't think this is anything. POLEU. Some of these are not even. Oh, Andretti Acquisition Corp. Michael? I don't know what's going on with this one. POLEU. No volume at all. So I don't think it's halted. I just don't know what the hell's going on here. And then maybe these are relatively new acquisition corps right now. So SPACs, right, that are coming into play there. WLACU and POLEU. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Andretti, pole position. Okay.
Yeah, pole position.
All right.
I'm sure it is.
There we go. So,
There was a couple of SPACs today, but.
All right, so I just got to make this a little bit bigger so I can actually pull this aside and get rid of it there. And then what in the, Neil, the imbalance there, sorry about getting too excited there, but I have to get a little more excited. This rate here, BMNR, yeah, what in the.
That's bigger than.
Load, no, don't click it twice, my guy. 3 million shares? What? BMNR's done 43 million shares today. That's a lot, but 3 million into the sell side of BMNR. Wow, okay.
And here I thought you were talking about Butterfly.
Oh, yeah, even some of those, man, like 1.5 is pretty big for Butterfly there.
That's more than, Butterfly's only done 2.4 million shares all day long. So 1.6 is pretty big for them. The only downside of that is a $3 stock, man. So that's not a lot of money. Like that can, like think of how much money it takes to pair off 1.5 million. This is $4 million. Well, more than that. It's like, okay, fine. $4.5 million in buying power, and you could pair off the entire imbalance on Butterfly. But BMNR, that's not exactly chump change, as that's going to be $33, right? So that's like 100 mil or something along less than 100 million. But that's a pretty decent size imbalance. But you know what? Yesterday, it was actually the other direction. You wanted to, as it got closer to 350, it felt like the last couple times with the imbalance, you almost wanted to fade the other direction. Like if it was a sell, when you got to 350 and 55, you almost wanted to be buying it off of support, and then you would get this quick little flip, because it's not moving off of this imbalance. Like when that came out, when Sean reacted to the imbalance, BMNR dropped about 15 pennies and is now not doing anything. So yeah, got to have it on the radar. Lucid's running out of time to trend break. As you can see here, it's close. It can still happen. I give it about 10, 15 minutes but I wouldn't want to take it at 350 just in case Lucid for some reason had an imbalance as well. That's where you got to be at least a little bit cautious. And yeah, that's why we have the locator up. You never know. Like the other day on Tip, so that's like the trader information portal here at Real Trading, where you could look at prior profits. Like everyone was trying to speculate. I was talking to some traders today. Where's compare your profits? Oh, that's right. I have to reopen it.
Yeah, well, okay, you load that up. I already looked at it. It's not, okay, you got it?
It's nothing today, but it was a couple of days ago. There was just a gigantic number on the NASDAQ, and everyone was trying to figure out, okay, well, what was big on the NASDAQ? And the guess was, and I think it was probably the right guess, was it was the big reversal that happened in MSTR and some of the crypto names. And since that day, BMNR has been on there every single day. Today, by market, sometimes you want to look at it by market, but you can also look at just the top 10 traders yesterday. TSX, NASDAQ. Ooh, Amex. Blue Ocean, so someone did good on the overnight markets with 38 hundo. And then, yeah, some TSX trading. It's interesting. Usually, some days you will see Europe on there, but recently not so much. Oh, then we got a super chat. My bad.
It's not even a super chat. I just put it up here.
Oh, it's a question.
Yeah, 3,800. Man, I can't wake up to play Trade Blue Ocean for that. Okay, let's go, Neil and Sean. When you switch over to a different stock and change your stop on the fly, how is your hockey set up? So we basically use all the F keys. On this, and it's just, we do set them up differently for every stock. So it's just like, that's why I've changed over to focus basically on just a couple names as I'm involved in them. So I can
show it live.
Oh yeah, well, I show it live all the time.
I want to show this, like the order setup.
Oh yeah, but well, I was going to say this first. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Here's stop. We just put it in like that. I literally did it on Marvell 5 minutes ago. So you could just put in the stop price and then you just let it go, right? And so, but anyways, there's many different stops that we have here. What I do is, to make it not so complicated, I always put in my stop. I'm gonna get another piece of Marvell here, just before the imbalances. I always put basically my stop in, not before I take the trade, but I always know where my stop is gonna be. So it's pretty easy for me to do that. Like even when I was building this Marvell trade, I said to you guys, like the stop is right here. So as soon as I got in, I basically just, long Marvell, okay. The first thing that hits me is not where to put my take profit, it's where to put my stop, okay? Because take profit is an easy solution if you're right. It's the stop that's the hard thing to do. So we do take advantage of that, and yeah, it is a great question. And Neil, we can spend time showing you our
I think stops are only hard if you don't determine where wrong is on the chart before. Like if you don't know where or just whatever your out's gonna be. Like for myself, like you do have to manually put it in every single time. Like it's not a key where it's automatically. I think what you might have been thinking about is, I know some platforms have it'll be like an automatic 1% stop, and you just hit that key and it's a 1% regardless of what you pull up. You can set a stop like that. I could set that up in my keyboard and I could use that at Real Trading. I don't, because I like to put in my own price. Like I'll tell you right here, if we break trend, ideally I'd be short somewhere in the 1350 to 1355 range on a break of a trend line in Lucid, and then I use a prior bar high as my out. So if we were to break it now, I'm giving it to the high of the day. Now that could change, because it could put in a lower high, then break the trend. But on a 3 minute, I'm just using the prior bar, so I know where my stop is gonna go before, and then you manually put it in. But if let's just say you swing trade and you wanna use percentage stops, that's something that most brokers, I think you can just set it up. So that you can say, if stock pulls back 1% or something, or if I'm out of the money 1% or whatever, it can get you out. That feature is absolutely available at Real Trading. I don't know anybody here that uses it. We tend to all put in like specific price stops, as far as I know. Even when I put a trailing stop in, it's not a true trailing stop, because I'll put it at a level. Like I won't say, if the stock pulls back X amount, get me out. I'll usually have it anchored to a level and a specific price level, at least for myself. So 20 minutes to go till the imbalances. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Trump is live right now with a couple different individuals, including the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, talking, as we expected, about these fuel emissions. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But he's praising the CEO of Ford. He's talking about how America's the hottest country in the world. His hair is slightly disheveled. Again, he is live right now. If there's any details, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. But there's a follow-up question from the same user, and you guys use hidden
Adara.
stops, correct? There's two types of stops you can use. One that sits on internal servers here and waits for the print on your time and sales at a specific price or whatever, and then fires out an order to the market. So you can use those. They'll be they're going to be a little bit slower because they're not sitting server side. But there are stop orders that you can send, and they go out to the market, and they are now waiting on the other end. Now there is some that would say that those are not hidden stops because you are sending it out, and it's sitting on somebody else's server to then execute for you. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that those aren't hidden. They're all supposed to be hidden, obviously. But if it sits on our server, it's going to be that tiny little bit slower. It's not a huge difference, but like if you're trading an IPO, you might notice a difference. But then it's truly hidden because it's sitting on our side, and that's available at Real Trading. You can use either one. Like there's multiple stop orders that you can use, and then you can set it to. You can also get it to throw whatever key you want. Like you can market order, limit order, only fire ARCA, sweep every single book, only sweep cheap fees. Like there's just. If I tried to go through all of them, there'd be almost too many. Trust me. But all of those available at Real Trading.
It's referred to as like the routing tree. You can select which route you would like to go, and whether you're sensitive to time, fees, all of that. We're not too sensitive to fees at all. We just got another out right there on Marvell at $100.50. So right there, 155 as we now have 5% left. Womp, womp, womp. Right there. Someone on the chat was like, we don't want to miss anything that Trump is saying. So we're going to go over to Adara right now and figure out what exactly is going on at the White House.
Yeah, Trump just saying that the U.S. is going to have a large percent of the chip business very soon. Here's NVIDIA not really reacting to this, but again, Trump saying the U.S. is going to be getting a large percentage of the chip business very soon. Back to you.
Okay, so like, there's nothing terribly crazy. Like even the news service for me isn't even really saying too much.
No, nothing at all.
No, not at all. Like
that's why I was like, we were asking, like, is this even happening? But
NVIDIA is moving down heavily.
That's why I want to tell everybody that like this is. And that's why I showed that comment about like, this is a great place to hang out and everything and watch trading with us here, right? And the fact is that not only are we hopefully putting on some decent trades for you, giving you some good ideas and answering some good questions about stop orders, routing trees, everything like that, but it's also going to be your #1 source for news. Like there's no other channel that is going to break these stories like this. It's just not happening. And if there is, then please send it to me ASAP so I'll listen to that in my ear instead. Like as soon as something hits, it's immediately over to Adara, and then based on her, exuberance, we know if it is something that is, urgent or not. And we can clearly see right away, Neil and I are sitting in front of live level 2s of the whole market. We have over 60 plus markets here at Real Trading. So the opportunity to flip over to any name at any time, and we pretty much know most of the symbols off by heart. So it's very easy to call up a story and talk about, what's good in that robotics play. We talked about iRobot, Rich Tech Robotics, Palantir, Tesla, why Tesla's moving on that, why Uber's moving on that. I gave you that ETF that I'm in as well for the robotics. And it's all about that. So as we continue to go, this is what we're talking about, right? And so we want to thank Adara and everybody else, right? We're introducing Sia, did a fantastic job filling in for Adara the other day, and that was great. So, there's more and more coming, and you're just really, it might seem like we've been doing this now, because we have for 5 or 6 years, maybe even more than that. I should always get that exact date. I don't know why I don't have it. But, it's getting better. So that's quite an amazing feat that we're able.
Almost 6 years, because wasn't it just January of 2020, COVID?
Because this is what I'm trying to find out. I mean, I guess that we can go.
Whenever COVID started, when COVID hit North America for real, we came to YouTube with.
Oh, for real?
In that first 2 or 3 months. And one of the reasons I remember, because one of our first interviews was the former floor manager for the trading floor here was actually vacationing in China and was stuck in China. And we interviewed him, he's like, what's going on over there? And that was within our first few, I think, months on YouTube when we interviewed Greg and he was from China. And that's when we were like, oh, this is sounding pretty serious in real time. Because at first you're like, it's not that bad. And then you start hearing the stories of how they were locking down, and you're like, oh, this is not good at all.
I remember there's an interview of me and Randy. I got to go find that. It's probably on my Instagram. Yes.
Sorry, just letting you guys know, Jim Farley, CEO of Ford, is speaking as we speak, right this second.
Okay. Is Ford moving? Let me see.
I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? Neil and I just instantly call up Ford. Where's that snooze button? Yeah, nothing's going on. We don't have anything like that here.
What a good trending stock.
Go outside and start barbecuing something. I mean, there's nothing going on right now with Ford. But again, we can sort of have it up. I'll put it on one of my side screens there if it starts moving around a little bit. That's Ford. But yeah, man, lots of love from the chat, and we want to thank everybody for that. And thank you for the kind words about all that. So yeah, Marvell just made a move down. People are saying that NVIDIA is flushing. I should be looking over here. Yeah, flushing is probably a good word. Watch out for that one. What level did I like? Yes, 179. We're not going to take anything now. There's only 10 minutes to go until those imbalances. So, you know, not afraid to take the trade, obviously. That's what I do best, I think, is trading. But we'll have to wait. Like this 179, I'm not, you know, that's tomorrow's trade today. That was another segment that I used to have on the after show, was tomorrow's trade today. And we're not going to make that right now. We're going to wait on it. Okay, see, now Dara's laughing, so I know there's something happening.
Something must.
But yeah, there goes NVIDIA to the downside. Go ahead.
Trump just described a car as cute. He's like, when I was just in Japan, which for the record, I don't even remember the last time Trump was in Japan.
Right.
He talked about how cute a car was. It almost looked like the Beetle. That's all that was I was reacting to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good. Okay, yeah, so great. All right, so thanks to Dara. So there you go there. We knew to throw it over to her immediately. But yeah, I don't remember him traveling to Japan, but wasn't he just, didn't he make a move into China? He was just in China, wasn't he? Or maybe, no, he sent people through. Yeah, so.
What's his name?
I don't know, but anyways, whatever. All right, what's up? Throw it up then. Dave's Uber. Oh, okay, this is Dave's.
Oh, this is Dave's.
Oh, do opposite to win trade of the day. Okay. See, like I see the word Uber there. It's like, okay, but that's not what he means. Okay, do the opposite of the win. Snowflake for the double beat and sparkly guide.
Snowflake was having a really good day today.
Oh, do opposite. So he's just not having that much faith in his own call.
So you're saying shorts? So I can't tell you. You think they're going to have a double beat and a sparkly guide.
Right, but do the opposite.
But you're telling everyone to do the opposite.
Yeah, I have that. That's what I always feel like too. It's like, am I telling people the right thing or what? Like yesterday when I was like excited about Marvell, it was like, okay, you know, don't get too excited. But yeah, Palantir. Snowflake I was involved with on its IPO. I don't think it was a direct list. Spotify was involved, a direct list. Palantir heavily involved at that direct list.
IPO on floor history.
But this one right here, Snowflake, I'm a little nervous about it, Dave, and I'm just going to tell you the truth. And I said it about ANF or AEO, and I was wrong. It's just, it's such a huge move up on such good stories for Snowflake that if they ever, look, if they put up good numbers, I mean, there's been a lot of good numbers coming through from a lot of these names. You know, MongoDB, we just saw that was a huge move the other day. So some of these plays that are similar to a Snowflake have been moving. And this one could go, but it's, again, it looks like it's priced to perfection. And with a PE of, I'm going to say it's probably in the 80s or 90s.
You're not going to like that PE.
I'm not in the name anymore. I was out of this
name. I'm not either, but.
No, I was out of this name at $200. But yeah, so first of all, they didn't even make money last quarter. And then there it is, 163 PE right now for Snowflake. So that's...
They could crush and it'll still be triple digits.
Exactly. So that's what I was wondering about Snowflake there. So yeah, like the stock, like everything that they're doing, but at the end of the day, I would be nervous about how expensive. And if we go over to Trader TV Research, which is of course Dara's page, she did have the graphics, and maybe when she has a minute, we can call it back up. Just
expected moves.
Yeah, the moves for tonight. We can call that graphic up and just put it on the screen whenever you get a chance, Andre. But there it is. I don't have it on my screen. It will be on hers. We could see a bigger move there. Oh, there it is right there. So here it is, Snowflake, 9.3%. I'd go over that number.
How come no one's asked about C3AI today?
Nobody knows anything about C3AI. We've talked about this many times before. What is that moving today?
They do.
Okay, let's go over under, Neil. Forget it.
They do AI, Sean. That's what everybody knows what C3AI does. They do
AI. Yeah, and they do it like, it's almost like, oh, by the way, whatever team Chris Paul plays for, they told him to go home.
He already said he's retiring.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying that he's gone. Okay, we're going to play a game now. We're going to go over under, okay? So call that back up, over under percentage moves.
C3AI over.
Neil, didn't start yet. All right, call it up. Dara's screen. There it is, okay. So CRM. You're up.
Under.
Under? Yeah,
Yeah, I
same.
just feel
I'll
like
go under
it's
still.
been beaten up so badly that how much worse could it possibly get? And I think that
BBAI reports today? Hold on a second.
No, so they don't, but Path also reports today. They just didn't have an expected move that I could find. That's why they're not here, but Path is another one to just remember.
Path, I'm going over, whatever that number is. Okay, thank you, Adara. And then now she's blocking. Okay, the next one was 11.5, 5 below over. Retail has been crazy hot.
I thought AEO was going to move the most yesterday. I think over, and I think it's the best chance to be double digits up.
Yeah, we're not. This is an over/under.
Okay, so they forget about direction. Okay,
yeah.
That's
so over that move. Snowflake, you think over 9%?
I don't have.
This can go either way.
I don't have strong feelings about that one.
No, neither do I actually. Even though we just talked about it.
And if I don't, then I should say under. Because
Yeah, I'm
the way
saying
I
under.
see it, if you don't have strong feelings that something's going to do something on earnings, then the option writers always win, in a general sense. So like, go with that. Option writers win on that one, and I think C3I is the over.
Right, Rivian Millionaire. He's saying people might not understand over/under. It just means over that number or under that number. Come on, Rivian Millionaire. I think that was a troll. Okay.
A trading show doesn't understand over/under.
And Chris Paul AI, 11.2%.
Oh, that's why you did C3.
I'm gonna make this judgment on what it's doing today. Okay, because in a big day where AI has been in the news, obviously, we've been talking about that a little bit. You can see AI up 4.5%. I'm going over that number then, because that number was 9.5, or no, was it 13%? I don't know, something great. 11.5. So I'll go over. I mean,
yeah, my first one was a C3AI over.
Yeah.
Because when you have
it's only a $15 name, too.
Especially when you have a deep understanding of what they do.
Right.
Like I always do. Usually I'm not going to do it again. We have 5 minutes till imbalances. Usually what I'll do is I'll pretend that I know what they do by reading out the literal description of the company. You can find it, whether you find it on Wikipedia or just a news service, and then I'll read it out. And what's crazy about it is every time I've done that, not a single person understands it. Nobody does. It's like the description of the company usually it's like in their own words, and I still don't.
Okay, so let's review a few things.
The only thing is, just one quick note here.
Go.
Because a lot of times on this trend break, hey, give it to the high of the day. It's 345. My stop is this razor tight. Like I'm just giving it to basically above 60. Like for a couple of reasons. One, it didn't go right away. Two, there's 3 minutes till the imbalances. So before the imbalances come out, I tighten every single stop. So I get it, it's only 5 cents. I wouldn't usually give it 5 cents, but in this particular sense with imbalances coming in, it just makes sense too. It's just like it didn't go right away, which is what you want to happen.
I would say BM&R, no, because I wrote down
gone.
I wrote down on the sticky note.
It's gone, BM&R.
You can see as I wrote down.
Where'd it go?
How about this?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. I wrote down BM&R was a 2.9 million sell at 330, and then right now it's a 1.5 million buy. I just can't
flip.
I really want to see because level 2 can't really hold 1.5 million, 3 million shares. Like it's going to create some big action there at the close. But you see, I don't know when it flipped, but there's a big move right there. Like just out of nowhere, 20 cents. So like when we're looking at this thing, and I wrote down at 330 it was a sell, so you could see it was trending down, and we're at one about the flip. So we can highlight individual stocks and watch them. So I'm gonna try to watch this one into the close, just to see if there's any sort of, not necessarily funny business or anything like that. I just want to see what winds up happening with BM&R, because was a sell, a buy, and this paired value means that there's already 3.5 million shares spoken for. So they've already paired off 3.5 million shares, just leaving 1.5. So it was a 5 million share position that someone's trying to unload or get into, depending on which way it is. So we'll have to figure out right now what happens with this BM&R, and then we have Enbridge as a buy. But you can see here on New York, like this, stocks like Enbridge and Pfizer, see, this is why you can't trust that all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that with the direction the stock is going. What it means is that if that is still there at 348, 349, it might get some, which is great now. We might get a little bit more action on it, but more importantly, at 359. So you're looking to see, is there any actionable trades right there at the close where there's a little bit of share left over to do? And if so, if they have to buy 1.5 million shares of BM&R at 4 o'clock, the stock's gonna jump at 358, 359 because people need to get in, right? They're trying to front run this big buy that comes through. So we'll watch BM&R, just dancing around right here with only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, not much, like Sean said, not much on the locator besides that. But I think that was the play I thought at 350, not now. Like it already, that's what I don't like. It already flipped.
Yep.
Like I was thinking that was the 350 play to watch it flip or 355, but unfortunately, it's kind of already moved. I don't really like it. So as I said, I was going to just tighten the stop. And you could give it to the high of the day. If this was 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, then normally I got to give it to it breaks the trend and the prior bar is here. But so it's technically breaking a rule, but I never have a time frame for a trade. But as a day trader, you do. At 4 o'clock is a bit of a thing. You're not supposed to be in things aftermarket. So there's no point giving it more room. And as I said, sometimes you take it and it works. But the reason I like trend lines is overall they're good. And then where is, not Rich Tech, it was iRobot. Sometimes when you break a trend line, this is what you want to happen. Like you want it to almost like immediately flush. Like the best trend line break trades are like the floodgates will open up when it breaks that trend line. And then you're like, yeah, okay, fine. People are actually using it. And there you go. So 30 seconds, BM&R is going to be the only name I think worth watching here going into the close. We'll see. NVIDIA could pop up for like several million shares, no idea. And then there's also this Butterfly. I'm going to throw Butterfly up as well. Because that's a big portion of the day's volume on Butterfly.
All right, so BM&R is getting paired off now. It's only 750,000. I think it's probably going to go to the south side here with only 10 seconds left before this comes through. So there's BM&R right there, starting to pair off as we get closer. This is it right here. All right, so now we are now out. There's 350. So I don't really see any BM&R on here. I see Google with a big sell. All right, Rigetti with a nice buy there as well. And I apologize, I don't see BM&R on here. Nope. 6.0, there it is.
Google drop.
I just saw it, 6.0, so it stays as a buy. So very little action there. So, okay,
nothing.
We might have hitched our wagon to the wrong horse there.
Google did move on that 1.5. 1.5 to sell. This was the reaction on Alphabet, which was, by the way, having a really good day. So Alphabet was doing well. Dollar drop in. Remember, as I said, 355. You'll probably see that 1.5 million at or before 355 pair off a little bit on Google. And if it hasn't done so by then at 358, you're very likely to see the same thing. So that's the only big name there, right? Like I saw nothing else. I just only saw Google.
We got out, I mean, once Marvell broke that $100 level, we got out of that one. We only had 5% left, so that was like an absolute.
Oh, Rigetti's.
That was a great one to top off the day, man. Really good trade there for Marvell. I only have 3 trades today. Okay, so Marvell's on there. Yeah, I talked about Rigetti. Was a nice.
No, but I meant the move today.
Yeah, I know, 9%. That SMR move too kept continuing through as we had. Remember, this was part of that Jensen story, right? On Joe Rogan, and of course, Adair mentioned some of the highlights of that, and just talking about how more power necessary, moving forward. So there's only a certain amount of access to power, and it looks like people looking at uranium. Obviously, SMR is going to go with a high short float as well. Amazon with a little bit of a bid, which kind of is funny because it went downside and then it comes out and now it's upside. So there goes Amazon, still red today. Look, there's some ugly things today. It's not, even though the Nasdaq's up, Amazon's red, Microsoft obviously red, Meta's red. Google's having a fantastic day, but it's pulling back now. I wouldn't consider anything in the imbalances as being a concern, right? If anything, you could use these moves down to maybe get better options. Because of the false, basically, squeeze to the downside there, because it has nothing to do with anything other than those imbalances. So that imbalance can get paired off, and it goes right back there up to the upside. So so far, so good. Thank
Apple
you,
red too, considering it's a green day.
Yeah.
Like the Nasdaq's green, but like Apple also red. So like
yeah,
you have
Apple
a lot
went
of
all to 285.
You have a lot of big names that are red for the market to be holding up the way that it is. I think sometimes it's a good sign when the Mag 7 are weak and the market's able to be strong, at least in my opinion. So yeah, again, nothing crazy to look at, but I'll leave it up just in case. And if you happen to be looking at Google, it's already starting to pair off down to 1.3 million shares. Whether you're trading on imbalances or just trading in general, one of the problems has been risking your own money or just simply not having enough to start off with. So it gives you that fear of losing, and a lot of traders get kept on the sidelines because of it. And that's now changing. Trade the Pool's transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit targets, you get to keep 70% of the profits. No fear or barriers, just a real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see in front of you, you should, for 10% off your first evaluation And you can also see the link in the description. There you go. There's a QR code. Yeah, I read it too fast. It wasn't there just yet. So yeah, Google's starting to pair off. Only about a minute and a half to go. Big move on Rigetti. Yeah, Mom Spaghetti. This is there's a couple of stocks that have looked like this. Like it's a consolidation off that pullback, but it's not yet a breakout. And continuation would simply look at that rounded bottom. Actually, maybe this was Rigetti that I was pointing out earlier today. Yeah, this feels like the exact same thing I said in the morning show. Doesn't really matter. 27. Rounded bottom, 27 breaker. That's the kind of number that gets thrown. Like I'll usually put it on the iPad and then it won't happen that day and then maybe it happens 2 days from now, but I want to make sure I have the level on there. And those are key ones that you want to pay attention to. So we know there's some earnings after market tonight, led by, depending on your opinion, Snowflake and CRM. I would suggest those are probably the two biggest ones.
CRM by far. I mean, CRM.
Yeah, those are the names that probably most people would hold. And then movers were expected, I think, in 5. And C3AI, the AI company that is so well understood by the markets. And then we say UiPath as well.
Yeah. I was just saying, CRM's at 200, and I just looked it up, $225 billion market cap, 80 for Snowflake. But I think they're both important. BBAI.
Only two big ones.
Yeah, exactly. And Five Below, I think, will be a fun trade. We can see what AEOs are. There's Big Bear AI. Let's go. Those of you that are holding strong on Big Bear AI, bouncing smooth off the 200-period daily average, moving average SMA. So what's up to Big Bear AI family, as that seems to be a good one these days. All right, so that's happening there. And then quickly, something else I wanted to discuss, and I can't remember what it is. Well, NVIDIA, we talked, I'm worried about them breaking through 179. That could happen right here in the last 5 minutes. The imbalances are now probably flipped. So I was going to say, without even looking at it, I'm going to say Google's heading higher. GOOGL, just to have a quick look.
NVIDIA is now 155.
Yeah, so there it is. So there goes Google without even looking. I don't know if they got flushed right there, but here we go. Now it's starting to go back upside there as those imbalances do finally get paired off. So how you pair them off is someone, like right now there's a 1.5 million sell. It was someone in the chat asked about this and I said, you got it right. So someone has to come in for 1.5 million to buy. Okay, if that doesn't happen, then the market maker will find liquidity and just pair it off. So that's where, if it's a big enough, like with these levels here on NVIDIA, which is probably 100 million shares today, this 1.4 million, there's gonna be no problem finding liquidity either in the dark or somewhere else to pair this off. So they'll just put out a print of 1.4 million shares, like right here, probably at the bid or at the ask, and then just either work out of that on another day or has their own inventory as market makers. So like whoever the underwriter is, maybe it's Goldman or whoever, will distribute some of that and just get paired off. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here, but it's Google right now with the 9 million pair off. NVIDIA, Google also big time. I don't know, AMCR, like what's going on with this name right here? Not doing much today, Amcor, so we'll pass on that. FXI with a bid underneath it, that is a Chinese 100 going off there as well. XOM, not too much going on. CMG, Chipotle. I mean, if you are thinking that people are going back, this is a back to work play. Like most of their real estate, obviously in high dense traffic areas. So as traders and as employees of big banks and some of that are forced back to work. I forget what I was talking about in the lunchroom, but somebody was getting forced back work there, and we talked about it on the show yesterday as well. So I think that
it was Instagram was saying 5 days a week, right?
That's what it was, yeah, Instagram. So also some opportunities there for Starbucks, Chipotle, Tim Hortons, something like that, like places that get a lot of business from people that are at work and looking for a break. So lunchtime, Kava could be another one of those names as well. 2 minutes to go. NASDAQ flat basically on the day, which is pretty good considering the open that we had in the ES.3.
Yeah, speaking of, by the way, for those that are asking, Meta doesn't have an imbalance. There might have been a small one.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I look, at least I don't know. It didn't have an imbalance when I checked. Those wicks again. Well, you can see this is yesterday's low. I was going to try and show you that that's support for the last couple of days, but you get the idea. So bouncing off the double bottom, and sometimes what'll happen and it's been a while since we've explained this. I'm not saying this is the case, but oftentimes you can see on small imbalances, if a stock has been weak, but been holding support, and it's like a Mag 7 heavily bought back name, like the company does buybacks. So you're not allowed to do buybacks in the last 10 minutes of the day. So if a stock has potentially been supported by a buyback buy program, I'm not saying this is the case here, and there's a small imbalance on it, sometimes you get this kind of a rollover. It just has a little bit more momentum if it had been propped up throughout the day. And I'm just speculating on that. Sometimes you will see these outsized drops because it's just Meta that's doing it.
Like, we don't even know if Meta has a buyback.
No, I don't know.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, it's just a piece of news that sometimes can be useful if you happen to be in one of those stocks that's looked oddly weak but had some support and they have a buyback. But it's like Amazon's not moving. Right? Like where everything started this morning was on Microsoft. Okay, they are moving, but not as much as Meta, but they are moving to the downside. So you are getting a pullback, but Meta certainly the most. And it's worth paying attention to. A, the level where it bounced, and B, where it sold off from when we come in tomorrow. Come in tomorrow to look at Meta. So selling off from 644, catching a bid at this double bottom at 638. That's where they decided to make a market again. And that can be useful for us tomorrow morning, as we are now just seconds away from the closing bell, brought to you by 3D Capital. So scan that QR code, $1,000 giveaway, your ETF for early stage disruptive innovation companies. And ring it, because the market is now closed. There we go. Yeah, so it's crazy because we're going to end up NASDAQ up 0.2%, but Meta down 1%. Apple was down on the session. As well. I mean, obviously we had the Microsoft story earlier, but a lot of the Mag 7 names looking weak. Amazon also looking relatively weak, down 0.9%. So we're actually led not by the typical Mag 7 strength today, which is a good thing sometimes.
Sure, for sure. Okay, stay tuned for CRM earnings coming through very soon. Snowflake as well. But what a great day. Again, today I want to thank Rahim Alani from OCI to come through early today. Every day around 8:30. We are back now live at 8 a.m. daily. Okay, we'll be discussing all these earnings plays that are coming out, including Five Below, CRM, Snowflake, right? So there's a C3 AI. Big names coming out very, very soon. We're excited to do all of that. And yeah, it's interesting to see that like the NASDAQ and the ES both up, but many of those Mag 7 names are downside. Obviously, Tesla sort of helped with that, get going a nice little upside play there. Salesforce is now at 248 and absolutely ripping right now to the top side. So I'm in this name and likely we'll be in it for a while, but there it goes. Salesforce ripping now up 9% and going a little bit higher here for CRM. So there it goes, 256 and change. Salesforce upside. Glad to see that move happening right now.
It's needed.
Yeah, $3.25 for Salesforce. So
where do you think it stopped, that move just now?
Oh, yeah, I was watching.
200 period moving average on the daily. Spiked right to 260, almost on the nose, which been rejected since April. Like the bounce in April to the 200 period moving average, that's exactly where it went to. All right, well, Five Below is also going to be out, so whatever. We're still here for now, so I just heard that came out, and that's also to the upside. 7% to the upside. That's going to be in the underside, though. So both of those two names are actually under the expected move, but both to the upside. So that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, so far so good. All right, it's 4:02. Thank you so much for watching. There goes CRM now ripping again, up 10%. It's going to take out that 260, but watch out. That is the 200 period moving average. All right, that's Neil. I'm Sean. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Adara. Thanks. Hold on a second.
Thank you very much, Adara.
All right. Thank you to Fabian over there, Ramin, Andre, Sharif, and Joe for the midday shows. As there goes CRM now, $261, up 11%, and starting to really kick here. So that's great, man. That's a great opportunity for tomorrow's trade as CRM continues to rip. Okay, we're out of here, man. Thank you for everything today. We're back tomorrow, bright and early at 8 a.m. Ciao till then.